Will clerk let me know when we are on? Call to order this regular meeting of council for Tuesday, July 4th, 2023. And in the spirit of truth and reconciliation, I acknowledge that we are gathered in the heart of the Treaty 7 territory of Southern Alberta. This land is home to the Blackfoot Confederacy, consisting of the Siksika, Kainai, and Piikani First Nations, also the Tsuut'ina First Nation, and our most adjacent Indigenous neighbors, the Stoney Nakoda, comprised of the Bearspaw, Goodstoney, and Chiniki First Nations. Further, we are located within the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. The town of Canmore is committed to working to live in right relations and to advance truth and reconciliation as we acknowledge the many Indigenous peoples whose footsteps have marked these lands for generations. I am grateful for the traditional knowledge keepers and elders who are still with us today and those who have gone before us. We are all treaty people, and we each have ongoing responsibilities to protect and honor all life. Now looking to our agenda, are there any changes? Seeing none, I will move that we approve the agenda for July 4th, 2023, regular meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We're now going to move to the public hearing. So I call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 2023-18. The purpose of this Omnibus bylaw is to bring a set of amendments to the land use bylaw. The public hearing will proceed as follows. After I provide this introduction, administration will speak briefly to set the context for the hearing. Council will have opportunity to ask questions of administration after their presentation. Then I'll invite members of the public to speak. There will be an opportunity for council to ask questions of clarification after each speaker presents. Once anyone who present who wishes to speak has done so, the municipal clerk will provide the names of those who provided written submissions. Then council will again have opportunity to ask questions of administration before the public hearing is closed. And so with that, let's move to the administration's presentation. Mr. Schneider, welcome to the public hearing and good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm going to adjust this. Thank you. This is, as council is aware, this is Bylaw 2023-18. The administration's request for decision report is with council, along with an updated copy of the amending bylaw. We were able to make that grammatical change that was noted the last time we were in front of council, plus the original request for decision report that was earlier in June. The text of the bylaw has remained the same since council saw it for first reading, and the subject matter is the same as well. We did have conversations earlier with BODA. They asked for clarification on one issue. To my knowledge, we have not, and we, as of this morning, we still have not received any public feedback on this bylaw. So our recommendation is following the public hearing to give second and third reading to this bylaw. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Just looking to council to see if there's any questions based on what has been read in the report or anything just mentioned. Seeing none. All right. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Schneider. So I'm just going to, before I proceed any further, I need to do a quick straw poll of those gathered. Is there anyone here that is wishing to speak to this bylaw at the public hearing? You could just raise your hand to let me know. Okay, seeing no one, I will skip the introduction of what you do when you come to speak, and we'll move right to asking the clerk if there are any written submissions.
Thank you. There were no written submissions.
Okay, so there is no public hearing submissions, there are no written submissions, And therefore, with that, I will now close the public hearing. We'll now move on to item C1 in our agenda, and this is presentation from the Homeless Society of the Bow Valley.
Quickly
Ms.
introduce.
Brown? Yeah, Ms. Brown, welcome.
Ms. Cleric. So Ms. Cleric is the Executive Director for the Homelessness Society of the Bow Valley. And HSBV was started off as a town program as REST program, funded during COVID, and then it has grown to its own society and is still continuing to grow. So currently, the town is the fiscal agent for HSBV for federal and provincial funding. But we are working with HSBV right now to move away from that role. They're working to become a charitable organization. Thank you.
Ms. Cleric, welcome to council.
Thank you and good morning. Let me just pull up my presentation.
Yep.
All right. So good morning, Mr. Mayor and Council. My name is Jessica Cleric. I'm the Executive Director, as Lisa mentioned, of the Homelessness Society of the Bow Valley, otherwise referred to as HSBV, which is our acronym. Today I'll be sharing a little bit of a high-level overview of our operations for this past season, as well as the need for our program, and making a request to Council for continued support. I'd like to first start by thanking you all for your time and for your ongoing support. So as outlined in the delegation report, HSBB, sorry, I'm just going to lower this.
Yeah, you betcha.
Thank you, a little bit short. So HSBB is a community-based organization with a mission to provide local community-based wrap-around supports to individuals in the Bow Valley who are experiencing homelessness and housing insecurity. Here on the screen are just a couple of the many passionate faces who make up our awesome team. We have been in operation since 2020. We were formerly known as the REST program, as Lisa mentioned. And the 2022-2023 winter season marked our third consecutive year of operating our emergency winter shelter and our second consecutive year of operating our outreach program. So just gonna hop into a highlight for the 2022-2023 operating period. So during this past operating period, we reopened our outreach program on November 23rd, 2022. And as of April 1st, 2023, we had provided 3 emergency accommodations, placements, as well as 6 emergency taxi fares. And for the first time ever, HSBV is operating our outreach program year-round and is providing support with system navigation, local referrals, emergency supports, which are contingent on our budget, and partner relationship building to continue building awareness of our program and our collaboration efforts. Now, this past year, our emergency winter shelter was, this past operating season was our longest operating season to date. Over the 108 nights that the shelter was open, we served 2.3 guests per night, totaling 263 warm shelter bed nights. Most importantly, the shelter was open for 11 extreme cold weather events, and this is based on the Government of Canada's definition of weather and temperatures below -27 degrees Celsius. The emergency shelter was located at Scout Hall, as provided by the town of Canmore for rent. And I'd like to take a moment to pause here and just share a note of sincere gratitude to the town of Canmore for the support in providing a space for HSBV to rent and operate the shelter. Each year, we've seen growth in the use of our shelter program, as you can see the table below. The first year, we had 17 individuals access the program. Our second year, we had 26 individuals, and this past year, we had 30 individuals access the space. We do anticipate that this number will continue to grow as the awareness of our programs and increase, as well as partner and referrals continue to increase. So we hosted 2 in-person guest feedback sessions where emergency shelter guests were invited to share their thoughts, ideas, and recommendations for our programs over a warm breakfast. And what we heard across the board was the request and desire for a longer shelter operating period. And this really aligns with what our organization is working towards, a permanent long-term shelter space that's available year-round for those who are in need within our community. However, the most significant barriers for us to achieving this goal includes, first and foremost, securing a shelter space. So each year we have concerns and just challenges surrounding securing a shelter space to operate the program. For 2023-2024, we currently do not have a secure location to operate the shelter. So some steps that we've taken this year to mitigate and address this barrier, we're in conversations with the Land Use Planning Department regarding land use zoning and bylaws in hopes of having a secure space that can operate year-round and to expand our capacity to access different locations in the town based on land use zoning. We are also having high-level conversations in search of securing shelter spaces with other organizations, and we're looking at future models for more of a long-term permanent solution. Our second biggest challenge is sustainable funding. So currently our projection is that we need to fundraise an additional $20,000 to operate our emergency winter shelter for the same amount of time as we did in 2022-2023. However, this is contingent on funding sources, some of which are currently unconfirmed. So based on our financial data from 2022-2023, it costs approximately $33,500 to operate a shelter for 1 month. So this totals $117,250 for 3.5 months. So ideally, we would love to operate the emergency winter shelter earlier and stay open longer for this coming season. And as a result, our team is working really hard on our fundraising initiatives via grant writing, donor relations, planning fundraising events, and building connections at the provincial level. So just a bit of a look ahead as HSBV continues to grow and meet community needs. There are 4 areas that we're really focusing on. So the first is charitable status. We're hoping to achieve charitable status by 2024. Continued annual outreach support, long-term sustainable funding, as well as establishing a permanent long-term shelter space. So as a driven and motivated team, we are dedicated to achieving our goal of having a permanent long-term emergency shelter space. And while this past year was a year of growth, we recognize that there are opportunities for efficiency and to shift to a longer-term approach for program sustainability. As mentioned, we do face consistent challenges related to finding a space to operate the shelter. And so we've been exploring various solutions, including the shelter pod model, which has been noted as an up-and-coming best practice. I've connected with representatives from Drayton Valley as well as Edson, Alberta, who have spearheaded the shelter pod model. And what I've learned are some of the many benefits. So this includes shelter permanency, guest privacy, substantially reduced staffing costs and thus lower operating costs, mobility of units, and the capacity to meet the needs of vulnerable community members. I've also learned of some of the challenges, which include securing a location to place the pods, as well as sustainable funding. Now, both communities, they did start with a similar communal shelter approach that we currently operate. However, with experience under their belt, they both strongly recommend the shelter pod model as a long-term solution. Now, something I'd like to highlight with the model is the funding piece. So in conversations with both communities, they had funding from various sources, including grants, donations, and in certain cases, provincial funding. However, with the funding at the provincial level, something that was required was financial backstopping from the municipality for up to 5 years. So we are currently in conversations with the province who are looking to fund rural community programs like ours, but they're still in the process of defining their mandate since the recent election. So we'll keep those conversations going. We also have a potential donor who may purchase and refurbish a shelter pod. So an area we anticipate we may need support is the land piece, finding land to secure, to place the shelter pod. In terms of next steps, I'll be continuing to explore the shelter pod model by doing further research, developing a budget, conducting a financial analysis to assess the cost efficiency, and opening further conversations in hopes of garnering support and potential sponsorships. Now, in the meantime, HSBV is looking for an interim solution to operate our emergency shelter program for the upcoming winter season, the 2023-2024 season. As mentioned, we were incredibly grateful for the opportunity to rent Scout Hall for the operations of the past winter shelter season. And as mentioned, we are currently exploring options, but to date, nothing has been confirmed. So HSBV is once again requesting that council consider providing a municipal space to support shelter operations for the upcoming emergency overnight shelter program. And with that, I will bring my presentation to a close. Thank you all very much for your time today and for your ongoing support. I'll just open up the floor for any questions or comments.
Great, thank you, Ms. Cleric. Just a couple of questions around the request. Because our normal process is that any requests that come to council through a delegation are dealt with at the next council meeting, which in this case, because of a small summer break, it's August 16th, I think. Anyway, it's mid-August. Is there any problems with regards to your timelines for that usual process to occur?
That should be fine. One thing I will mention is that for funding opportunities, most often than not, having a secure shelter space does help us secure funding. Most times funders do prefer that there's a space established before committing funding, but it shouldn't be a major concern if it's in August. Yeah.
When does the current contract expire?
Sorry, could you define?
I mean, the current agreement with the town, when does it expire?
As the fiscal agent?
No, just for the space with the...
For Scout Hall?
Yeah.
Oh, so the shelter has been closed since April 1st, so we have not been in operation
Okay.
since April 1st.
So it just ended at that point?
Yes, after April 1st, we no longer use the Scout Hall space.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't foresee particular challenges, but of course, I'm just one voice, but I just wanted to make sure it wasn't an emergent issue that we needed to deal with today, so it sounds like we can use our usual process.
Yes.
The other question I had, is there any, there been any concerns or issues or incidents in the neighborhood around Scout Hall that we should be aware of as part of our decision-making?
Yeah, so overall, our past operating season was successful. We had very polite and great interactions with neighbors, no incidents to note. Overall, we had great interaction with the neighborhood.
Thank you. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for coming to council and presenting to us today. My question was similar to yours, Mayor Krausert, about if there was any issues with or concerns with the neighbors, which has been answered. My second question was about how the program interacted or rubbed elbows with the other users of the Scout Hall, so the Scouts. Was that, did you find that you were stepping on each other's toes at all, or did it seem to work well?
It seemed to work well, I would say, from my interactions anytime that I had. So we used the shelter starting at 9 p.m. So typically the programs had wrapped up at that point, and it was an overnight program. Any interactions that we did have or any brief overlap was just that brief. And very respectful and collaborative. Perhaps, Lisa? Yeah.
Sorry to jump in. We did have to actually relocate a few programs, especially the overnight Girl Guides programs. So what we ended up having to do with that is we actually ended up closing some of our Family Connection Center programs for the weekend, so the Girl Guide weekends can happen there, so that the Scouts Hall could still be for the shelter. And the other thing that we ended up doing is we moved the Girl Guides program. There was just because we're still coming out of COVID, there was a lot of anxiety about COVID still, so we moved some of their evening programs only for the Girl Guides to the rec center.
Right.
Other than that, there was no other disruptions.
A bit more space. And in terms of an appropriate space, when we were going through this process last year, there was sort of a small list of things that would make things ideal, like shower, so on, et cetera, a common area. With the shelter pod model, how does it speak to those particular needs? Do they have showers, or is it just a sleeping area? I just quickly Googled, and I've seen it actually. I've spoken to the mayor of Drayton Valley before about this. So how does that work with the shelter pod model?
That's a great question. So with the shelter pod model, the showers are not necessarily a feature that is common in the shelter pod model. It's typically just a single unit that locks and a guest can stay in and have that privacy. Typically there is either a porta potty or some sort of washroom facility to accompany the shelter pod model. In terms of the shower piece, that typically would happen, we do have a program, we have shower tickets through Elevation Place, so we do provide our guests with shower tickets, and there is an awesome shower program that they can access. So that would, for the time being, be the main solution, and then potentially longer term, the idea would be to have a bit of a daytime warming center where there are supports like showers, laundry, and then potentially have other community partners join to provide services and supports for individuals in need. That's more of a longer term solution. The shelter pod model would just be a way to ensure a permanent shelter space that could operate year-round and reduce the operation costs. But the shower piece, some of those other space pieces would need to be resolved in a different setting.
In a different way. And so in terms of servicing, then the pods, all they require is electricity then, I'm guessing, or heat?
Yes, heat,
Electricity
electricity.
via heat.
Typically, there's
Or heat via electricity, sorry.
Yeah, and then some of the communities also have a lock system, a security system on the doors, so there's installing that, and then typically there would be staffing for check-in and check-out, but not for the full overnight program.
Gotcha. And then how through that program, if there's issues during the night, how do they address those between perhaps like co-podders in the clientele? If there's any concerns or issues or crisis during the evening or overnight, how was that addressed and cared for?
Yeah, so one of the things from conversations that I've had with Drayton Valley and Edson is they do have a security system in place with cameras. So there is security that is on call, to my understanding. One of the communities, Drayton Valley, they do have their shelter pods across from the RCMP station as well.
Right.
So they do have that extra level of security there.
Thank you for answering my questions.
Absolutely, thank you.
Councillor Mero.
Thank you for your presentation today. A couple of my questions have been answered, so I'll go straight to mine. One, when you mentioned rent from the town of Canmore twice, did we not provide a certain amount of that evenings for no charge? Am I correct or am I wrong in that?
Yes, so there was a certain period that it was paid. It was an hourly rent, and so there were some hours there that were. My apologies, I don't remember the exact.
You don't have to be exact.
Yeah, sorry, but there were a couple hours there that were free or discounted.
I think it was of the 12 hours, half were free because we normally wouldn't rent it out between midnight and 6 a.m.
Right.
And so those were provided. There was no loss of income.
Right.
I just want clarification on
Thank
that.
you.
And I just was going to mention that when I was just recently at a conference in Toronto, FCM, and I did have a chance to see these pods that you're talking about, and he did say there's opportunity to convert one of the pods into a shower washroom, so there is that opportunity too, so
That's great. Yeah, great
interesting.
idea.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
thanks.
Councillor Graham.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm curious about the future land that you'll be looking for these pods. What would the features of an ideal location be?
So having a space that is either along a bus route or is walkable from the downtown core is definitely ideal for the individuals who access our space, as they may be limited for transportation options. Close to services is also very helpful, so close to other, for example, the Job Resource Center or Alberta Health Services, the FCSS office. It's good to be close to those areas. Drayton Valley and Edson did recommend being closer to the RCMP station is helpful. In terms of features, not a very big amount of land is required, but enough to be able to put at least one shelter pod, ideally maybe leaving enough room in case a second shelter pod would ever be possible. And electricity, ability to have electricity.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Looking to see if there are any other questions. I guess one last question is, and I know that the society is continuing to look for space and alternatives. Should it be the town space again with the Scout Hall, you're looking for the same terms, basically as was already agreed upon before?
Yes, so the same hours, if that's what you mean, and we do plan to open December 15th and close April 1st at this point in time. In an ideal scenario, we'd love to open earlier, but that is contingent on funding. So for the time being, we are planning the same operating period.
Great, thank you. So as I've mentioned, this request will come back to council at our next regular meeting, and we will deal with it then. And so you should have some sense of the direction as of that time. And thank you very much for coming today, and thank you for all the good work and your team that they do in meeting the needs of the most vulnerable in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Let's now move to approval of prior minutes. So looking first at the minutes from May 23rd, special meeting of council. Are there any errors or omissions that anyone noticed? Seeing none, I'll then move approval of the minutes of the May 23rd, 2023 special meeting of council as circulated. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Now looking at the June 6th minutes, are there any errors or omissions there? Councillor Mera?
Thank you, Mayor. There is one error on page 55 of our agenda, which is in the minutes, and Hillstead is mentioned twice, and Mera is absent.
Okay. So page
55 of our agenda.
Okay, I just need to get to it. Here we go. Okay, so the clerk caught
Yes,
that
the
one?
clerk is aware of it, yes.
Excellent. Okay, any other errors or omissions? Seeing none, then I'll move approval of the minutes of the June 6, 2023 regular meeting of council as amended. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Okay, we'll move to item G1, Land Use Bylaw Amendment 2023-18, Omnibus. We just had a presentation, but I certainly would love if administration would like to be speaking to it. I'm seeing no. Okay, so that being the case, yeah. Well, there's nothing new, and we didn't receive any new information. So I didn't want to discount any work in preparing a presentation, since that is not the case. I'm going to move that council gives second reading to bylaw land use bylaw amendment 2023-18 Omnibus. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor McCallum?
Thank you, Your Worship. Well, I wasn't actually here for the initial presentation for first reading, but I just wanted to say that I have had a chance to watch the video. Excellent presentation, Mr. Snyder, and read the piece. And clearly, it's very rare that there's no feedback from the public. And so I think I am comfortable voting for second reading. Thank you.
Yes, that's pretty indicative that nobody has a concern. Yeah. Anybody else like to speak to second reading? I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give third reading to land use bylaw amendment 2023-18 Omnibus. And just speaking to this, I do very much appreciate the Planning and Development Department's diligence in tracking issues as they arise, or seeing those ways in which the bylaw can continually improve. And all of these changes obviously make our land use bylaw that much better. So thank you for those efforts. Would anybody else like to speak to third reading? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll now move to item G2, Community Standards Bylaw Amendment 2023-25, Open Doors. It's the
We're back.
Caitlin Show. Ms. Van Gaal, Ms. Miller, welcome to council.
We forgot to call each other this morning. We did dress the same.
Perfect. Good morning, Mayor and Council. As mentioned, my name is Caitlin Van Gaal, Supervisor of Environment and Sustainability, and I'll be presenting with Caitlin Miller, the Manager of Protective Services and Director of Emergency Management, on the Community Standards Bylaw Amendment 2023-25, Open Doors. So I'll quickly go over a brief background on this project. We did some foot audits, so we'll go over those audit results. And we'll share the recommended next steps. I'll then hand it over to Ms. Miller to talk about the bylaw amendments, the proposed motion, and then open it up for questions.
Great.
So for the background, on June 7th, 2022, the Bow Valley Clean Air Society came before council as a delegation requesting that council implement a closed-door bylaw from approximately early September to early June, when the temperature was below 15 degrees Celsius. During this presentation, BVCAS provided council with a summary of their research and justification for the request. Some of the key takeaways from this report were that the town of Banff has implemented an open door section to their community standards bylaw with a cutoff temperature of 10 degrees Celsius, meaning the bylaw applies when the average temperature is below 10 degrees, which is between Thanksgiving and the last Friday of April. The estimated greenhouse gas emissions associated with open doors in Canmore's Main Street is roughly 32 tons per year, which is equivalent to 53 return passenger flights from Calgary to Toronto. Over the 11 surveys conducted by BVCAS between March 3rd and March 23rd of 2022, they observed 184 incidences of open doors. On July 5th, 2022, Council passed the motion to refer the BVCAS request to administration for review and recommendation. If the recommendation from administration is in support of the request, to provide Council with a amended bylaw.
If I could just ask you, just speak up a
Sorry.
titch or get close to the mic. Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
On August 3rd, that's better, perfect.
Yeah.
Sorry. On August 30th, 2022, administration met with representatives from Tourism Canmore Kananaskis, the Bow Valley Chamber of Commerce, and the Downtown Canmore Business Improvement Area. At this meeting, administration committed to drafting up key messages for all organizations to circulate through their newsletters and communication channels, and to help educate businesses within Canmore on the importance of closing their doors. In the fall of 2022, the town of Canmore created a webpage to provide businesses and residents with information on the importance of closing their doors when the temperatures drop. Throughout the months of October and April, the town also put out information on the town's webpage through the RMO, e-news, and social media. Additionally, messaging was included in the business e-updates circulated by Economic Development in November, December, February, and March, and content was circulated by the BIA, TCK, and the Chamber in their newsletters. From September 2022 to April 2023, administration completed 29 audits of the downtown core to examine and verify the number of open doors. So this is the first graph showing the results of those audits. So this was to measure the effectiveness of the education push. And it was evaluated through these audits of the businesses in the downtown core when the temperature was below 15 degrees as recommended by BVCAS. The downtown was used as a sample for the data, but administration notes that open doors were observed throughout Canmore. Over the 29 audits, the occurrence of open doors was recorded 503 times, with 62 occurrences being recorded in one day in April of 2023 when the temperature was 15 degrees. So what this graph shows you is that the number of open doors strongly correlates with the temperature. The main takeaway from this graph is that some businesses repeatedly had their doors open over the fall and spring, with the business with the highest occurrence of open doors being 20 out of 29 audits, or being open 20 times out of the 29 audits. So as noted in the previous slide, several businesses are still keeping their doors open even after an education push to show them the importance of keeping the door closed during the fall and early spring, from fall to early spring. And this is especially visible with the higher number of open doors being observed during the spring after several months of education. So as a result, after completing a season of education and audits, it is felt by administration that the best path forward to limit the number of open doors and align with Council's strategic vision and Council's climate emergency declaration is to amend the community standards bylaw to include an open door section that aligns with the town of Banff. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Miller to talk to you about those proposed bylaw amendments.
Great, thank you.
Hello. So first, the following definition is proposed to be added to the community standards bylaw, and it's to include commercial premises into the definitions of the bylaw to address the type of buildings that would require their doors to be closed. So commercial premises would include any building, structure, or premises which is not used for residential purposes and for greater certainty, but not to be restricted to the generality of the foregoing. Any building, structure, or premises which is used by any business or nonprofit organization or for any professional, institution, industrial, commercial, retail, or restaurant. Please note that this bylaw, again, will not just apply to commercial premises downtown, but throughout town. Now, the following section is proposed to be added to the community standards bylaw in a new section titled Section 6.1, Open Doors. And we made a change from when we originally, when the Bow Valley Clean Air Society came to talk about a closed door bylaw, we changed it to open doors because that's the offense, and it was consistent with what the town of Banff has labeled theirs in their bylaw. So the time frame included now is consistent with that exists in Banff, being the Tuesday after Thanksgiving Day and until the last day in April, or the last Friday in April, sorry. Except when temperatures rise above 10 degrees, as noted by the Environment Canada weather forecast for Canmore. Administration felt that being consistent with the Town of Banff bylaw would be easier for businesses operating in both communities to follow the bylaw. This approach was appreciated by the stakeholders that we engaged with. There would be no specified fine amount for this section of the bylaw, and any infraction will result in the $250 fine listed in the Community Standards bylaw. The Municipal Enforcement Department will not be doing any proactive patrols looking for open doors, but will respond to complaints and proceed with education-based approach to gain compliance. First, they'll ensure the business operators are aware of the bylaw and will issue a warning should they attend and find that the door was open in contravention of the bylaw. So there's multiple reasons that a door might be open, people entering, exiting, a delivery happening, an emergency, right? So we just don't want to just assume that the door was open for the sake of being open. We want to go and do the investigation. Fines would be issued for ongoing incidents, and we did check in with Banff, and there have been no fines issued since the implementation of the bylaw, and after the initial education phase, businesses in Banff were fairly compliant for the remainder of the season. So it wasn't high on the priority list for the Banff Municipal Department. They did not need to attend multiple times. So while we have the Community Standards bylaw open for amendments, we are also proposing the following be added to the bylaw. So we're proposing that in the noise section of the bylaw, we exempt noise coming from air conditioning units and heat pumps. So Ms. Van Gaal and I recently came to Committee of the Whole to update you on work being done around extreme heat and wildfire smoke. As mentioned there, emergencies and disasters start and end with the individual. So making it easier for individuals to install and operate air conditioning units and heat pumps will help increase their personal resiliency and allow them to have cool and clean air available in their residence. In the old noise bylaw, there was an exemption for air conditioners operating in good repair. Many air conditioners and heat pumps do operate between 40 and 60 decibels. So many would already be allowable with how the Community Standards bylaw is currently written. However, depending on the model installed, and notably portable air conditioners that might be used in a higher density area, some air conditioners and heat pump models do operate upwards of 60 to 70 decibels. Also, the nature of the complaint is also often not tied to the decibel per se, but the intermittent noise coming from the on-off cycling of the operation. So without having an overall exemption, a lot of time will be spent by the Municipal Enforcement Department investigating air conditioning units and potentially needing to grant individual exemptions to homeowners after an investigation into why they require a specific unit and if it's the best unit for them. Heat pumps also look a lot like air conditioning units, so it's hard to tell the difference between the two just by looking at it, so an investigation would have to occur in that case as well. More and more homeowners are choosing to install air conditioning units and heat pumps to escape from the heat and smoke, both of which we've already experienced in Canmore this summer. So the hope is that this exemption aids in providing homeowners with the tools they need to stay healthy as we see an increase in the frequency of these types of events. So administration certainly understands that there's a cost benefit here, as some individuals do find the noise from air conditioning and heat pumps units disruptive. That said, the overall health benefit of being able to access cool and clean air will reduce mortality and morbidity rates as we continue to feel the impacts of climate change by way of increasing incidence of extreme heat and wildfire smoke. So those are the two amendments to the community standards bylaw, the first being the open door section and the second being the exemption to the noise. And the recommendations are that 3 readings be given to this amending bylaw and that you accept this update as an update on the motion 149-2022 to recommend how to move forward with the Bow Valley Clean Air Society delegation recommendation.
Great. Well, thank you very much to both of you for your presentation. I will now open it up to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor Graham.
Councillor Graham.
What did I say?
Mister.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you very much for your report. I really appreciate it. This has been a while coming now. I think a year since the Bow Valley Clean Air Society came to us and made this request. I wonder if you could tell me, my understanding is that they came to Banff with the similar request for 15 degrees Celsius and a little bit of a longer time period, and Banff decided to kind of shrink that down and not quite go as far as they had requested. But I guess my question is, what is the difference between 5 degrees Celsius in June and 5 degrees Celsius in December?
I think there probably isn't much of a difference in terms of
there is.
GHG emissions, but I think we need to set a parameter, and it's easier to patrol and regulate based on a date where the average temperature is below a certain temperature, as opposed to having bylaw enforcement look at Weather Canada app on any given day and say, well, it's 5 degrees today, we need to enforce today. Tomorrow it's 6 degrees, we're not going to enforce. So it's just it's in a way to make it simpler for an enforcement perspective.
But we still have a temperature parameter in there.
When the average temperature, it's based on the average temperature of being below 10 degrees, which is the end of April, or Thanksgiving to the end of April. Yeah, so that's how the dates were selected.
Gotcha. That makes more sense to me. Thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert, and thank you both for your presentation. When you did the audit of businesses, did you find that there were different areas of town where there were more doors open than other areas of town?
So we mostly concentrated on the downtown as a sample. So the audits were done by both Ms. Van Gaal and myself. So we just concentrated on downtown because it was easy, it was consistent. It took away from us going in one neighborhood one day on a certain temperature, and it just showed that consistent baseline. That said, we noticed informally outside of our audits that there were other businesses throughout town that had their doors open. So it didn't seem to make a difference if it was just downtown or if it was elsewhere.
Yeah, I wondered around like downtown being more pedestrian, kind of a center versus some place on Bow Valley Trail, like you have the parking lot and then anyways. I have more questions, but I will let my colleagues ask some as well.
Councillor McCallum?
Thank you. Thank you for your presentation, ladies. My question was around sort of response from business owners after you had given them sort of the education around their open doors and then went back and saw that their doors were still open. Did you follow up at all, or was that just sort of left as is?
Not when we were on an audit, because frequently the owners of the business weren't necessarily there
Right.
during the day. But I know Ms. Van Gaal did speak to a few employees that were working, and we had some building owners actually reach out and talk to their tenants and ask them or direct them to keep their doors closed. And we still saw some of those doors open.
Right. And so there wasn't a, this is the reason why I'm choosing to ignore this better advice. It's just, it is what it is. No. Yeah, that makes sense. It would be very confrontational, and I wouldn't expect that in that case. Thank you. That's all I had to ask.
Councillor Mara?
Thank you, Mayor Crowsert. Thank you for your work doing this. And I was on a similar mind thought of Councillor McCallum, what the response was from the business community. I just have a couple comments, I guess, or questions, because I'm still a little bit with this. Education, what did we do did we do any education individually to these businesses? Like when you went in, did you say, this is why we're doing it? Was there any of that at all?
Not directly. So most of our education was through our website, our channels, and different newsletters and e-newsletters. And then when reached out, we've had, as Ms. Miller mentioned, a few businesses reached out, and we provided a bit more education on why we were doing this and what the next steps were in the process. But there was no door-to-door kind of campaign, just because it was Ms. Miller and myself.
Yeah, no, I understand. And my second comment, it may require Mr. Burt to answer this, is when you, it's going to be complaint-based is what I understand. And I know of two businesses, definitely, that have had their doors open on occasion on that one because they're on a boiler system. So it's tough to adjust your temperature when temperatures drastically change in a quick time. Will there be some leeway on those businesses? There's ovens, different things. Because, I mean, you're going to be going to industrial area, you'll be going to downtown, you'll be going on Blue Valley Trail. How do you plan to proceed with those ones if they have a genuine, I need it open for 3 days or that kind of thing?
So I think
Sorry.
originally we had heard that was the case, and in some cases that it was going to be a health and safety issue. But when we dug into that a little bit more, that did not come from the business owners themselves.
Okay.
So I'm not aware if that will continue to be a concern. It was brought up as a potential concern, but then we heard nothing of it after the July 5th meeting.
Okay. Just was curious. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
Councillor Faubert?
What about businesses that have air curtains? Because I know I'm going to get that question.
So there was a business that actually reached out about whether or not this bylaw was going forward and if it made sense for them to put in an air curtain. At the time, we couldn't really make an official recommendation because we didn't have a direction. But our stance is that air curtains are still an energy use. You're still running a system to blow air down so that you can have that separation of indoor versus outdoor. And so the intention of this is to reduce energy waste. And so I would say that closing your door is a better option to an air curtain.
Yeah.
And that would be the recommendation.
Okay. What about sliding doors? Would that ultimately be the best solution? I mean, it also reduces things we touch that other people touch, but that's an aside. Yeah.
With sliding and accessible doors, as long as they're closing after they're letting someone in,
Yeah.
it's an option, but it's not feasible for all businesses downtown. It does require a bit of infrastructure. But I get what you're saying with the touching piece and like the holding the door open. They still, it'd be fairly similar to an accessible door and an automatic door.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I just, and then, what about businesses that have two sets of doors? So there's one door on the outside, and then you get in, and there's like a little vestibule, and then there's another door.
Yeah, we would still say close your doors, because as soon as there's one open door, there are several open doors. And then it's having to go and explain to everybody why they're an exception to the rule or to the bylaw. We've certainly talked about signage and what that looks like and what effective signage looks like, because part of the reason that we were hearing when we were doing some stakeholder engagement was that people wouldn't know that you're open. That seems to be the biggest reason that the door was kept open, is to show that the business is open. So if we have consistently closed doors, and then there's no guesswork as to, oh, well, they have their door closed, so they must be closed. They all have their doors closed. So we can go and check if they're open.
And people also have open signs.
Exactly. Yep.
Awesome, thank you.
Councillor Graham?
Thank you. Just one last one for me. How many GHGs are we leaving on the table going from 15 degrees Celsius to 10 degrees Celsius?
I don't have that calculation in front of me. The impact, as the temperature warms, the impact is less. So the colder it is, the greater the impact and greater GHG or emission creation or emission loss. But I don't have that exact number from 10 to 15 degrees.
Thank you.
Please don't touch your buttons again. Yeah, yes. Okay, I don't see any other questions, so I thank you for your time today. I thank you for your work on this over several months, and now we will see what council thinks of it. So I will move that council give first reading to Community Standards Bylaw Amendment 2023-25, Open Doors. And I will start by making a small amendment. I forwarded to the clerk. This is simply a consistent, an amendment to be consistent within the language of the bylaw. Within the amendment, it's noted that Section 6.1, open doors, would be added. It should be Part 6.1 to be consistent with the writing of the bylaw. So I am moving that under Section 6 of Bylaw 2023-25, that Section 6.1, open doors, be replaced with Part 6.1, open doors. Would anybody like to speak to that proposed amendment? Seeing none. Oh, Councillor Hillstad?
Well, I just agree with that, but also in the red line, it does say Part 6.1, so I don't know if they were just a disconnect at some point, because technically the red line's already correct. So.
Yeah, exactly. Of course, the bylaw itself is the important one to be correct. So, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. So now we're back to first reading as amended. I will support this bylaw. I was appreciative of the Clean Air Society bringing this forward. It seems to be a relatively easy thing to reduce GHG emissions and be more energy efficient. Quite frankly, I don't see a real good reason why doors should be open when it's cooler outside. And I like very much that it aligns with the Banff bylaw for consistency, ease of understanding, and ease of enforcement. So I will certainly be supporting this bylaw. Would anybody else like to speak to it? Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert. I am grateful for the climate change group in town for bringing forward this initiative. I think also the work being done in Banff and the work of our own administration has really helped me better understand what this would look like, because I struggled kind of with the idea of policing doors in the community. And I think I don't think that's what's happened in Banff. And I think that there's a couple things, reasons why. Because when this is the rule for everyone, it creates a standard, and then no one business is thinking, I need my door open so people know I'm open. And it's also an energy savings, right? So there will be money saved as well as greenhouse gases saved. I also think that this is more than just what our businesses do. I think this also speaks to what commercial property owners have structurally within their buildings. I think that it very much is in line with what we've done on solid waste and organic diversion for our commercial businesses as well. And so I think that, and that's why I asked about sliding doors. I think that those are important conversations for our community members to be having, business owners, tenants, and landowners, because there are other solutions that, and I know in Banff, there's lots of places with sliding doors, so that's out there. And I also think the community standards bylaw is the best place for this, because what we're saying is that this is a community standard, right? And that and I think this is very much in line with some of those little things that we can do that add up after declaring a climate emergency as a community. So I'm grateful for having gone through this process, and I think I've come a bit of a ways. So thank you for all the hard work. I will support these motions. Thank you.
Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you, Mayor Cressert. I will also support this. I do appreciate that Amin did try the education route. I was really hoping that was going to be as far as we had to go with this, but clearly not the case. So I'm a little sad that we have to go this far, but it is what it is, so I can support.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
I'll echo Councillor Hillstead's remarks. I really didn't want to see a bylaw here for this one. Unfortunately, when I was talking to some businesses and asking them, why they proceeded down this route, it was very much about, well, if the guy next door to me is doing it, then I have to do it too. And if you wanted a level playing field, you needed to put a bylaw in place. And I thought that too was a little bit of an unfortunate. I hope for better in the education realm. I'm glad we did the education. I will happily support this bylaw. Thank you very much.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. I'll be supporting this bylaw. I agree. I believe that this sort of standardizes our expectations across the community, so that if one person has their door open, but he has his door open, I should have my door open. And again, we know that we have the opportunity to make incremental change incrementally, bit by bit. And this is an example of that. So I'll be happy to support this.
Thank you. Looking to see if there's anyone else who would like to speak. Seeing none, I will call the question on this first reading as amended. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that Council gives second reading to Community Standards Bylaw Amendment 2023-25, Open Doors. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will now seek leave from Council to go to third reading of Community Standards Bylaw Amendment 2023-25, Open Doors. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that Council give third reading to Community Standards Bylaw Amendment 2023-25, Open Doors. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We're actually going to proceed now with G3, and then we'll take our meeting break after that. Ms. Miller, welcome back to Council.
Oh, thank you. It's been a while. I hope I'm okay with this presentation because I lost my sidekick. Doing this one alone. Yeah, it's a whole room full. It's great.
Apparently she didn't even want to listen to it. So.
Yeah, she like really left
Yeah, there you
too,
go.
right? Yeah.
You're on your own.
Okay, so today we're talking about the Bow Valley Regional Emergency Management Bylaw. So just as a reminder, the Town of Banff and Town of Canmore were approved for an Alberta Community Partnership Grant to create a Bow Valley Regional Emergency Management Plan. At the May Committee of the Whole meeting, I presented a draft of the Bow Valley Regional Emergency Management Bylaw after co-hosting a joint council workshop with the Town of Banff. During the presentation, we discussed the benefits of enacting a regional emergency management bylaw, explained the governance structure, and explained the next steps. Feedback from the Town of Canmore Council was to ask that wording be included to ensure the bylaws passed by participating municipalities were identical. And now, because of the structure and templates of the bylaws are different in each municipality, the wording was not included as the content of the bylaws in Banff and Canmore is nearly identical given the different templates, but the option to repeal the bylaws exists should any participating municipality no longer participate in the spirit or intent of the bylaw. On June 23rd, the Town of Banff Council approved their Bow Valley Regional Emergency Management Bylaw, and today administration will be recommending that the Town of Canmore do the same so we can get to work on finalizing the Regional Emergency Management Plan to present to the regional advisory committees and continue creating greater capacity and resilience across the Bow Valley. So just as a reminder, by establishing the Bow Valley Regional Emergency Management Bylaw, Council delegates authority to the Regional Directors of Emergency Management and creates a Regional Emergency Advisory Committee and Regional Emergency Management Agency. The Regional Directors of Emergency Management are responsible to the Regional Advisory Committee and for co-chairing the Regional Emergency Management Agency. The Directors of Emergency Management are still accountable to their individual municipal advisory committees as well. The Regional Emergency Advisory Committee will be made up of the members of each participating municipality's municipal emergency advisory committees and the chief administrative officers from each municipality. To ensure Canmore and Banff are represented equally on the Regional Advisory Committee, administration is recommending that the Emergency Advisory Committee increase from 2 members of council, the mayor and 1 council members, to 3 members, the mayor and 2 council members. So the attached bylaw is the proposed draft for review, and has been reviewed at the Town of Banff and Town of Canmore council meetings. Administration will be bringing forward an amendment to the Emergency Management Bylaw to change the number of members of the Emergency Advisory Committee. In the meantime, we're recommending that Council appoint a 3rd member to the Municipal Emergency Advisory Committee pending approval of the amending bylaw, and until the October 23rd annual organizational meeting. And that's just in case the Regional Advisory Committee meets before then. So we're still developing the plan, and we're still planning for a fall Regional Emergency Advisory kickoff meeting, but I am aware it's high hazard season and there might be a need to activate a Regional Advisory Committee a little bit sooner. An emergency management amending bylaw will be brought forward, and again, as a reminder, the Town of Banff and Town of Canmore were named on the ACP grant and are leading the development of the Bow Valley Regional Emergency Management Plan. I have again recently talked to the Directors of Emergency Management in the Kananaskis Improvement District and the MDF Bighorn to let them know how we've progressed so far. But we will first develop the plan to provide the governance structure and framework between the 2 municipalities of Canmore and Banff before exploring the involvement of other stakeholders.
Great. Thank you very much. Any questions for Ms. Miller? Seeing none, thank you. So just a couple of procedural things. First of all, asking a question to the municipal clerk, the agenda itself does not list the last motion, which is to appoint a counselor. Is that just a clerical thing that can be corrected? Okay.
Correct.
Excellent. And for council, I want you to start thinking about if you would like to be putting your name forward. Councillor Ma and myself are already on the committee, so for the others, if there is more than one person that would like to be on this committee, then we will have a quick vote on that using secret ballot. That's what I'm looking for. Looking for the word. Okay, so I will move the council give first reading to the Bow Valley Regional Emergency Management Plan 2023-26. Speaking as one of the members of the Emergency Management Committee, I am very impressed at how Ms. Miller, as our Director of Emergency Management, continually updates and looking for how our systems can be improved. You know, I can assure the general public that this is not just a plan that's on the shelf and we'll dust it off if ever needed. This is something that is continually being worked on, and this is yet another evolution of that work, taking to the next level of how we work together as a region. So I'm very appreciative of this coming forward, and even in our short time as council, this council so far, we have seen multiple amendments or additional plans come forward, and a new emergency app, and this is just yet one other to increase our preparedness in the time that we may need it. So I appreciate the work being done and will support this. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krauser. I'll also be supporting this bylaw. I think that this is really important work because this is how we prepare for an uncertain future. And we know there's risk, and we know we don't know what will happen, but if we don't prepare, we won't have what we need at the time when we're going to need it. And I think that we have already experienced extreme climate impacts here in Canmore, and I'm really grateful for all the work being done on how we address climate change and adaptation and mitigation. I think these are all connected. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor McCallum.
I really appreciate the work that has been done between administration at the town of Banff and the town of Canmore with regards to collaboration. And it's what our constituents expect. They are expecting us to collaborate, and we see that through our regional housing body, through our waste management, through our transportation. This is just another example of how we as our two communities are collaborating and trying to find important solutions to big problems in terms of our climate and our emergency status. And just because of where we are, we're quite, nestled here in the mountains, an hour away from the city. So I'd be happy to support this, and I'm really grateful for both municipalities for the work that they've done on this. Thank you.
And just a reminder that I will turn off buttons. Looking to see if there's anyone else that would like to speak to this first reading. Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council give second reading to Bow Valley Regional Emergency Management Bylaw 2023-26. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now seek leave from council to go to third reading of Bow Valley Regional Emergency Management Bylaw 2023-26. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. And I'll move that council give third reading to Bow Valley Regional Emergency Management Bylaw 2023-26. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We will now, and because it's not on this one, we'll now turn our attention to appointing a councillor as the third member. As noted, in August, we will do an update in the emergency management bylaw to increase this, but this is just as a stopgap in case needed. So I would look to council. Are there anyone that's interested? Councillor Faubert?
I'm interested.
You're interested. Councillor Hillstad?
Ditto.
Okay. Would anybody else like to put their name forward? Okay, so seeing none, we have Councillor Faubert and Councillor Hillstad interested, and so it's going to fall to the other three of us, basically, to decide. Well, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 of us. 4 of us. For some reason, I was not counting myself. Even though I said us, I was looking at the other councillors. So there will be 4 of us voting. I'm assuming Hillstad and Faubert would vote for themselves. And so, and so if everyone has a piece of paper, if not, I have some here. Okay. Okay. We're going to do stickies. Okay. I guess we've got stickies, and so they all look the same. Okay. If you could pass me one, and I'll pass one down to Councillor McCall. If you could pass that one to Councillor McCall. Whose is this? Okay. All right. So with much more rapid response than we saw in the provincial election, our non-electric tally is about to be revealed.
Sorry. Councillor Hillstad.
Councillor Hillstad, thank you, and thank you to both of you for your interest. So now I will then move that Council appoint Councillor Hillstad as the 3rd member of Canmore's Municipal Emergency Advisory Committee until the October 2023 annual organizational meeting. Would anybody like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, we will now take a break until 10:30. 10:30. We're now moving to item H1, retail gap analysis and light industrial and commercial land review. Ms. McClett, welcome to council.
Excellent. Thank you, Mayor Krauser, members of council. Here today to review the retail gap analysis and light industrial and commercial land review. As a reminder, this was a recommendation. So the light industrial and commercial land review was a recommendation out of the economic development strategy, and the retail gap analysis as part of the COVID recovery task force report to council in 2020 and 2021, I believe. And because they have significant overlaps, brought to you as one report. This report aligns with council's strategic goals around livability and relationship, providing employment opportunities that provide residents with a dignified and reasonable standard of living are widely available, and intergovernmental business and not-for-profit relationships result in mutual beneficial outcomes. I won't go over this following slide. There's a number of council recommendations that predate this coming to council as a reminder, and just wanted to talk a little bit about the focus of a retail gap analysis and light industrial land review. It's to support data-driven decision-making. It's tools to sustain and enhance the economy and its health. It's looking to identify where our weaknesses and our strengths are. What do we have in retail? What do we have in industrial and commercial lands? What do we need in that space, and where are the gaps? And what are the opportunities for us to look at those areas? So again, supply and demand components. And then the consultant has brought forward a number of recommendations to address some of the things that they learned through the study. To do the study, we consulted with FBM, Fowler, Buell, and Mitchell Limited, and they collaborated with Deloitte. Kieran Hunt is planning studio lead and known as a national expert in retail gap analysis and light industrial and commercial land review. And on the Deloitte side, the main primary consultant was Sean Goodeve. He's manager economic and policy advisory, and he's a recovering planner and economic developer, and the main leads on this project. Although Sean is unable to be here today, Kieran is joining us via Zoom out of the eastern provinces. Although it's pretty wet here, I'm sure he's happy to be inside. And then after that, I'll be back to give council a bit of an overview of why the recommendation is being made by administration that we made out of the 185 full report page of data. We just gave council a synopsis of that full report as well. So I'm going to transition to Zoom and let Kieran speak, and then I'll be back to just talk a little bit about administration's recommendation coming out of that.
Okay, so just hold on one moment, please. Okay, are we ready? Okay, let's try again. Oh. It looks like MCO is muted.
We have the power. Yes.
Just for those gathered, we are due to have our system updated. It's been approved in the budget, and it's in the works.
Can you just say something again for me, please? I know, but that's a good sign.
You know, you came this close to getting a dad joke, so just, you can thank the IT department for that and the municipal clerk's department.
Karen, can you say something? Yeah, testing, 1, 2, 3. You're good to present. Excellent. So you can all hear me, I presume? All right, got thumbs up. Gotta love technology. Thank you to the tech people. I appreciate the introduction, Eleanor, and again, as to everyone in the room, Your Worship and councillors, it's a pleasure to be here. This process for us started in earnest in late 2021, early 2022, when we hit the ground on our initial field work. And again, by way of introduction, my name is Kieran Hunt, Planning Studio Lead here at FBM. No stranger to Alberta, although I am coming to you from Nova Scotia, where I live. Probably over the last 15 years, probably upwards of 60% of my work has been in Alberta and continues to still be in the market. So I find I'm a prairie boy through my work. It gives me great pleasure to walk you through a summary of our document. And as Eleanor mentioned, the version that we provided for council was an abbreviated version of a longer report. And hopefully you had a chance to read both or at least one of those documents. And here to share the results at a high level for you and have discussion about some of those recommendations that have come out of that report. I will share my screen for you to walk you through this presentation here. Hopefully I have permission. Please, if I can get another thumbs up that you can see my screen. Okay, great. I will full screen. So with that, again, it gives me great pleasure to share this. It's one of the longer project title names, I must admit. So, but as I work through this presentation today, in the time we have and ahead of the questions, I'll talk a little bit about sort of the overview of the project itself, what came out of the study as those critical themes, and what helped to drive the study as well, our objectives and findings that we identify. Want to come at this with the findings early in the process. That way, as we walk through a few of the latter parts, it might help to give you some context of why those findings and directions were presented, rather than coming to you at the end with them. And we'll talk about again at the end those final thoughts. To talk a little bit about, from a commercial and a industrial perspective, how future demand over the next decade could be allocated and positioned for the benefit of Canmore. Our study, as I said, we broke this into a number of phases, and the first phase obviously is what we sort of like a sponge, if you will, where we visit the market, we undertake field work, we meet with stakeholders in the community, talk to various groups, gather a lot of data. We then continue that engagement and we input an online survey. We undertook some mobile phone tracking to find out where visitors and are coming from and through the community, especially those that are actually stopping in Canmore. We dove deeper to inventory analysis and also started to look at trends and best practices, which are an important part of both the commercial and light industrial components of the study. We then dove into looking at the trade area analysis and the demand components for retail, light industrial, and presented back to economic development early on to get some feedback if we needed to adjust directions or just keep pushing forward. We then started to identify those action plans in phase 4, some of the considerations that we would look at that might have some policy implications, and also what types of businesses fill those gaps to help fill niches or needs in the community as it continues to grow. And then we've had the final report and significant feedback from many departments within that draft report. And here we are today with the council presentation. So again, I appreciate that opportunity to be here today. A study like this, typically, and I've authored many of these across Canada, upwards of 100, and they're often positioned for investment and private sector uses. But Canmore, and with that economic development in play, but Canmore is far from a typical community and very unique in that respect. So we brought into this study a lot more consideration of holistic thinking, where we looked at either your goals and aspirations as a community for environmental and social sustainability, housing and workforce, which we know is a significant topic within the community, tourism and the quality of life. All of these pieces in a study like this almost usurp the local economy and work in a combined fashion. And it's very important that we looked at those themes in this study accordingly. Our action plan objectives, when we worked through this, one, they essentially covered 4 topic areas: the collaboration with the business community and shared priorities. We had about 5 actions within that. Again, these are short and medium-term actions that could evolve or unfold over the next year to 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years. Second one was to continue implementing measures to increase the livability and address housing challenges. And I know we'll probably have some discussion about that. We had 6 actions presented in that overarching objective: encouraging vibrant commercial nodes with a variety of resident-oriented goods and services. And we'll talk a little bit about the fact that Canmore is, highly successful as a tourist destination, but its success really is on the heels of the residents, the full-time resident market. But we had 6 actions therein as well. And the last one of the objectives was to retain and encourage efficient use of industrial lands. Again, a topic that I'm sure we'll talk a little bit about. And we had 4 actions there. I would say that a study like this, I'm a firm believer that markets and economies change, and they are very volatile, particularly in retail, is ever evolving, and industrial as well. So the actions aren't so much about having an immense quantity of actions, but a quality of actions, so that tracking and implementation can occur as you grow and you deal with some of the issues that you face as a community. So bring you to the findings and directions, and then talk a little bit about where some of these come from and why we got to these. That demand for any type of growth in a community like Canmore, it must be cognizant of employment realities. We factor in a triangulation of demand that realizes the challenges that employment bring to meeting demand. It's one thing to say there might be a significant component of demand, but if you can't find the employment, or people can't live in the community to be employed, then that demand is not met. So there's a certain continuity between employment and demand. Right now, the community has limited vacancies, particularly in both the retail and the industrial markets. And particularly in retail, you have a community of retailers that generally perform with very high productivities. This does, however, when you have low vacancies and you're sort of not pushing less than 2%, as we'll notice, you're resulting in escalating lease rates. So again, that relationship between productivities, lease rates, and vacancies is really important consideration. The store size limitations that you've had over the past while in your community are a major factor to your resilience and success. And having worked across countless communities across Canada, again, I can say that it's one of the communities that has really shown that resilience. And because you have been able to cautiously protect the local retail culture. You have support from a broad audience, and you have managed to keep a certain balance in play. Now, there is opportunity and need to grow and to bring in some new segments. But again, I think we're not looking at large changes to that structure, because it is a unique, successful component and arguably a benchmark for other communities, especially those that have that tourist component that you have in Canmore. And again, people don't come to Canmore because there's a Canadian Tire there. They come there for other reasons about the local retailers that you have in your community. That being said, as you as a community have grown, your price and home prices and inflation and many other factors have started to escalate, there is an opportunity and a need to bring in price points and also bring in retailers that are consistent with the social and environmental ethos that Canmore has long tried to espouse and really looks towards and is a benchmark for. So there is an opportunity there. Those small, high-value businesses are also important in your community. It's not about necessarily going after big land users or large employers. There's high-value small businesses that might require less land, and that could be both in the industrial limited industrial land you have, as well as in the commercial. But again, there's no harm with Canmore being the originator of companies that just happen to outgrow the community and may need to move elsewhere. But once a company is successful, they'll always originate from Canmore. And I've seen that in other communities across North America. You do have limited industrial lands, and this I know will be a topic of discussion, but that limited industrial land should be protected for that economic value that they have, and not necessarily have housing as integrated within the industrial. And we'll talk a little bit about that, I'm sure. And the Three Sisters Market, Three Sisters Mountain Village, I should say, the marketplace is certainly well-timed to accommodate the fair share of future 10-year retail growth, in a very important element for the future growth of the community, both not only the retail, but also in accommodating residential and employment housing moving forward. With respect to Canmore's trade area, we viewed Canmore's trade area as a combination of not one single segment, but obviously the full-time residents that have continued to grow at incredible rates over the past 20 years and beyond. There's also a strong seasonal resident base, and that has increased as well in response to the pandemic, but also the ability to work from home for more. Obviously, the visitors are a huge portion of your local economy, but also the value proposition that you offer as a community. And then there's miscellaneous inflow segments, people driving through town. It could be people that are stopping at charging up their electric vehicles and taking an opportunity to go to Boston Pizza or other establishments, or it could be sports tourism, other things that we look at as sort of a miscellaneous catch-all segment. With that being the case, what you can see here is that 71% of your spending potential for your retail market still comes from your full-time residents. They are the bread and butter. They are the year-round value proposition. They are the ones that support the local businesses day in, day out over the course of the year. The part-time seasonal residents, again, they contribute, our estimates are around $25 million per year on retail spending in the community. Visitors spend $256, so they're about just under a quarter of your spending in the community. And then there's that other miscellaneous pass-through segment that could be around $55 million. So what you can see here is the true value that the full-time resident base has for your community. Your notoriety might come from your visitors, but your success is driven in large part by your full-time residents. And I think that's important to recognize as we move forward. When we undertook our analysis, we broke the community down into a number of different nodes, each one having its own distinct character or feel. And when we looked overall at the total retail, and this is the street level retail inventory, plus or minus 850,000 square feet, with a vacancy of about 2.2%. A healthy retail market would typically be in that 3 to 5%. When you have a vacancy in that range of, say, 4%, if we use that as a figure, it means that there's not too many pressure. There's opportunities for people to take space. There's opportunities for landlords to make money. So it's sort of a balanced market. When your vacancy drops low, it puts upward pressures on your rent structure. So we feel that there's an opportunity to add a little bit more space to the environment, to the retail market. And that's where the Three Sisters Marketplace should be an important consideration. Office, approximately 200,000 square feet of pure traditional office space, and again, operating at a very low vacancy. And light industrial, plus or minus 300,000 square feet, and really no vacancy. You don't have a lot of land, and what you have for industrial space is largely occupied. And we determined that over the next 10 years, there's plus or minus around 220 to 225,000 square feet of retail space in demand, office space at about 51,500, and industrial at just under 100,000 square feet. And what we've tried to do is allocate through this illustrative diagram is where that future mix could be allocated based on availability of land or infill opportunities. And we do see the industrial in Elk Run being the larger proponent for the industrial demand. And then similarly, Three Sisters Mountain Village taking majority of what would be the retail demand, with some strategic and smart infill in areas like Spring Creek or Bow Valley Trail south. As I work towards the conclusion here, we'll just leave you with these final thoughts as we open it up to the discussion that I know will follow. And it's there is a limit to Canmore's growth as a community in a broad perspective. It is difficult to be everything to everyone. Everybody wants to have that magic quota of taxable revenue or taxable property tax to commercial, residential. But it is hard to be everything to everyone, especially in a community like Canmore. You also have the challenges of growth, restricted geography, which is part of Canmore's allure as well. You do have a conflict of users and uses, however, and that's whether there's industrial users versus housing and commercial use. So there is a bit of a conflict there. So we want to try through this process to find that balance and compatibility of uses and users. And I think that's where the discussion is needed. The full-time residents, as I've mentioned, are really the lifeblood, even though you are and have evolved over the past 30 years to become an incredible resort and alpine community. But the only commonality that you have is with other resort communities is the price escalations that you've had, the affordability for keeping and retaining employees, which again affects the business productivity for many businesses. You are blessed by that nature and geography, as I said, but it's that same nature and geography that challenges your growth and funnels it in really only one direction. And no surprise to anybody here and into your previous discussions about housing is the housing mix and affordability. It will define your evolution moving forward. I think it is critical, and we're certainly empathetic to that, even in our findings. And when we looked at industrial, we do advocate for, in many respects, in many communities, we do advocate for housing and industrial, light industrial lands, particularly those communities where the excess land exists. And you can start to see a future, or there is a transition evident. But Canmore doesn't, and it doesn't have that luxury of excess industrial land, and it risks forsaking the diversification of economic development, whereby housing might dictate the discretionary industry or business uses instead of the other way around. So we are empathetic to the need for housing. We do feel that employee housing as an option is more appropriately suited as part of mixed use in commercial. lands, and any new commercial building would be better and more compatible to have housing above it. But, I think when it comes to the preservation of what you have for your industrial, there is nothing wrong with Canmore being the origin of authenticity, as I call it, for its businesses. They can be small, and if they do grow and outgrow their current lands that you have available and move outside the city or outside the town, it doesn't detract from the fact that they will always be from Canmore and have that as their roots. But it also opens a door for another up-and-comer to take that space and move through. But housing above the light industrial could hinder or limit what types of businesses can grow and prosper within your community. So again, I just wanted to address that, because I know we will have that topic of discussion, and we have seen some of the feedback and are certainly encouraged by the feedback from groups like BODA and others who equally to us see the value of housing, but also in a bigger picture for this type of a study that we engaged in, we're looking at sort of as I said it right at the beginning, that holistic picture that tries to balance the compatibility among the various uses and users. So with that, and on behalf of my colleague Sean, who unfortunately due to illness is unable to be here, I appreciate the opportunity to share these findings with you and welcome the discussion. Thank you.
Thanks, Kieran.
So are we looking to ask questions now of that presentation, or do we want to wait until you're done and then ask both? I know it's going to involve
It's a bit of a back and forth.
Back and forth on the
I will leave
technology.
it to council what your preference is. As to why we've pulled out this recommendation, I will speak directly to that component, but if they're specific around the retail gap and light industrial land review,
Well,
then
why don't we have questions around the report then?
Okay.
Just while they're fresh.
Absolutely.
And then I do recognize that we have to sort of pause after the question is asked so we can flip over and then give a chance after the answer is given to flip back. So, and I appreciate those involved in that work. I had a question, Mr. Hunt. With regards to potential industrial uses for Canmore, future industrial uses, was there any economic analysis done as to the viability of what those potential industrial uses might be? I guess another way of putting that is,
Yeah, through your worship,
I'll let it go.
we didn't examine specifically industrial uses, the compatibility of singular industrial uses. What we looked at was the bigger picture of implications of industrial and what types of decisions that might mean for council, whether that means you make a decision not to continue on that with industrial lands as such, and work with your neighboring communities and counties for them to take sort of that realm of uses if there were. But we didn't look specifically at any singular types of uses or an economic impact of uses. It's difficult because we don't know who exactly is expressing interest in industrial. It's a little bit different than a retail analysis in that respect.
Okay, thank you. And so just to be clear then, we don't know for what industrial uses there's actually an economic rationale that could work given Canmore's high land cost base.
And that's why our thinking, our thought process on the industrial is that users would not be large users; they would be small users that wouldn't employ large bases that would grow and hopefully grow and transition to something larger. But that would probably take place where they grow and expand outside the community. But we were looking at smaller users that might be more emblematic, more consistent with Canmore's uniqueness as entrepreneurial base. But yeah, there is a cost factor that comes in that we didn't look at specifically.
Great, thank you.
Mayor Cressett, if you would allow me, some of that work was done as part of the economic development strategy that was developed in 2020, looking at what our biggest growth potentials are in community. Identified sectors in there are food and beverage manufacturing, medical, chemical production manufacturing. Rocky Mountain Soap Co., for example, fits under that component. Health sciences and services, professional scientific and technical services, arts, culture, and entertainment, and sports tourism as key industries. Some of that would focus on industrial use.
And so there was an economic analysis that those industries could have an economic rationale that would locate them here as opposed to someplace else with a lower land cost?
Correct. At that time, it was looked through location quotation to say where's the growth happening, why is the growth happening, and where are cluster opportunities within those sectors. And those were the 6 key sectors identified that Canmore had the best opportunity to grow in at the time.
And a lot of that is a continuation of the things that are already here, those
and
types of uses.
Were started at the time when the study took place.
Great, thank you. Looking to council to see if there are any other questions about the report. Councillor Hillstad.
Thank you. Thank you for the report. When it comes to the recommendation to not allow housing in the industrial areas, you said that there's other places that would not be a recommendation. Can you just dig into that a little bit more for why, in Canmore specifically, you do recommend that we avoid housing in industrial areas and focus on what we have for the industrial side of it?
Through your worship, if I hear the question correctly, it's sort of what was the rationale for the consideration of no housing in industrial. There are studies that we do and others that we looked at where we certainly do advocate for housing in light industrial lands. We do so only when we know that there's a larger area where light industrial can flourish and grow. And what we find in Canmore is that you are certainly limited in your amount of light industrial lands. And as a decision by council as part of your future growth, wanting to determine if you want to proceed with light industrial or if you want to integrate that housing component, which does run the risk of limiting types of uses, which would be very there isn't anywhere else they can go. So if it's a non-compatible use, then the housing would take precedent if you had that. So we want to make sure that we're not necessarily excluding some types of light industrial use in a very limited light industrial land base. So we do, as I said, we do advocate for light industrial. I've seen some great housing above light industrial in places like Bozeman, Montana. But that's in an area where they're able to zone for that, given that they have other areas of light industrial land surplus, and arguably your Canmore isn't blessed by that surplus land, and that's why we've taken this decision, realizing that the other areas that are compatible for housing, mainly above commercial uses, retail or office types of uses, would be far more compatible and not limiting to businesses below. And that was the rationale we employed in this discussion.
Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you for your presentation, sir. I just had a question with regards to the 2 light industrial nodes that we have in Canmore, the North Industrial, and then of course the Elk Run as articulated in your report. There are, just from a visual perspective, vast differes in terms of size and types of uses on those 2 different industrial nodes. One, as you know, has housing that's being built on it, and I think that there's actually plans or in the works that there would be more housing. How do you see those 2 different nodes either competing or collaborating with each other in terms of how we provide industrial land for light industrial services?
Oh, we lost him.
Kieran, you're muted right now. Thank you for that. Sorry. Zoom 101. You were asking about the
North
compatibility of the
industrial
two areas in the community that have light industrial, one up in the sort of by the recreational area and then other in Elk Run. Is that what you're asking?
So we're sort of seeing what you're recommending against. We're seeing it play out right now in the North Industrial, and we're seeing how basically residential uses are taking over, more or less. And then we're seeing those residential units come for sale at $500,000 for 600 square feet. So it's not actually having, or maybe it is, having the impact that we were hoping or expecting to play out. And now we're looking at perhaps moving this into the Elk Run node.
Yes, it's difficult because you can't mandate that it is for employee use. I think what we saw at iPlace was a transition to Airbnbs, and then you start to have them purchased and sell because there does become a value proposition to them. So I think that's the challenge with housing above light industrial is you can't necessarily you can specify that it would be for employee housing, but it does create challenges as to mandating that it be an employee housing. And then if the landlord puts a requirement that it is for employee housing, what happens if that employee leaves and they're back out of work and they no longer have a place again? So it's a challenging cycle to work with again. And I think the idea that there are for certain people that it would be an attractive option for them, as opposed to perhaps in a commercial area, again, mixed use in somewhere like Three Sisters where there's employee housing close to shops and services, close to the bus transit and more amenities, as opposed to industrial lands, which typically don't have that level of amenity offering within walking distance. And again, a lot of people that might be taking these suites may not have vehicles as well. So I think the transition that has occurred up at where iPlace is, the recreation centers near there, that node itself may be one that could, over time, evolve out of being light industrial. Elk Run is a little harder to transition, in our opinion, and is probably likely valued as light industrial for the foreseeable future.
Can I have a follow-up question, Your Worship? So I guess I want to dive a little bit deeper in terms of the North Industrial, and maybe this is a question better for administration, but are we seeing most of the permits coming forward from that node being at least 40% housing?
Ms. Miller, did you want to try that
Sorry,
one?
hi.
Hi.
There's so many.
Do we need to mute? Should I start talking?
Maybe this is actually a better question to ask for the administrative part, maybe not for the report part. What do you think? I guess.
If you'd like to bring your question back then, unless you...
Yeah, I'm not sure how much
Sure.
of this that the consultant has seen, and it's not necessarily in the report. I'm just sort of looking at the before and after, and I'm trying to figure out what the journey there looks like and what we're actually getting as opposed to what we want.
Okay.
Thank you.
So Ms. Miller is on notice that question is coming. Okay. Anything else for our consultant? Okay. 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 So I guess I just wanted to have clarification that when Councillor Hillstad asked a question around potential impact of employee housing, the response was that it may avoid non-compatible uses, industrial uses, landing in that area. But my understanding is that no particular use was looked at, and whether in fact any of those non-compatible uses could actually economically make it work here. Is that correct?
Sorry, is that question directed at me?
Yes, please.
Sorry, I lost a bit of audio there. So I think if you're talking about the compatibility of uses, you know, I would say uses that we've had as examples are, if it's a distillery, it's hard to say that a distillery wouldn't be compatible in Canmore, but if it wouldn't be permitted below residential, if housing was above. So there are uses that might present themselves that we don't know yet until they might be brought to the table. 5 years ago, we weren't looking at kombucha production facilities outgrowing small operations to warehouse buildings. But I guess there are uses that present certain safety hazards, as well as perhaps other health and safety considerations, noise or otherwise, that might not be compatible. I can't speak to specifically what they might be, but I do think there would be some. You're likely to find some that might be compatible with industrial, but not compatible with housing above.
Great, thank you. And I'm not seeing any other questions at present, so then I would turn it over to Ms. McClett to continue with your presentation. And I would like to, although there may be other questions, I would like to thank Mr. Hunt for being here today and for speaking to this very comprehensive report. Thank you.
And I know he won't be completely off the hook as we just switch to the other presentation. I will flag for council that, you know, historically in economic development, I'm never in the zone of contentious issues. It's generally pretty exciting in the work that I do, and it's not often that a report I bring forward arises something that is contentious in community. And I also recognize the desperate need for housing that our employers have, and I don't think that is being debated at all, the need. But there are some reasons why why administration is bringing forward the recommendation for clarity in our land use bylaw to discourage the provision of employee housing in industrial districts. Currently, it's there as a discretionary use, and then it's always left to a planner to decide whether or not it should happen or not happen, and it ends up in an SEAB hearing when disapproved. We brought together a number of departments, and a number of my coworkers are here in the room to maybe address specific department-related challenges that have been brought forward as a result of the recommendation that we're highlighting in this report. And the report has a lot of recommendations to look at densification of our industrial land. We don't have empty industrial land, we have maybe underutilized industrial lands, and the base camp development that they are proposing next to the I want to say SDAB, but it's not the SPCA, just for the abbreviations mix in my head, is a beautiful example of densification of industrial use, where you have a lot that was underutilized now has the opportunity for more industrial users to make use of that space. And so I commend them for some of the work that they're doing in bringing that densification in those areas. So the next few slides will provide a little bit of a context as why administration is bringing this recommendation forward. And so just speaking a bit about the Canmore context. Similar to many municipalities, Canmore's light industrial areas have lower land costs compared to the other locations, yet provide skilled labor opportunities. Often jobs within industrial areas are higher paying than, for example, retail jobs are. Business activity that conflicts with other uses. I don't know if you've ever been in a kombucha brewer. I had the privilege of being in a second-story kombucha brewery in Elk Run when it operated there, and that's not a smell I wish on anybody, nor can I drink it because of that smell. It's just stuck in my brain now. but it's also opportunity for business expansion for those. We have a very low vacancy rate. So as Kieran mentioned, below 1% vacancy in our industrial land. So reallocation of existing spaces may be limiting growth and diversification. We've already lost a number of businesses in Canmore that could not find space to grow into. Even in our retail space, we had a retailer here wait for 3 years before they found space to grow their retail into. So we know that challenge exists in for our business community to find appropriate space to grow to. I have a business on 10s that would like to move to Main Street, and it's a long game that they have to play in order to find those spaces and those opportunities. And employee housing above light industrial space is a discretionary use, so varying interpretations of the municipal development plan or land use bylaw, and when they go, it requires staff time to bring those to the SAB hearing. So we want some clarity on how we're moving forward in this conversation. There's some considerations that we looked at as well: the social impact, the development impacts, the financial impacts, municipal enforcement, and economic impact. And as I mentioned, I have my coworkers here in council chambers if there's specific technical questions that you have, because some of this is a bit outside my wheelhouse, but I'll do my best to communicate what we heard as a result of those conversations. So housing is not just a place where people sleep, it's a place where people live and where we grow. And when we talk about, jointly, everybody in this room wants a vibrant, resilient community. And we want a space where people can not just earn a living, but grow and develop and become part of community. It's a basic human right, and there's a standard that we want to apply. Not every housing is up to standard. When people are sleeping in a tent, that is not up to standard in the middle of winter. When people are living in their van, that is not up to standard. So we want to make sure that our housing grows in a way that allows people a solid and secure place to live. Employer-landlord relationships do create precariously housed circumstances, and CSD has presented on this multiple times, where employee housing often is under the Landlord and Tenant, not under the Landlord and Tenant Act, not protected under that legislation, but under the Innkeepers Act, which means if you lose your job, you lose your house. And where do you go then? And if sometimes it happens and you look for employment and you give your employer notice and your employee says, well, by the way, you can stop working now. Again, you lose your house. You don't have that transition in place. And it doesn't mean all landlords treat their employees that way. That's just the way the act is delivered, and we're not saying that any of the employers in that area would do that to their employees. But it's also a cost to most employers to be in that space. And not all employers want to be landlord employers. There's also development impacts. So the land use bylaw needs to consider a combination of factors, including how people connect and thrive to community, as we've already addressed before. And the units need to accommodate both our current and our future community needs. So it's the long-term planning that we ask planning to look at in how they permit, zone, and create their bylaws. And zoning has had a history in North America of marginalizing large segments of our population. It is imperative that we take proactive measures to prevent that from continuing and actively repair the past harm. So the planning profession in North America has acknowledged the role zoning has played in marginalizing certain groups, particularly when it comes down to housing, and reevaluating how planning can advance more inclusive communities. And as somebody said, if we don't want to live there in an industrial park, what makes us think other people want to live in an industrial park? And I was thinking of that. I was sitting on my deck and I was looking out over the valley and enjoying a cup of tea and going, oh, it's so quiet here. Housing and industrial, it has no guarantee of quiet. There's also a financial impact to housing and industrial. Neighborhoods have more amenities. That means we invest more as a community in how the roads are built, how the sidewalks are built. if there are recreation facilities that people participate in and, playgrounds for kids to play on, access to trails, or affordable groceries in the area. If we start building housing and industrial, that means we have to upgrade our amenities, and there's a tax burden that is associated with increasing those amenities and those services. And as a result, the impact on our businesses with the increased taxes and our residents that they need to pay. On the municipal enforcement side, the community standards bylaw, and you just opened this up about an hour ago, promotes good neighborhood relationships, addresses community concerns through regulations of noise, untidy properties, removal of snow, ice, sidewalks, graffiti, wildlife attractants, etc. Noise and property concerns will be more challenging, if not impossible, to address within an industrial area, and that conflict of usage from sound, smell, noise. Municipal enforcement is also here to address those components. And then there's the economic development impact. When I started this job, my mandate for council at the time was diversion of the local economy. And diversification of the local economy is looking at the balance between what we have and where we need to go, and creating that sustainability for community. So if one industry is suffering, are there other opportunities that people can step into and find employment opportunities? Added to this is a challenge around our cost of living, which keeps going up. Cost of inflation. And so where do you create higher paying jobs? Where do you create opportunities for people to transition from a lower paying job into a higher paying job that allows them the opportunity to stay here? And those are things that we considered as part of this process. And there's a documented loss of businesses due to the lack of growth opportunities and affordability in commercial space. So as part of the pandemic, we started seriously tracking the reasons why businesses close in our community. And I didn't add the pandemic as a reason in this graph, because as you will no doubt understand, starting in 2020, that was the predominant reason. But here are some of the trends that we continue to see moving forward. So retirement as a reason, the cost of commercial space or the lack of commercial space, the lack of demand for the product or the affordability of their commercial space. And other people have moved to the lack of affordability of our community and the cost of living here. There is not a simple answer to housing in our community. And I stand here fully knowing that there is no quick and easy solution. But I think there are a number of things that council has done over the last little bit that will shift that conversation. And again, I'm going to highlight council's strategic objectives around livability and relationship as the key focus to some of the work that we're doing, both in economic development and in other areas of town. At last meetings, council approved some of the initiatives to increase housing supply. So we're working on finalizing the Palliser ASP. We have a provincial land transfer. And that one hit me a little bit when I thought the cost of that land, unserviced, at $8 million. And I own 166 acres of farmland in northern Alberta, and I pay $255,000. And we wonder why housing is not affordable in our community. So it's a great blessing that the province provided that land, and hopefully a lot of good work can be done there. Land use approving for the Lawrence Grassy housing development, allowing the school to add employee housing and perpetual affordable housing or Canmore community housing initiatives. And the Housing Acceleration Fund and Action Plan was approved by council. All mechanisms to move elements forward. And so that brings us to the opportunity for questions, but I will move to the slide of what our proposed recommendation is to council. And happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Ms. McClep, for this presentation. I have a few questions to get things going with respect to some of the statements made. On one of the slides, you spoke of the precarious nature of employee housing, tying it to employment. So are you, I'm feeling there's two messages here. I'm feeling the report says employee housing is good in some other place, but not good here, but this would seem to suggest that employee housing is just not good.
Fair. Yeah. I think there's a challenge with employee housing and that there's more and more studies that come forward in that space that addresses an imbalance of power when your housing is directly tied to your employer and your inability to move or to lose your housing. For example, the pandemic was probably the biggest wake-up call in that space when we had ski resorts that had 70% of their staff unemployed overnight as a result of not having a house, and then not having a house as a result of that. So it does create a precarious situation. It's a stopgap solution. It's not a long-term solution. So it's a great opportunity to bring staff into community. Ideally, there are spaces for them to move into that are more secure, and that's where we're trying to address the broader span of housing. So it is a temporary solution, maybe for a seasonal summer job, but if people want to stay in community, the goal is to have more permanent housing solutions available for them.
Yeah, and I don't disagree.
Yeah.
I think that we need housing at every part of this housing spectrum. You had mentioned that, well, you talked about difficulty enforcing community standards. Is it not possible that as part of a policy that could come back is that there could be an exemption to community standards?
I'm going to pass that on to Caitlin Miller.
Ms. Miller, were you able to catch the question as you're tapped to come forward? Okay.
So yes, we could bring back amendments to the community standards bylaw, and it would be that balance between the needs of the industrial businesses that are in those zones and the needs of the residents. So while it would be possible, there's like currently right now, the property maintenance piece is a big one, the noise is a big one, and even clearing of sidewalks, not that big because there are no sidewalks in some of those areas. Yeah. So it's would be hard to enforce anything like that.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I'm not seeing anybody else yet, so I'm going to ask another question. Please buzz in if you'd have a question, and then I'll interrupt my questions. I don't disagree with the statement that housing should be a right and should not be but the statement made was that it should not be an expression of socioeconomic realities or something to that effect. And I'm just wondering how it can be anything but a statement of socioeconomic realities. There's places I cannot live because I can't afford it. And there's places, other places, I'm not saying that they need to be dumps. Nope. I mean, I think there's this thought that, you know, well, it's going to be a dump, it's for employees or something like that. It could be very nice. But how do we get, I don't know how that statement is justified.
I don't see, Lisa Brown is here and she can probably speak more eloquently than I am. I'm going to give it a
Sure.
try. But I recognize that housing in certain areas is, you can live in an apartment building and be surrounded by the same types of noises, housing noises. Or you can be in an industrial area and be exposed to industrial areas, noises. And so when you come home, can you separate from work, right? When we leave work to go to home, there's that separation between work and home. There's the ability to relax, to kick your shoes. If you want a beer, there's nobody judging you about that component. When we start talking about housing and industrial, to me, it's a little bit of a different standard. We're saying, because we're in a housing crisis, and again, nobody's arguing the point that we're in a housing crisis. Administration has, done a lot of work. Council has done a lot of work to address housing, and we will continue to start on this journey, and it's not going to happen overnight. But we want to create a safe space where people can thrive and be and walk their dog and have a child if they so want to, if they so choose to. And that is not often a safe space within an industrial area. So that's where I think this is, and maybe Ms. Brown can speak more eloquently to that.
Okay. Ms. Brown.
Thank you, Ms. McLeod. So It's kind of funny because these slides, a few of us have worked on it and some of the wording has changed. So I think it comes across a little bit differently than it was meant to come across. But really what we were trying to say here is that when you're building community, you're building community. You're not building, you're not trying to build an area for employees and an area for affordable housing. You're trying to build a community as a whole. So it shouldn't be that we're going to make housing on top of light industrial area. That's not really about the community. It's kind of off to the side. It should be a little bit more purposeful. And what we've seen is that there are communities, municipalities that have done this, and it ends up being good for today, but not good for 20, 30 years from now. So really it's that idea of be purposeful where we put our housing, because we want to think about what our community is going to be in 20, 30 years. And we also want to think about how are we building that community so people feel that they're part of the community, that they can walk their dog and have kids and all of that stuff.
Great. Thank you for that. I appreciate the clarification. Just to what Ms. McClett had said, I actually hear the exact same things coming from employers that, let's say, hoteliers, and the thought of having people live on site of their business. They don't get the opportunity to do things that if they could get some employee housing elsewhere, including purpose-built employee housing, perhaps in industrial areas. So I mean, it does go both ways, and it all depends. It really comes down to, I think, what I'm hearing is more about personal preferences and what perspectives are associated with our individual view of housing.
I think it's important to note that why employee housing and industrial is attractive is because the land is cheaper. That doesn't mean it's the right place for housing, right? There is that, as we said, community building, and there are land opportunities outside of industrial to build employee housing, and we see that in the development going on Bow Valley Trail above retail. There's common amenity housing being built there, which is probably a better location.
Right. Looking to council to see if there are any questions. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you for your presentation, Ms. McClett, so far. I have a lot of questions. Some of them are more technical in nature, and others are farther more broad. I guess I'm going to ask the question I had that I was asking our consultant about, and that's about sort of what the future vision of the North Industrial lands are, because it's not really looking very industrial these days. And I'm just curious as to if there's a second phase that's expected. And I hear lots of rumors, but I don't really know what the actual facts are in terms of that. Yes, that's my question.
So I've turned on the microphone for Ms. Miller.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, so we're specifically speaking to the TID district, I think, the
Yes, ma'am.
Transitional Industrial District. So we have to keep in mind that it is one development.
Yes.
So it's not necessarily the poster child for any potential future developments, but to kind of speak to the specifics associated with that development, to your question, are we seeing an increased demand for housing in that area? The proposal was approved in 2019 for 44 employee housing units. And we are actually going to be looking at a potential, we have received an application to increase the amount of employee housing units on that site to 69. So the project was split into two phases, and so the first phase is well under construction, and the second phase is currently under review. So are we seeing an interest? Yes, but I would note that the TID district is very different than Elk Run and IND2 district. The TID district is in closer proximity to amenities that are more expected and conducive to a residential life. You have access to the rec center, schools, quick proximity to parks, as well as to shopping facilities, whereas the IND2 district was not, did not evolve that way and would not be able to offer that level of amenity at this point in time. You've got sidewalks, you've got playgrounds. So we're seeing an interest. In that area, the existing policy direction has not been significant for that area. So as administration receives applications, we work with the applicant to figure out what is the best mix of uses given the transitional nature of that area.
Right. And I had a second question in my head about that spot. So I'm guessing that the recommendation from administration, actually, no, let me rewind. So how many of those employee housing units that have already been built there do we know are being used for their intended purpose? Have we had any complaints on illegal Airbnb or short-term rentals in that particular area or anywhere else in town where there is employee housing? And maybe that's a municipal enforcement response, I'm not sure. Okay.
So I think the first question was, can you say that again?
Are they being used for their intended use? And how do we police that?
So that is part of the challenge with this conversation about specifically speaking to housing who is for employees. Because if we go by definition within the land use bylaw, all of us are technically living in employee housing because we are employees here in the town of Canmore, and we live in a dwelling unit, yes. Which is not, obviously probably wasn't the intention, but that's the way it reads. So it is challenging from a land use perspective, particularly from an enforcement perspective, because we're ultimately trying to regulate the user rather than the use. Who's inside, as long as they're living there, is really beyond the scope of what land use enforcement can actually address. Have we seen a significant amount of complaints? I would say we haven't seen a high volume of complaints, but we also, touching back to some of the points my colleagues made earlier, to the precarious nature of employee housing per se, is if there aren't very many options for individuals who are living in these houses to explore, it's not likely that they're going to be the first to speak up and complain about their situation. If there's nowhere else for them to go, they are more likely to kind of tough it out. We see that happening in the community today than to report, because to report means to potentially lose your housing, because an enforcement action would be undertaken. Depending on whether the building is code compliant, we may have to require that the building be brought up to code, and people can't live there while that's taking place. So I would not say that we're seeing a lot of complaints, but that's not to say that they're not out there. And there is an obvious deterrent for people to not report because it could put their housing in jeopardy.
And then my other question on the other side of that was in terms of inappropriate use of employee housing units. Are we seeing any complaints come forward or discovering any issues with regards to that?
Okay. We're looking at which Ms. Miller to respond.
The Ms. Millers are caucusing amongst each other. So I just need to clarify because we were the caucusing kind of thing. So the question is,
are we receiving notice of any inappropriate use of these employee housing units? These units in particular are in place where there's not really a lot of eyes on the street in the evenings. And so I'm just wondering if we're experiencing any issues with regards to short-term rentals, which is obviously not appropriate in those areas.
So I will say that we have had experience where units that were proposed and approved as employee housing units were eventually found to be operating as tourist homes, and enforcement action was required in order to bring those into compliance with the original approval. Those are the ones that we found. That's not to say that there aren't more out there that we have yet to find, and of course, those individuals who are living in them, again, would be putting themselves at risk by notifying the town that the use is not, the unit's not being used as originally proposed. So has it happened? Yes. Are we seeing it regularly? Again, the complaints, it's a tricky situation if someone's going to complain about that type of housing.
Great. I have more questions, but I will.
I'm going to just actually interrupt right now. It's come to my understanding that a quick 5-minute break is definitely needed, so I'm going to call a 5-minute break. be back? Okay, we are back. Thank you, everyone. And so, Councillor McCallum, you had another question. I don't see anybody else on the board yet.
Oh, well, crap, I'll ask. So, which one shall I ask? Which one should I ask? Safety codes.
I'm bringing
Mr.
my backup
Smatter,
in.
Come on down. It's my understanding that when you blend in light industrial with residential, that there are some uses that the safety codes bylaw, or safety codes legislation won't allow to coexist, or they can coexist, but with large upgrades. Could you speak to that a bit more, and perhaps with the discretionary uses that we have, maybe identify which ones would and would not be appropriate for housing over top?
Okay. I have a basic understanding of building codes. I'm not I'm a planner. I'm not a safety codes officer. However, I do like to speak with the safety codes officer when he's in the office. And this question we've spoken of a number of times. It's important for council to understand that the building code looks at things differently than what a land use bylaw would look at. It doesn't separate the municipality geographically into districts or zones in other provinces. Instead, what they look at are the intended uses of a space, and the building code has rules and regulations that go into the design of that space. So, for example, an assembly occupancy would be something where people are gathering for civic, travel, religious, educational, recreational, or like purposes, or for food and drink consumption. There's a mercantile occupancy, which talks about a building being used for the displaying and selling of retail goods and merchandise. Building on that, there is an industrial occupancy, which has 3 different categories based on high hazards, medium hazards, and low hazards. And my understanding of this is if something is within the F1 high hazard classification, then residences, never mind being permitted above a use, they can't be permitted on the property. That's my facile and basic understanding of it. Where this intersects with the land use bylaw is with some of these uses. So, for example, within this Division 1 high hazard, a bulk plant is a high hazard. A cereal mill is a high hazard, but also a distillery is considered to be a high hazard. So there are a number of ways that an architect could look at that space, but from a 10,000 feet view of that, if a distillery was existing on a property, the building code does not allow for residences to exist within that same building. And there's different parts of the building code, depending on the size of building, that has different rules and things like that. But as a basic understanding, that's supposed to be a no-go. So it happens that within the general industrial IND2, the light industrial IND1, and within the transitional industrial district, we have distilleries as a permitted use. Breweries and distilleries, I think, is the use. Then there are medium hazard uses where there could be a limited number of residences contemplated within the same building. And there's a little more intersection within the industrial land use districts of the land use bylaw. Laundries except for self-service. So we have industrial laundries as listed uses within IND1, IND2, and Southern Business. repair garages, IND1, IND2, Southern Business, and service stations within Southern Business. Now, that's not to say that they can't coexist on a property, but they can't coexist within a building together.
Right. So that would mean that if you were a developer developing these properties with the, say you were to put housing over top and, you develop properties, industrial and retail, commercial rather in general, sort of to be pablum for the masses, right? To be as flexible for future uses as possible. There are definitely purpose-built spaces, but I would guess, well, no, I know that generally when buildings are built for many tenants or many occupancies, that they would try to gather the best mix that would address all possible uses that exist in that district. So what this does then, if we're trying to anticipate all of the uses, that means that the building would have to be built to a much higher code than it may or may not be used for, simply to accommodate the residential, and make the whole development more expensive, diversifying our economy more expensive for future users. Would that be a fair statement?
Yeah, I would say so. I mean, how a developer's architect chooses to address this problem is something that would go into the developer's pro forma. Mm-hmm. And I would think that especially within industrial areas, they want to have as wide a range of uses available to them as possible.
The opposite of that, of course, would be that you would narrow down what would be appropriate, which then again would also affect the ability to be flexible for various different kinds of light industrial as time moves on.
Yeah, and I honestly see that as a balancing act, that we're looking at. Yes, we're having to deal with. We're dealing with development proposals today, usually through the change of use process. But we're also having to think about when we review land use bylaws, we're also looking into the future to see how these, how compatible these uses will be as they evolve over time.
Right.
Because the nature of just about any commercial and industrial use is changing, and it's not what was contemplated even 20 years ago.
I just noticed that printing establishment is listed as a discretionary use. Would you be able to put housing over a printing establishment based on the fumes that come out of that? Like, I just remember being in the print craft and the industrial when I've gone to pick up my campaign materials over the years, and I don't know if I would want to live above that, but I don't know if that's necessarily, maybe it's the type of printing, maybe that's not one of the concerns within the safety codes bylaw.
If someone's doing desktop publishing today,
right,
maybe because I note that printing plants are listed as a medium hazard use within the building code, but without asking a grizzled veteran like Mr. Stewart, perhaps that's more contemplated towards the large press room that the Calgary Herald used to run.
Fair. Yeah, I wondered about that. It just seemed a generic term.
Mm-hmm.
So we do have others.
Thank you.
on
No,
the-
that's fine. I'm happy to pass on to other people. I have more questions, but I'm happy to pass on.
Well, and I think out of that, I'm just happy. It seems to me that, as industrial areas do contemplate residential in various places, I'm glad that there's the regulations in place that, of course, direct how these things will be dealt with as they're planned. Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I just want to start off by thanking administration and Mr. Hunt for an articulate, well thought out, comprehensive report to us today. I had a lot of questions, and through your presentation today, a lot of it was answered. So thank you very much. I wanted to delve into the residential tax implications. My understanding is that the more residential we put out there, the the less commercial base we have and our commercial split essentially erodes. Am I correct in that understanding?
Yes, because residential is taxed as residential and commercial, industrial has a higher tax associated with that.
So we move away from kind of our holy grail of the tax split and our potential to do that.
Ms. Rogers, did you have anything you wanted to say?
Thank you. You are correct. Yes, we strive for a split of 65-35. 15% of our assessed tax base is commercial and provides 35% of our property taxes. And so reducing the amount of commercial that we have has a serious impact on that and would mean that residential ratepayers would pay more. Currently, the mill rate is about 3 times, just over 3 times for commercial. So it generates more revenue for kind of similar assessed value.
And then from the town's perspective, what sort of investments would be needed to make this a more palatable, more livable space for the people living in such a situation?
Ms. Miller?
So I think those who are watching, as well as members of council, can think about the things that they really love about their neighborhood and why they chose their neighborhood. So whether it's access to schools, whether it's sidewalks, whether it's regular snow clearing, the regular waste pickup, and what that waste pickup looks like. Those are all of the amenities that are provided in a residential area, and we would want to see provided in any area where residential units are allowed.
So significant is what you're
Yes.
Okay.
It's not like small upgrades like let's add a trash can or let's change the street lights. We would want to ensure that we are creating complete communities that would be no different than any of the other complete communities we already have within the town.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. I'll pass the torch.
Councillor Faubert?
Thank you, Mayor Crosser. Thank you so much for your presentation and all the work today. I had a follow-up question around a couple of the examples of precarious nature of employee housing that you used in your presentation. When you were referring to the ski hill operation during COVID that had to have staff all leave, were you referring to Sunshine Village?
I prefer not to name an employer by name, but yes.
Okay. I'm just asking because as the journalist who covered that, it was Alberta Health Services that ordered them to shut it down because of the gondola was the only way to transport staff up and down. So like, I'm not sure that, for me in my mind, I wasn't sure that was the best example of the precarious nature of employee housing, but the precarious nature of a pandemic.
I can speak to the precarious nature of employee housing when my daughter worked in Lake Louise and she lost her job and we had to drive 10 hours to go pick her up as a result of losing her housing within 24 hours. That is not a unique circumstance. That is when people lose their housing or stuff changes with the employer. So outside of that, as a larger scale example, is a well-known challenge with having housing tied to the Innkeepers Act versus the Landlord and Tenant Act. And so again, employee housing is a stopgap for maybe a season, but the goal is to transition people into more long-term housing where they can grow and build community and become connected.
Yeah. Certainly employee housing, because it's tied to employment, has a more precarious nature to it. It's my understanding that using the Innkeepers Act is mostly hotels that house their staff within their hotels. Are there other other types of employers with off-site employee housing that are relying on the Innkeepers Act in order to evict staff?
So that is my understanding.
Okay. I did also cover that, and I would argue that the Landlord Tenancy Act takes precedent over the Innkeepers Act. However, because of the precarious nature of employees, they can't fight it. And really, you're focused on finding somewhere else to go because you just got kicked out. You can't really hire a lawyer and end up in a court. So I think that, yeah. Anyways, I just wanted to kind of delve a little deeper on those and around that precarious nature of housing. Thank you.
Councillor Mara?
Thank you. I just have a couple questions. One probably goes back over here, unfortunately, for tax question. If I have a bay and I don't have an upper floor, I pay one commercial tax for the ground floor, correct? And then if I add a second level, whether it's an office or residential, I would pay 2 taxes, correct? Just clarifying.
Depends a bit on how the units are set up and
Okay.
who the different owners and
Okay.
and
But
so
if I
on
own
are.
one unit,
One unit is one.
is one tax roll,
Yeah.
correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And no, this is not you, sorry.
Okay.
The second question is, when it comes to, Ms. Miller mentioned about garbage and snow removal and et cetera, each building, or is it each building or each individual business that would require a bin for garbage? That's that way down there. Sorry. Sorry.
So currently in the industrial area, there's no residential bins. So we would need to invest in putting some residential bins and adding some service to that area. So right now, all the businesses are responsible for their own waste. And from my understanding, and Andreas can jump in here, but from my understanding, they either use a commercial bin or they have some shared resources over in that area.
Mr. Comal?
Yeah, the commercial areas are treated differently, that they can provide their own services with a commercial hauler. So we only have probably, I would say, less than a dozen businesses that use the same system as our residential sector. So most of them are using the front loader system, that similar that you see in the alleyway here.
Go ahead.
So there are some residences now, residential area in some of the area, industrial area. So they would have their own, have we provided our own, or are they using with a joint business?
As a mixed use like that, they would be using the one supplied by the business, not by the town of Canmore.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Graham?
I don't know who to direct this one to, but there was an article in the RMO, and one of the statements was, second floor is currently being used for storage. That's not my experience, and I wondered if you could, I know a lot of second floor stuff that's being well utilized and not just for storage.
So that's a harder question to answer in a sense that I haven't been to every single business
Sure,
in the industrial area. However, it is a mix. There are businesses that might use that as storage, often used as office. It is used as production facilities. I think of co-working kitchen, has a kitchen upstairs, downstairs. They use an elevator and they produce on both floors. We have industrial laundry facilities on second floor. So it's how a business uses it. It depends on the business, and I have yet to walk into a second storage, but I will also say that I haven't been in every single unit in the industrial park.
Ms. Miller? Or, there we go.
Thank you. I'd also just like to add some feedback that the planning department has been receiving as we've been reviewing some of these applications. And it's been noted publicly on the record, so it has been noted by other businesses that what we've been hearing is that second floor industrial space is not usable, not marketable, and which has led rise to the argument for allowing it to be used as residential. So taking that into consideration, it is something that, based on today's discussion, if we are directed to look at recommendation in the land use bylaw, do we need to look at reducing the height? I mean, if no one is using second floor industrial space, do we need to allow the buildings to be that tall? So it's a much larger conversation than, well, let's just use it for something else. Let's try to see how we can better cater to the needs of the industry that's supposed to be located in that area.
Yeah, thank you. That's a very fair comment.
And through the mayor, just in addition to that, one of the things that I heard of a lot when I came here is the lack of storage for businesses. So I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. People are trying to find appropriate storage for their pieces, so, yeah.
One more, if I may, on this round. Parking and parking requirements. How would having residential units above industrial impact parking at this point in time?
We're drawing. Yeah, like, so both Mr. Gravel and Mr. Schneider have recently dealt with applications in industrial with residential and the parking considerations. So it is something that we assess on a case-by-case basis based on the minimum parking requirements we have for the uses that are being proposed for the uses on that property. So we do work closely with engineering to understand what are some potential opportunities to encourage more active modes of transportation. The argument we often hear from proponents is that due to the differing operational nature, so for example, if an employee is away at work, the parking that would be available for the business, there wouldn't be a conflict. The argument we also hear is that individuals who would be moving into employee housing, or I should say just housing on an industrial area, many times don't have parking, have cars, so they don't need it. Now, whether that's actually the case is something we're still working through, so it's very situational, but it is something that comes up as a potential concern.
Thank you, Ms. Miller.
And the reality with some of the recent developments is that housing is tied to, the employee housing is tied to the business, so that means their car isn't moving, thus limiting the parking for the businesses. And we did have, I had a business in that area come to me and complain about the lack of parking that they noticed immediately. If that's perception or truth, it's relatively new in that area, but there is an increased conflict between parking and where people parking within the industrial area already outside of housing.
That's a very fair comment. Thank you very much.
Councillor Merrill?
Your Worship. Sorry, I'm taking all this information just like everyone is. Banff has housing in their industrial compound. And we do a lot of comparing ourselves to Banff as in community, land-based, industrial areas, and they seem to, I couldn't find it just right now in the report, are looking at expanding it. If I'm wrong, correct me. Do they have different levels of what they allow in their industrial area for, like, we can have, this is more toxic, I don't know what the industry would be, but is there different levels of what they allow compared to what we allow?
So Banff has really clearly defined themselves as a tourism community, and that's the predominantly focus of how they develop industry and look at industry. So anything that supports industry. And as a result, we've had businesses move to Canmore because they felt the environment wasn't welcoming to them. Maybe Mr. Hunt has some insight as to why that would be a use. Maybe that's not something he looked at. I'm kind of looking at the screen, Kieran, if you have comment on this one, but that's my understanding.
And if I can add to the question before he answers it, was there any comment if he talked about where they had any recommendations or don't do it because of this happened? If you could add that too, please.
I have no specific insights into Banff, so I unfortunately can't provide further depth to that answer than Eleanor or had, other than the fact, again, I can see their moratorium on commercial growth is limited. So whatever they have for land is what they've had. So they've been sort of focused on their own positioning strategy for industrial. But that's the only thing I can add. I don't have any more detail for you on that.
Thank you.
And Banff did announce that their land use is full, so there is no more commercial developments. That was a few years ago. And so if they're going up, or it's redevelopment of lots as is. So that, again, the limit that Canmore is also feeling, and within a federal park, I'm sure, is more complex. I did not speak directly to them about the decision as to why.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before going to Councillor McCallum, I am noting that we're getting with some questions, not that one, I'm not going for that one, but some questions are getting into the weeds. And I'm just recognizing that the questions that are before us are really, do we want to not have employee housing, or do we want to explore, because I'm going to be putting the alternate motion forward, do we want to explore, and then they would come back with what restrictions and how that would look like. So, because there's a lot of assumptions being made as to what is a residential community, and for length of stay or whatever. Certainly we heard from the Homeless Society of the Bow Valley earlier, we wouldn't be putting in the same sort of amenities around homeless housing as we would another type of housing as opposed to another type of housing. And there very well could be some differences based on the nature of the housing. That said, Councillor McCallum, the mic is yours.
Thank you. My question is actually about, I wanted to ask a pragmatic question, actually. So within our land use bylaw, I believe it is section 7? No, hold on. 4.7 is our, talks about staff accommodation. And, you know, we're having, actually to rewind, it's kind of funny that we're sort of taking this report and being asked to make a very specific policy decision or policy direction out of a report that we would generally be like, thank you for information, have a great day. But that is, I find, I'm guessing everybody's seeing that, the weirdness in this. Because I feel like the decision that we're being asked to make today is a very final decision. Because once we open up those gates, much like 2nd Street in TP Town, it's all going to be that. That is the market at play. It is going to all be, everything that is redeveloped will have residential above, at the expense, I think, of industrial, unless it's purpose-built. So within our land use bylaw, we have the ability to allow hoteliers to assign their units as staff accommodation, I believe on a 3-year trial basis. Not trial, I actually wrote down the page number, and I don't know what I did with it. But I'm wondering if we've had any applications for that. We've seen quite a few new developments that are being built, at least 3 that pop to mind, as well as properties being transferred, gentrified, et cetera. But I understand within our land use bylaw that we have the ability to basically let a property owner, or a hotelier in particular, transition their units for a short period of time to employee housing. And I'm curious if we've ever had any applications for that, or any inquiries from the tourism community with regards to that possibility.
Ms. Miller?
So just making sure I understand the question, have we received any inquiries or interest by the visitor accom community to potentially temporarily transition units that were built for visitor accom, but they'd like to temporarily use for employee housing?
As permitted within the land use bylaw.
As permitted with the land use bylaw. I cannot recall any such proposals recently, but maybe I'm looking at my staff. Mr. Schneider might have one. I'll let him speak, and then I'll piggyback after that.
Mr. Schneider.
Here you go, 4.5.7.
Just left my land use bylaw back there.
Sorry.
Okay, no problem. We did deal with a change of use. It wasn't as part of a hotel, but it was part of, I think it would have been within the Gateway District, so over closer to the Safeway. And it was a change of use from a vacant property. It wasn't a hotelier, but the guy runs vacation rentals.
Right.
And he applied for change of use for staff accommodations, and he eventually got it.
Gotcha.
So there are, his summer help is staying there for the summer.
So 4.5.7.5 says the conversion of visitor accommodation unit to temporary staff housing may be allowed. I know this only deals with one industry, but, you know, it is also probably the most it's probably the most employee-hungry industry. Temporary staff housing is not required to be separate from visitor accommodation units. Permits for temporary staff housing may be granted for up to 3 years in this district. Consecutive permits valid for up to 3 years each may be granted at the discretion of the development authority. And I recollect us having a bylaw or a clause with regards to perpetually affordable housing, but clearly this also permits just temporary staff housing within a hotel setting. And I just was curious if there's been any requests from, but clearly just the one that you've articulated.
Yeah, I would note for council's, just for council's edification, that within the Gateway District, within the Bow Valley Trail districts, you know, employee housing is contemplated as either within Town Center and the Gateway districts, it's a permitted use. Within the Bow Valley Trail commercial districts, it's discretionary.
And common amenity housing is also a discretionary use within every residential district in this town, I believe.
I think you're close, but I don't think it's quite right.
Okay, maybe not.
I don't think it's within our, I don't think common amenity housing is contemplated within R1.
Okay.
But
It doesn't have to be.
But there's many employee housing. It is.
It is.
Okay.
Yeah. So there's.
I stand,
Gotcha.
I stand corrected
The
from
beard
Mr.
speaks.
Gravel's advice. So.
Ms. Miller, did you have something you wished to
He's
add?
more than a good haircut.
Yeah.
So.
Anyways, thank you for that. I just was
Okay.
curious if we'd had any, you know, just we're hearing so much that there's this desperate need. We're seeing hotel rooms run between $500 and $1,000 per evening, and I'm just wondering if there's been any pragmatic choices with regards to housing folks within their own build, since it's permitted, which would allow some time for housing accelerator fund, et cetera, to get wheels, get teeth. Anyways, I just was curious.
Ms.
Thank
Miller
you.
would like to add something.
Oh.
Just wanted to clarify, and maybe we've already addressed it, but that they wouldn't necessarily have to be temporary in nature based on what Mr. Schneider noted. And again, feedback that we've received in working with applicants on recent visitor accommodation proposals, we do try to ask about how they're going to house the potential staff that they're going to be bringing into the community. And when we've asked about units on site, what we have heard is that it doesn't necessarily provide their employees with a level of dignity to be living on the same property as being able to live somewhere else and have that true separation of work and their personal life. And so that is why they have not been interested in providing significant amounts of housing on site. The last application we received, they included one.
I think I remember that one's on Bow Valley Trail across from McDonald's.
Correct.
It's a 98 door unit. Yeah.
Correct. So there hasn't been a lot of interest. We do try to raise the issue as part of the review process, but we haven't seen an interest, and it seems to be contrary to some business models to include that on site.
Great. Thank you very much.
Sorry,
Mr.
jump in
Gravel.
here. So that program or that regulation was introduced in 2014.
Right.
As of 2017, we had not seen any requests. So
That, right.
it just didn't seem like it. There was some challenges around the regulation, I guess, in the Bow Valley Trail Area Redevelopment Plan. There's a bit more language around that, and that hadn't been worked out at the time.
Right.
But we hadn't even seen any uptake with it, so it didn't seem like it was going anywhere.
Right. Thanks very much, Mr. Gravel. Yeah, I think I've got all my questions. Actually, no, I just wanted to confirm, I wanted to ask the question that I didn't quite understand the answer, or the question that you'd had, Councillor Mera, with regards to taxation. So if you have a mixed-use building with industrial and residential, each will be taxed according to their use. So if you are a residential use, you're being taxed residentially. If you're an industrial use, so if it's a live-work studio, How does that work? So it would be similar title, I believe, or no? I know
I
there's-
would have to check, I don't know off the top of my head.
Right.
But yes, the title dictates how the taxes go, and then
Okay,
the
all right. I
assessed
just wanted-
value.
Because I didn't
and-
understand
yeah.
the answer. Okay.
But if you need us to look into the LiveWorks studios, we can and provide an answer back.
No, I actually heard from
So,
LiveWorks aren't really the success that people think they are.
so is it not possible that if there's 2 stories all in the same title and the bottom is commercial and the top is used for housing, is it not possible that it's all taxed at commercial?
That is possible, yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So
So
in
it's on
fact,
one
One title.
Yeah, and so in
Yeah.
fact, we may not be losing tax revenue from allowing industrial.
If they're the same
Or
title,
employee
if
in
they're
industrial.
titled separately, likely the request would come that they be classified as residential, which would have an impact on our taxes.
Unless we had a policy saying otherwise.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that's all I got.
Great,
I just
thank you.
wanted to confirm that answer to that question. Thank you. Oh, actually, I have one more part.
This
And this is truly my last.
this is your last. This is your last
This is my
one
last
more.
one. And it is for Mr. Camo. So part of the benefit of parking your butt in this chair for as long as I have is having a long memory. And I recollect in 2010, 2011, that the town had to manage a situation in the Industrial One, I believe, with the adjacent use of our waste transfer site that we had for a long time had been planning to expand. And I guess this speaks to the whole, like, the idea that the residential will be subservient to the industrial, because that's not what experience has shown us. What experience has shown us, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, that we had to move the waste transfer station based on the complaints that we were receiving from the adjacent residential nodes, that to the tune of $6 million, I believe, and made us completely rethink our waste management strategy at a different expense, probably in addition to that. And I was just wondering if you could speak to that, whether it was indeed the residents that pushed back, and these aren't residents on top of the use, these are residents adjacent to the use. And I was just, if you could speak to that, please.
Yeah, I certainly can, Councillor McCallum. So yeah, going back to that stage, there was complaints for sure when the facility was being operated because it was 7 days a week, up till 5 o'clock, 7 till 5. And we were getting complaints about noise, backup beacons, trucks coming in, doors slamming, that kind of thing. So that was part of it. There was also issues with that we had a transfer station within 300 meters of a residential area, which also was part of the impetus for finding another location as well.
Right, yeah, I believe a councillor at the time, that was a large part of his platform. And I think in the end it was the right decision, but it certainly speaks to the fact that generally you see that it's just not compatible in those kinds of industries, and it can come at a great expense to the ratepayer to make those changes, the residential ratepayer. So anyways, thank you very much, Mr. Camo. That is my last question.
And once again, I'll turn off your mic. All right. We have before us a recommended motion. There's also an alternative motion. Before putting either one on the table, I did want to speak to process. Oh, Ms.
Sorry,
McClett?
if it's okay, if we could excuse Mr. Hunt, who's been online, if there's
Yes.
no further questions for him.
Yes.
Thank you so much for
Mr. Hunt,
waiting
thank you
around.
very much for being here.
Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. McClett. With regards to process, there's no great big switch that happens today regardless of the decision that's made. I'm hoping today that we will come out with some clarity that then will be acted upon by administration to come back with some proposed changes. Either way, there'll be some proposed changes to potentially the MDB, potentially the LUB, which would then go through the process of first reading, having public hearings, second reading, third reading, right? So this is really to kickstart administration moving down one path or the other, okay? And I'm seeing nods from administration that I've in fact captured that correctly. So I think that's important to frame the discussion. I'm going to be putting forward the alternative motion that Council direct administration to return with recommended amendments to the land use bylaw and municipal development plan and any other suggested policy amendments to clear up restrictions, conflicting statements, and interpretations to allow provision of employee housing in industrial districts, propose criteria under which such housing could be considered, and ensure that any residential units are occupied by employees. So that's the alternative motion, and I'm going to speak to that right now. In my mind, the recommended motion, if it was approved, or saying no to this alternative motion, is really about shutting the door to possibilities. Saying yes to this motion is allowing and inviting recommendations as to how it may work. I believe that any business bringing forward a solution for housing for their employees, or even for others' employees, should be embraced rather than turned away. We will need such initiatives in addition to all of the other actions that we're contemplating through our Housing Action Plan and as we're laid out in our Housing Accelerator Fund application. We will need initiatives such as this, as well as those to address the housing of our workforce. And having businesses come together is an essential part of that solution. You know, I might support the arguments of administration in a perfect world, but we're not in a perfect world. We are in a housing crisis, and the pressure around housing will continue far into the future due to our circumstances. This isn't a one-off, limited time thing. We know from other communities this is an ongoing thing. I really don't buy the arguments about second-tier communities and or ghettoization. These happen where people do not have a choice. But people have choices, whether that being looking for alternative housing that better fits their situation or leaving Canmore. Lack of choice tends to happen in larger centers that result in a ghettoization where there is no other alternative. And let's be realistic. We are already having people being crammed into housing and living in less than ideal situations. And I suggest in less livable situations than one might experience in our industrial zones. All of our light industrial lands are within the vicinity of a residential or visitor accommodation. They don't look like industrial zones as you would see in other centers. They're more commercial in nature, and they're in close proximity to trails, transits, and restaurants. The second floors in light industrial, based on what I've heard, tend to be used for storage and or offices. And I believe that employee housing is potentially a better and higher use. Let's face it, there needs to be economic rationale for anyone to locate in light industrial in Canmore. And we are not going to have operations locate there just because we want it. They need to be able to rationalize the cost. And those costs, whether or not there's employee housing, are not insubstantial. And so we are not the prime target for many industrial works, other than things that we're seeing already that are commercial, more commercial in nature, I would suggest. I see employee housing in Canmore as a landing pad or perhaps a launching pad to other housing. It allows somebody to get into Canmore and they are walking in eyes wide open. They know that they can get this job and they can live there. They can stay there as long as it suits them. But I suspect that many will then look elsewhere to move to, take that 6 or 9 months or whatever it takes to look for other housing. And we already have the rules in place within business codes and otherwise that contemplate housing in these areas. And so they will be built to the appropriate standards and in accordance with regulation. I would add that the business community has come together on this issue. BODA, TCK, Chamber of Commerce, Downtown Business Association. And they are all supporting this. And these are also the group that their members would be the commercial or the industrial land owners. And they would also know if this is, cutting off their nose to spite their face. But they're supporting this. They need this. So I think that supporting this alternative motion is in fact being bold, is in fact supporting our business community and their needs, and is us saying we're not going to leave any rock unturned. We are going to take a look and explore what can happen here. I trust that administration, given their recommendation, will come back with recommendations that attempt to meet the concerns. And I think that we have a good situation then if we explore this, recognizing that our administration has some concerns and some eyes wide open, and that they will come back with recommendations accordingly. So I would encourage you to support this alternative motion, keep this possibility open, allow the process to unfold, that sees this as a potential part, it's not going to solve everything, but a potential part of the solution that we need to investigate, and we need to move every lever possible in order to move the needle on this issue in our community. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert, for your comments and putting forward the alternative motion, which I will be voting in favor of. I think that, when I listen to this debate, what I hear is that everyone has a vision and an intention for our community to be the best that it can be, and to be better, and to do well by our future needs, as well as by our current needs and our current citizens and business owners. And it's tough, and it's hard because, like it was noted in the report and by the consultant, our limited land base clearly is a factor that affects what we're able to do and how we plan for the future. I think that I would like to see the results of what this motion directs administration to do. I think that at that point in time, given those solutions, that also creates an opportunity for us as a community and council to perhaps choose the path being recommended today by administration. But first, I would like to fully explore the solutions to the valid and multiple issues being raised by the report and the recommendation by administration. I think there is compromise available to us. I think that we can find solutions. I don't think that we need to, this is a future where everywhere industrial is appropriate for employee housing. There are criteria and limitations and regulations and work I think that we can also do politically. The fact that we have zero mechanism whatsoever to ensure that units can be occupied by employees perhaps is something that politically we can address with the Minister of Municipal Affairs to find solutions from that level of government. Banff has a solution because the federal government has enabled them to have those solutions because of their limited land base. We have a limited land base. I think our level of government, who's also responsible for us, the province, should be helping us with solutions. So that's also work I think that we can be doing as council. And I think that I've been thinking a lot. Thought back to like 1997 when I was working at Dairy Queen here in Canmore, and I was a shift supervisor, and half my staff lived in the woods. And 30 years later, I ride my bike past Save-On, and we have employees in our community living in their vehicles. And I think that it's more important for me right now to find solutions to the housing crisis we're experiencing first. That is my priority. And I think that we can actually, maybe I'm an optimist, but I actually do think that doing this work will find the solutions and we can successfully mitigate around some of the issues and provide housing for our businesses who are telling us this is what they need. And I think that that's really an important message from our business community for us as council. And the welfare of our community right now is really important as well. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councillor Mera?
Thank you, Mayor Crowsert, for your eloquent reasoning behind bringing this motion forward. I agree with you wholeheartedly. I do want to add a couple things to your comments. One, I liked the landing pad. I think this can be when somebody comes in and they have a place to stay and they decide if they're going to stay. This is where then they can decide where they're going to move out in the community. They also are there to help maybe a business to start up or succeed. There's both the benefit there. Change. It was one of the reports today said change, and things can change over years. So maybe we say it's housing now, but as in Calgary, they're changing offices to housing, and maybe that'll be the direction we go, or the opposite direction, where it's housing goes back to office space because we've been able to supply some other housing. And I would like to say that I know we have a very entrepreneurial, can't speak, my tongue is tied there, spirit in the community, and we will constantly look for ways to accommodate everybody. And in I believe it was 2017, as Ms. Mikulek said, we had a study done about when she first came on and made us aware of all our economic goings on. That the study showed that we have a very diverse already economic base. Now we have to build on that, and let's hope that we can do it as a community together. I'm going to add one little note. Back in the day, and I keep always referring to back in the day, on Main Street, there was businesses that had housing on top, which they do now, and it was community. They also built a community by the business people and the people living above work together, and people that were in the community come in, and it became like its own little hub. So I'm hoping that will happen. So that's my spiel.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you, Mayor Crowsert. And at this moment, I won't be able to support the motion. I do think that this is an extremely challenging topic with how it is, because we're basically our council strategic plan is at opposition with itself because of this. We want to increase affordability in housing. We also want to diversify our economy. And I see this as actually immediately cutting that diversification down, because we already know that there's certain high hazardous light industrial uses that would not be allowed. Breweries, we have a lot of them in Canmore. We could potentially see a lot more in Canmore. That's a high hazard issue that you would not be allowed to have this. If there's other uses that could potentially come up that, maybe adjacent uses wouldn't be allowed. So if you have residential one thing, that now pushes it down the road, and now there's not a space for it. So as much as I think that, yes, we need housing, we're doing a lot to provide housing. We can look at other areas like commercial where it's more appropriate. Considering the experts do recommend industrial in certain or housing in industrial areas in certain situations, and they're not recommending it here, I defer to the experts, because this is what they do. They look at these things, and if they're recommending that Canmore should not put housing in industrial areas, I think we need to listen to them. we don't have a lot of industrial areas. I think, like, as much as this, I think, you know, potentially there could be solutions found in this, but the moment there's residential in the industrial, we cut our uses down. We lose that diversification that we want, and unfortunately, like I said, it's putting us in this tough position because our strategic plan is at odds with itself in this particular area. Yes, housing has always been a challenge. It will continue to be a challenge. We are working to do many good things. Our housing action plan is hopefully going to do a lot of work in that position. To me, I don't want to do this just because we're in a tight spot right now and ruin potential future diversification of our economy that will keep Canmore strong and growing. It's a terrible situation. That's all I can say to it. It's, no matter which way we go, something is getting cut. So unfortunately, I can't support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. So I'm not going to be able to support this alternative motion either. I have asked a lot of questions and they were confirmed in the way I thought that they would be. 11.6% is the industrial floor space that the report of all of our sort of lands is 11.6% of the industrial is industrial within the commercial floor plate. And we have a vacancy rate of 1%, and we have a forecast demand of 89,000 square feet in the next 10 years. And so where's that coming from? Where are we going to find more industrial land in those two zones? We're not. You know, I would say that the number one thing I've consistently heard in the 12 years in this seat is that we need more income appropriate housing. And then the second thing is that we need to diversify our economy. Those are the two top things that I believe I have heard consistently over the last 12 years. And we have, you know, a lot of higher density residential in Canmore, but we also have a lot of lower density residential in Canmore. And it's interesting to me that we still don't want to have those difficult conversations about the appropriateness of densifying and diversifying our existing residential land base, but we're willing to put people in the industrial park. And you know, I think in our minds we think, oh, it's just going to be a young guy or single person and they'll just be there for 6 months, but we have no control over this. So I had an interesting meeting with a developer a week ago who was, you know, asking me about this particular topic. And I asked him whether he would be keen to raise his child in an industrial park on a second floor. And he immediately said no. And I think that that's sort of telltale. Like, I've always said that there are no bad neighborhoods in Canmore. But I think that we would actually be creating a substandard neighborhood by allowing residential and industrial. And I'm not saying that that might never happen, but I think that there are other opportunities available to us. I think that the reason why this opportunity is attractive to some is because, as Ms. McLett pointed out, the land is quite inexpensive compared to residential. And so, you're right, Your Worship, residential will always be highest and best use, every single time, because a developer can get in, build it, make the profit, get out. And the profit is normally near guaranteed. I also think that the other concern there is the fact that we're seeing an ability to crack open a new way of developing residential. Actually, I will rewind. The second most highest and best use would be tourist home. That'll get you big bucks. So I think what we're seeing is a crack within our land use bylaw that, and business will do what business does, are looking to open that crack, much like Second Ave in Teepee Town, where we have the ability to do what's right, diversify our economy. You know, those lands in there, in particularly industrial 1 and 2, I believe that the triangle is done. We will not get the yield that we would like out of there outside of housing and some retail on the main floor. But, you know, those particular lands, I believe, are the backbone of what diversification in the future can look like. And instead of us closing the door permanently on that, I would rather explore other opportunities within our residential and existing commercial land base where we can do what we've seen other development leaders do, in particular Spring Creek Manor, or what Mr. Hildebrandt's building in Teepee Town. Those are all excellent examples of staff accommodation, short-term residential, long-term residential, but places where we should be proud that people are living. I would not be proud for my kid to be dodging a dump truck on the way to school every morning. Would you? So, unfortunately, as much as I appreciate the creativity, and I do understand that we have asked all sectors of our community to come together and to come up with solutions in which we can provide housing for all Canmore residents, I don't really think that this is the appropriate place in which to default to first. And that's what we're doing. We're defaulting to this first. We just passed our economic development strategy 3 years ago, 2 years ago, 2020? All right, 4 years ago, sorry, 3 years ago. Which year are we in? Oh my word. And again, the number 2 pillar, it was diversification of our economy. We know that it's within these lands that diversification is going to potentially occur. And for us to completely close the door on that possibility seems untenable to me, unless we want to basically state that we will be a minimum wage town for the foreseeable. And I don't see us as being that. You know, when the pandemic hit, Banff experienced an 85% unemployment rate overnight. I believe Canmore was around 50, which shows you how much we rely on tourism. We're not as reliant as Banff. And I see that Banff is putting residential within their industrial, but they have the luxury of using our industrial and the MD of Bighorn's industrial to be able to displace their economic activity to bringing that economic benefit into their own community. So again, local businesses are in competition with neighboring communities on our own lands. And that too seems not fair. So for us to reduce the ability for our own people to be able to work at diversification in terms of using industrial lands just doesn't seem like something I can support. Again, it's the initial default, and I believe it should be the last choice, not the first choice. Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. I want to start by thanking my colleagues for a great conversation today. I think it shows this council is willing to have hard conversations, that we are willing to look at all the perspectives and dig into them as dirty as they might be. Having said that, I will be siding with Councillor Silstad and McCallum this afternoon. To me, this is a last resort. We have many initiatives in the pipeline that I believe will have significant impacts on our housing situation. This decision will have long-term consequences to our economic diversity, and limiting the ability for businesses to be creative, to be entrepreneurial in a zone that is very limited wouldn't be wise, in my opinion. Your Worship, you mentioned that people have choices as to where they want to be. And in a 0% or 1% vacancy environment, I question how many choices are actually available to them. I am very concerned about marginalization of certain communities that will end up in places that I wouldn't want my children to live in. We have no control over who will live there or who won't live there. I think the question that Councillor McCallum asked that certain individual was a poignant one. And if I can't see my family living there, I'm not going to put another family there. We have many other opportunities. If this was to come back to us in a couple years after the HAF program, the Housing Accelerator Fund program had a good opportunity to make some change after Palliser, after other initiatives that we're looking at, I'd be more willing to look at this one. At this point in time, I'm not willing to at this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so, I would like to address some of the things raised. I don't think any type of housing is appropriate for everyone. We know that through CCH. People get offered an opportunity for a house, they pass it up because it wasn't going to fit their family, their particular situation. For some people, this will fit their situation, and it will fit with their needs. I think that there's some catastrophizing going on here. I think the dodging a dump truck is not necessarily what we can expect. We dodge vehicles all the time, and no matter what neighborhood you're in. I don't think it's about first or last choice. I think it's about a choice. And people do have a choice, and that's the problem, is that we are on the brink of simply having our workforce be transported in, and we're going to lose that segment of our community unless we give them a choice for them to consider. That said, I think that we're looking at a stalemate, and that causes me a lot of problems procedurally. Because I think that means we're going to be left with the status quo. We'll defeat this one, defeat the next one, because ties are a defeated motion. And so we are really missing our odd number. And I'm not calling Councillor Ma odd, but it would be nice to have an odd number. So, and then once a motion is defeated, it can't be brought back for 6 months. So I would like to, in the interest of having this being dealt with sooner than later, I would like to bring a motion to postpone this matter to the September 5th council meeting, because Councillor Ma will be missing the next council meeting. So the September 5th council meeting, so as to have the opportunity for an odd number of councillors here, and that we can avoid undue delay on this decision. Now, if in speaking to that motion, anybody wishes to change their vote, it would be a good thing to know as well. So anyway, I put that motion on the table that we are to postpone it to September 5th in hopes that we'll have all of us present and that we can avoid undue delay in providing the clarity to the administration that I think we all recognize is needed. The current situation is untenable because for the very reasons that it's come to us now attached to a report, because it needs to be dealt with. It needs to be dealt with. We are seeing administration a decision, then appeals, and then those appeals being allowed, and it puts everybody in a sense of uncertainty as to what will happen. So I would ask that you support this motion to postpone so that we can deal with this sooner than later. Anybody like to speak to the motion? Councillor Faubert.
Oh, yeah, I will support the motion to postpone.
I'm sorry,
I
you
think-
will or will not?
I will.
Okay.
I will, sorry. I got coffee mouth going on. I think that what we're seeing is this, a good debate, and we need a full council in order to be able to make a proper decision. And I think that that also gives us time to continue to really, as I like to say, marinate in the issue. And I think that there are a lot of really good arguments on both sides. And yeah, it's going to be, I think the mayor's on the right track in terms of procedure and the best way to handle this. Thank you.
Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham?
I have more of a question, I think. So we are going to vote on your motion?
On the postponement motion.
Okay.
That's what's on the table right now.
Which means your current motion is not on the table.
Well, it's there in the background.
There in the background. Okay.
Yes.
Sorry, I just got to procedurally wrap my brain around this one. And you're assuming that the recommended motion is also going to be locked in a tie.
That's what I'm feeling it will be.
Which puts us in 6 months of not talking about this.
And then it will have to be brought back by some form of notice of motion unless administration would like to bring it back on their own at that time.
Okay, I'll listen to my other colleagues here for a second.
Okay.
And
Would anybody else, we'll see if any other colleagues want to give you some information. Anybody else wish to speak to it? Councillor Mara?
I'll speak to this. I'm inclined to support the postponement. Like Councillor Faubert said, it gives us time to marinate. And we will have full council when it would come back. I believe it's September 5th, you said. So it gives us time to think about it, and then we will have some more discussion, and then we can move forward from there. That's real.
Councillor McCallum or Hillstad, do either one of you want, Councillor Hillstad?
I will support the postponing motion. Procedurally, do we need to actually, do you need to physically say, I withdraw the previous motion? Or?
No, I think we come back with the motion on the table.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
well, I
it's a
just
good
wasn't-
question. I just want to confirm that it would suspend in time. We wouldn't come back for another presentation. We would be here with the motion on the table. Now, the question is, would Councillor Ma be able to vote? Yep. Yes. Okay.
You're only precluded from voting when you
If you miss a public hearing. Yep, that's right. Okay, so basically, obviously, he'll be brought up to speed. I'm sure lots of people will want to talk to Councillor Ma.
There's a video.
Yeah. So in answer to your question, I don't think I withdraw. It just is suspended.
I just wanted clarity on that, but yeah, I'm happy to postpone so we can get that odd number.
Okay. Councillor Graham, did you have another? No?
No, so Councillor Ma will be,
Well, yeah, go ahead.
won't get a full presentation. He could watch this discussion. He does have
totally-
access to the report,
He totally will watch, hopefully, this discussion.
and he will be able to ask questions at the future. Okay.
Okay. Councillor McCallum?
Yeah, I'm in support of this. There's certain decisions I think that, obviously, from a pragmatic perspective, we need in this situation 7 people, but I also think, I think in March, you guys deferred something so that Councillor Mayor and I could come back and speak to it. So, yeah, definitely.
All right. Councillor Graham, you're waiting to hear. Was there anything else you wanted to say?
Thank you, Your Worship. I will support your motion as well.
I'll call the question then. All those in favor of postponing this to September 5th? Carried unanimously. Okay, we're going to take an hour break for lunch, and we will be back at 2:05. All right, we're back from lunch. Our next item of business is H2, Development Permit 1800 8th Avenue, Accessory Building, a portable classroom at Canmore Collegiate High School. Mr. Gravel, welcome to council.
Thank you. You just did most of my presentation there for me.
Just reading the title.
Okay, well, good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council. This development permit application proposes an accessory building, a portable classroom at Canmore Collegiate High School. The portable is to be located on the northwest side of the school. You can see that up there on the slide. The purpose of the portable is to provide extra space for additional specialized courses. The school is governed by its own land use district, the Canmore Collegiate School DC District. The district lists an accessory building as a permitted use and town council as the primary development authority, which is why this application is before you today. The proposed development complies with the requirements of the town's land use bylaw and the engineering, design, and construction guidelines. A notice of application was posted on the site for 10 days. We received no feedback from the public. Administration recommends approval of PL 2023-0082. The portable is a permitted use and it complies with the LUB and the EDCG. Happy to take any questions you may have.
Looking to council, see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'll then move that council approve PL 2023-0082, subject to the conditions of approval set out in the Schedule A. I will be supporting this motion. This is an easy thing to support in order for the high school to better provide its programming. Anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. Now move to H3, 2023 Capital Budget Amendment, Light Fleet Replacement. Mr. Canmore, welcome to council.
Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Mayor and members of council. I'm hoping I can be even shorter in this presentation. So we have an existing capital project that's replacing light fleet to replace a general administration vehicle as well as a pickup truck. And since the project was approved, we've had two changes. One, the costs for trucks have gone up by a value of about $5,000, and we've also received MCCAC grant in the neighborhood of $14,000. So we'd like to change the budget of the project as well as the funding source to recognize the $14,000 in MCCAC funding. And what that allows us to do is also withdraw less from the asset replacement reserve as well. So it's I think, a good news story, and it's in front of council for consideration. And if you want, I can read out the recommendation.
Oh, that's fine, I will do it.
Okay. So that's all I have to say on that one, short and sweet. Yeah. Please let me know if you have any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Nope, I think we're fine. So as promised, I will now read it. I'll move that council approve and increase the capital project 7309, Light Fleet Replacements 2023, from $120,000 to $125,000, and amend the funding to $70,000 Municipal Sustainability Initiative, MSI, $41,000 Asset Rehabilitation / Replacement Reserve, and $14,000 from the newly approved Municipal Climate Change Action Center grant. Would anybody like to speak to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Cohn. Now we will move to H4, 2023 Capital Budget Amendment, Climate Emergency Action Plan. Ms. Van Gaal, welcome back.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here this afternoon to talk to you about the 2023 capital budget amendment for the funding and scope increase to the Climate Emergency Action Plan. So I'll just give you a brief overview of the project, the funding opportunity, discuss the two scope adjustment requests, go over the proposed motion, as well as a couple of the alternatives, the next steps, and then open it to questions. So the Climate Emergency Action Plan development is a capital project that was originally approved in 2023 as part of the 2023 budget with a budget of $150,000 funded from the Sustainability Reserve. This work will serve as an update to the town's environmental guiding documents, so our Environmental Sustainability Action Plan, our Climate Change Adaptation Background and Resiliency Report, and our Climate Action Plan. The goal of this project is to provide the town with a single guiding document that will address the climate emergency declaration with a focus on actions that have co-benefits across climate change mitigation, climate change adaptation, social equity, and the circular economy. This project went out to RFP in early 2023, and we received several proposals, with the winning proposal addressing most of what we wanted to see within the budget. They were able to provide and highlight two value adds within the proposal for further consideration and to augment the work that was in their proposal. With grant funding from MCCAC becoming available, administration began to explore some potential options to further incorporate those value adds. In February 2023, administration applied for the MCCAC Climate Resilience Capacity Building Program to help offset the costs related to climate adaptation for this work. This is the same funding source that we used to fund the development of the emergency response plans for extreme heat and wildfire smoke. When we first applied in February, we were notified that the grant allocation was full and the town would be added to the wait list. In May of 2023, administration was notified by MCCAC that the town had been pulled from the wait list, and we had available to us $80,000 to cover climate change adaptation related costs to the Climate Emergency Action Plan. So firstly, before going into the contents of this slide, as a result of this additional funding from MCCAC, administration can offset a portion of the original budget, the $150,000, that is related to climate adaptation, and this is $41,000 of the original budget. Because there is still a remaining $39,000 in available funding, administration, with the support from Sustainable Solutions Group, the consultant for this project, can expand the scope of the project to cover the value adds from their proposal, which are a more in-depth evaluation of the climate risks and hazards and a more detailed carbon budget. The first value add that we were looking at is to add to the scope of the project at a cost of $45,000, a valuation of climate risks. So as you can see on this slide, the initial scope, which is the before, it was a high-level, relatively qualitative assessment of our climate risks based on a base year, looking at our current climate risks and hazards and what they expect the impact to be.
So just to be clear, the before was the original scope, and the after is that scope plus these items?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So the additional scope, the after, will include a number of scenarios. So there's the base year scenario, which is a static view of our impacts today. So that's the before. There's a 50-year scenario looking at what Canmore and the climate may look like in 50 years and the expected impacts and risks to Canmore. And then the third scenario is applying actions to that second scenario. So for example, if we made fire smarting mandatory, what is the cost of that action, and then what is the cost of not doing that? So the cost of inaction. And it's assigning a value to that. So it looks at both the financial cost and the human costs. So this additional evaluation of climate risks has a budget of $45,000, which I mentioned, which would bring the total adaptation project costs to $86,000, $80,000 of which would be covered by the MCCAC grant fund. So as the MCCAC funding could offset the climate adaptation related costs, it provides administration with the opportunity to use the offset sustainability reserve funds to move forward with a detailed development of a carbon budget framework. This was originally specified in the RFP, and it was incorporated as a value add in the successful proposal. So a carbon budget Similar to the last slide, the before is the initial scope included what we would call a carbon budget target. And this would showcase what we need our emissions to be each year in order to achieve our targets. But this would be a snapshot in time. The expanded carbon budget scope, which is the after, sets us up with a framework to operationalize a carbon budget and integrate it into our planning and decision-making process. It is arguably the most effective tool to ensure that we stay on track with our emissions. The ask to implement a carbon budget and to what extent will be brought forward for Council's consideration in a future budget request, and the total budget for the development of the framework is $16,000. Because the carbon budget and the concept of carbon budget is relatively new, I want to showcase there's two slides here of examples of carbon budget. This one is from the City of Spruce Grove, and this is that carbon budget target. And this is what we would get with the original scope. It is a graph that shows that our emission budget is for 3 different budget cycles, showing that we need to decrease our emissions over time to achieve net zero by 2050. The white bars represent the amount of emissions we need to save each year under a business as usual scenario. Another way to look at this is the cumulative emissions for the city under the business as usual scenario. When we apply a carbon budget allowance for the city, the budget for 35 years is exceeded by 2030. And you can look at a carbon budget the same way you look at a financial budget. You only have so much money in the bank, and when you have to plan projects through operational and capital planning to fall within that budget. The trick is to determine how to best do this. How do you apply and operationalize the information in this graph to ensure we are planning projects and making decisions that will get us towards our climate goals? This is what the more detailed review will give us. Essentially, it's a carbon accounting system. And if implemented, we will be the 3rd municipality in Canada to do so, after the City of Edmonton and the City of Toronto. So this is the proposed motion that administration is recommending that Council approve an increase to the scope and budget for the 2023 Climate Emergency Action Plan from $150,000 to $211,000, with $80,000 funding from the MCCAC and $131,000 from the Sustainability Reserve. And this will mean that we will pull $19,000 less from the Sustainability Reserve. However, there are some alternatives, as shown here on the slide. The first one is the original scope, fully funded from the Sustainability Reserve. The second one, highlighted in red, was what administration is recommending in our proposed motion. And then we have some alternatives. So the first alternative is to maintain the current approved budget and scope of $150,000, and administration apply for $41,000 of grant funding from MCCAC to offset the currently approved climate adaptation related work. So $109,000 of the project costs would be fully funded from the Sustainability Reserve, which is $41,000 less than originally approved. The second option is to maintain this current scope of the project with only the addition of the more in-depth valuation of climate risks, so that $45,000. The total project cost would then be $195,000, with $80,000 in funding from the MCCAC and $115,000 from the Sustainability Reserve. This is $35,000 less than being pulled from the Sustainability Reserve currently. And then the final alternative that we're presenting is to maintain the current scope with only the addition of the augmented carbon budget framework for $16,000 and a total project cost of $166,000, with $41,000 coming from MCCAC and $125,000 coming from the Sustainability Reserve. We would then not be eligible to apply for the remaining 39% or $39,000 in available funding, and it'd be $25,000 less from the Sustainability Reserve. So the next steps, if Council provides approval here today, we will sign a funding agreement with MCCAC and move ahead with SSG, our consultant, on that scope adjustment. However, due to the increase in scope, there may be a delay returning to Council. Originally, we anticipated returning in January, but we'll most likely be returning by the end of March, as that is the deadline for the grant funding, for all grant funding to be completed. So it'll be roughly a 2-month delay. And that is it. This is a proposed motion again, and if you have any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Looking to Council to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much. I will then move the Council approve an increase to the scope and budget for the 2023 Climate Emergency Action Plan Development, that's CAP 7308, from $150,000 to $211,000, with $80,000 funded from the Municipal Climate Change Action Center's Climate Resilience Capacity Building Program, and the remaining $131,000 from the Sustainability Reserve. This is another good news item. We are going to be able to get more done for less draw from our reserves, and waiting a couple of months longer for it is neither here nor there, given how much more we're going to be able to get done, in my opinion. So I will be supporting the motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you. We'll now move to item H5, Railway Avenue Central Design and Staging Approvals. Mr. Asarte, welcome to council.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council.
Great. Thank you. Yep.
I'm here today to seek formal approval for the design of Railway Avenue. And this project area includes Railway Avenue from 10th Street intersection to the railway tracks to the south. This recommendation comes in two parts. The first is associated with approval of the design itself, as presented in the report package. And the second approval is for a new budget for the design of a water main replacement within the project footprint. And taken together, the recommendations allow for the project team to move forward with detailed design and subsequent construction of the section of the project, which we're proposing from the Main Street intersection to the CP rail tracks, as I'll outline in more detail in the presentation. Canmore's Integrated Transportation Plan is the basis for the concept design, and that document, as well as the resulting design presented today, are strongly aligned with this current council's vision and strategic plan. The design is bold and innovative, and it's what's called for to update our transportation background to be safe and accessible, to work for people of all ages and abilities, and to be able to manage our growth in a sustainable way. With consideration of the impacts, not just on this corridor, but throughout our community. We've led an open and respectful engagement process and taken feedback into consideration in making updates to the concept plans. As detailed in the May Cow report, a number of changes to the design have been incorporated as a result of engagement, from lessons learned in the TIP 20 project and detailed modeling and analysis of the intersections that's taken place over the past 8 months or so. Those changes are summarized as removal of the continuous solid median, replacing it with a median that's permeable, that allows for direct left and right turn access to the majority of businesses. In places where heavier left turns exist, they've been accommodated with additional queuing space. The lane configurations and intersection geometry has been adjusted based on modeling, and that's to ensure current and future volumes are accommodated. And that's included adding turn bays and lengthening turn bays at both Main Street and 10th Street intersections. Bus pullouts and bus bays have been added at transit stops, and portions of the cycle path and sidewalk have been widened. Lastly, the elevation place mid-block crossing has been realigned to reduce the crossing distance and improve user safety. Taken together, these updates are resulting in several areas of notable design development and scope change that are informing our current recommendations around how much work to pursue next year. Specifically, the additional footprint at the intersections and throughout the corridor associated with turn bays and wide pathways, as well as the recommendation to replace the water main, are key pieces that inform the extent of scope. When the project was first planned, the utility work was considered to actually be quite minor compared to TIP 20, where we were doing deep replacements of both water and sewer. For this project, the sewer main has adequate capacity, and to add additional life cycle, it was proposed to simply line it. And that's a no-dig option, trenchless option that allows for fairly minimal impact on the project footprint. Takes away a lot of the dewatering considerations. And the water line was considered to be of a condition and capacity that was acceptable. With the UMP updates now, it's recommending that we start to replace all of the water mains in the valley bottom that were constructed in that 1960s timeframe. The expectation being that if we don't replace it now, within 15 years, we'll start to see more breaks. And those breaks will be very disruptive to have to dig up new infrastructure, and ultimately that'll lead to a full replacement well before the life expectancy of the new surface works. And so with that, the $150,000 budget allows for a design and tender of a first phase of the work shown here, which includes up to Main Street. The current approved budget placeholders for construction shown on this map are being revisited, as we've discussed in previous council reports. As part of the budget process, we have this more clearly defined scope through detailed design and engagement, and have put more consideration into how do you accommodate traffic through a busy corridor during a big rebuild. And constructing at both 10th and Main Street in a single season obviously poses some pretty significant challenges if you're having to do utility work along with that. So as a result, we have recommended some adaptations, and this map has also been presented to council as part of previous approvals, showing the restaging of 10th Street intersection into the future, and that'll be considered in more detail as part of the fall budget process. And what that looks like in plan is for construction more or less to extend all the way and tie into Spring Creek to the west, the project that was completed 5 years ago or so. To the south, tying into TIP 20, and then to the north, it'll transition into the existing 10th Street, and there'll be some repainting of the lanes to make it all match up between the 10th Street intersection and Main Street. And then the portion to the north would be part of a future phase. Specifically for Railway Avenue Central, Council has approved a budget placeholder for 2024 to construct the surface works for $5 million and $2.4 million for the wastewater upgrades. When we look at the placeholders and rejigging budgets, this is a scope that may fit with that, and as we get detailed design progressed, we're expecting updated cost estimates for September, and that'll inform the budget discussions. The schedule envisions the bulk of construction work taking place in 2024 with an early spring start to the utilities. The water line isn't as deep as the utilities we were constructing on Bow Valley Trail. They're quite a bit more straightforward, so that's going to help a lot. Again, without having to replace the sewer, the dewatering isn't as big of a consideration. Still, we would like to get at those utilities as early in the season as possible and leave as much of the construction season for surface works. We do anticipate work potentially completing into the spring of 2025, and that provides some float in the schedule for unforeseen conditions. And ideally, we would then be completing our landscaping in the spring season as well. We are anticipating a new approach for the landscaping and detaching it from the main contract. And that'll allow us to work with a single contractor on multiple projects who will be responsible for the installation and the maintenance. And the expectation is it's a little easier to have a presence in town to do routine maintenance rather than having that facilitated potentially through an out-of-town contractor and a subcontract. So it'll give more direct control over the landscaping work, which is always a challenge to see maintained properly. So additional time in the 2025 season allows for that separate contract. In summary, we're presenting for Council's approval today a project that's aligned with our strategic plan and community values. Over the 5-year period the design has been developed, it has been updated through lessons learned and a fulsome engagement process. The design and staging are sensitive both to our short-term needs and our capacity to deliver, as well as giving consideration to the long-term life cycle replacement of our assets. Once complete, this project will bring our community another large step forward in sustainably managing our transportation network in a way that's safe and inclusive while allowing for positive impacts of growth while minimizing the negative impacts. The design is sensitive to business needs, emergency access, and snow clearing, and balances those requirements against the safe travel of thousands and potentially tens of thousands of people along the corridor on a daily basis. While not every stakeholder is 100% satisfied with the results, this design provides the best overall balance between often competing needs without necessarily sacrificing the fundamentals required for the design to actually work. I look forward to your questions on the report and presentation, and I have brought the slides from the previous presentation should Council wish to dive into detail on any aspect of the design. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sarte. I've got a couple of questions. With regards to the deep utility works, now I may have heard you incorrectly, but I thought you said that it's more extensive than originally anticipated. That's the reason we need the extra for the design work.
Mm-hmm.
But the budget is still sufficient for the actual construction. And those don't, I would have thought maybe the construction costs. I'm glad they haven't gone up, but can you elaborate on that?
So the original budget included the $2.4 million for the sewer main replacement.
Okay.
That project then was looked at for lining and could likely be completed even over the larger footprint while within that budget.
Okay.
That footprint also shrinks with the Main Street to CP Tracks footprint.
Right.
That said, we still need a cost estimate on the water line, but we think a portion of that could be that budget could be repurposed towards the water line.
I see. Okay, so the water was an increase to the scope, but given the changes in the footprint,
it won't be as impactful as a whole new water line.
Gotcha. Okay. My second question is from one of the landowners on Railway Avenue at 731 Railway. It was pointed out that in the report, at the top of page 2 of the report, it says left turn access to businesses are accommodated, and yet this owner says that information that she's received is that left turn access for 731 Railway Avenue will not be accommodated, and so there's some conflicting information, and I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Yes. With some of the original concepts along this stretch, we've got a large number of business accesses directly onto Railway Avenue. In an ideal scenario, you would have full access control. You wouldn't have left-turning vehicles across an arterial on a road this busy. That's how the city would approach it, for example, and some of the earlier concepts developed, going back even to original plans from a long time ago, envisioned some form of access control along here. With our approach, not necessarily looking to widen out to 5 lanes or have some larger arterial cross-section, the approach to slow speeds down, limit the crossing distances to 1 lane at a time. The intent there is that you can have a corridor that flows and where you can allow for more permeability. So to the extent possible, all of the left turn out has been maintained on the corridor. The exception being the arrow highlighted in dark blue, which is the subject property. And in that case, direct left turn access would come across the elevation place left turn bay and into the property. And while that technically can be accommodated from a Traffic Safety Act perspective, the discussions that the project team has been having with the landowner around the trade-offs that are associated with that could be potentially disruptive to traffic flow if there's queuing vehicles in that turn bay, and then a vehicle attempts to turn left across the turn bay, that would then queue up vehicles that would block the turn bay from clearing. And so the discussions have been centered around the access, left turn access that does exist in directly across from the EP access through the SO site. And the two parcels are jointly owned. The access has been recently upgraded and paved behind. And so it is possible for left turning vehicles to access through the more intuitive access point directly across from Elevation Place, indirectly across the SO property. Over the long term, the land use bylaw does envision and encourage properties to develop with shared access. So across the two jointly owned parcels, there are currently 3 accesses. 2 would permit left turns in and out, and 1 would permit right in and right out. And in the future, we would envision those redeveloping with a single access point that comes directly opposite from EP. So all to say, from a vehicular perspective, we expect the intersection as proposed to be a lot more intuitive. And while a left turn in could be accommodated, we're working with the landowner to work out a scenario where that's prohibitive, just to improve the overall function in the area and to use that indirect access left in from the ASO property.
So, and while this shows the departure from the properties, what I'm hearing you say is that all businesses do in fact have left turn access. However, Quattro will have access, but not through its current route as a left-hand turn because of the turning lane. So in fact,
that's right.
Both information that the owner received is true. All businesses do have left turn access, but not all of the current access points, that one, are able to be accommodated.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great. Okay. Thank you for clarifying that. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you for the presentation. Has there been any thought of trying to extend the one right-hand turn lane at the tracks to the other side of the tracks? Like I'm guessing there's so many things that have to go right for that to happen, because you have the control arm would have to be moved, the path would have to be moved over a bit, just because like you see a bunch of green space there and I'm like, oh, maybe there's a chance, but just could you speak to that? Because I know that's kind of the current issue is people get up there, someone's turning right and they're on the other side of the tracks and then it starts backing up, and then which will still happen even if you add additional lane on that side. It'll just happen further down the road. So just curious if any thought has gone into that and if it's at all possible, or if that's just because of the tracks it becomes a no-go.
Certainly, when the original project was being designed and built, we had a look at moving some of the signal arms, and it created this compounding effect with CP, where if the signal moved, they would need to, their cabinet was at the end of the life cycle and need to be replaced, and then that was going to be a $500,000 new cabinet that would be built, and the costs and impacts started to snowball to the point where it was well outside of the budget we had available for the project at that time. And so what we've done with the design is firstly, we continue to improve the signal operations, and we have a project happening right now to look at that, continue looking at that. That project will make recommendations on changes to the timing with the existing equipment, make recommendations to changes to the equipment that could be made, And we'll also look at potential infrastructure changes that could be made as a third step in order to address some of the turn bay issues. And with this design, the space has been accommodated to be able to allow for that turn bay to be extended in the future. So ideally, with changes to the controller, we could negate the need for that to be extended, or at least push it well out into the future. And then in the future, the design accommodates the potential for that turn bay to be extended at a big cost, acknowledging that there's a big CP rail impact.
So or in other words, when their stuff comes to life cycle maintenance and they're going to have to upgrade it anyways, that's when we would essentially look at moving things over. So, thank you.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Mr. Sarte. I wonder if you had any stats and data on the new intersection and its effectiveness, as we are going to be using similar technology and design in these other locations. How effective has the new implementation been?
I think the flow's improved a lot. When we looked at the first statistics of intersection operation during the first year with the old controller, we were maxing out at around something like 650 vehicles per 15 minutes. Over this past weekend, we've been able to get up to 745, I think is the maximum number of cars we've moved through in 15 minutes. That also happening at a time where we had record numbers of pedestrians and people bicycling going through. So certainly from a moving people perspective, we reached the point where it's actually moving a huge number of cars at the same time as moving a huge number of people walking and bicycling, and that's really difficult to do in traditional North American contexts.
Yep.
So I think it is, from a traffic management perspective, it's working quite well. Even just recalling going outbound on Railway Avenue, the right turning traffic always blocked the through traffic because they were waiting for pedestrians to clear. That was just a very common thing to have happen.
Right.
So there were operational issues historically, and they would have been much worse today. So overall, the statistics are showing that we're able to move more cars, and we're able to do that with regular operations where queues are clearing within 1 or 2 light cycles during even the busiest times.
Do you have stats on safety record? Are fewer accidents, fewer severe accidents? So have we got stats on that yet?
Yeah, we've been provided those.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, yep, the statistics are very, very positive. Far fewer collisions, even fewer involving injuries. And to my knowledge, there have been no collisions with people walking or bicycling in the intersection in the time of its operation, which is a remarkable thing in light of just the huge volumes that we put through that intersection.
Well done. Thank you.
Councillor Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Sarte. I just have a couple questions. I understand that the main reason for this too is mode shift, safety, etc. I just have a couple technical questions. One in front of what we call the Drake, I guess. If you could go there, please. I guess it's sort of hard to see there. Where the word after is where I'm looking, on the right-hand side. I don't know if you can, there we go. Is that it?
That's elevation.
That's not it either, no. There, you can see it in this big picture here. Now, you've shortened the left-hand turning lane. I'm just curious, yeah, there you go. Do you think that's going to back up the movement forward? This is in your best guess. Sort of like when you come into where the A&W corner is when you're heading up Cougar Creek, if you're coming past the shops of Canmore to turn right, where if the middle lane is stopped, and because of, I know there's a light post and there's all these, and then the light is sitting there green and nobody moves through. And I know we've talked about the one coming down the hill going left, that there is possibility to pull back maybe some concrete. The reasoning for that piece.
So this piece,
So
this piece of
pinky
concrete in front of Shoppers Drug Mart.
No, down, way, right there.
Here,
There we
this
go.
one. Yeah. So the length of the left turn bay there has been designed based on the modeling of the signal timings. So that lane isn't expected during normal operations to queue past that point. That's based on a single lane of traffic coming in, model traffic volumes for the area, and I believe it's been extended from the original concept.
Like pulled back.
And it may even be extended past that point.
Okay.
Would have to double check, but whatever the final length is, it's based on that modeling, and it's not expected to block the through traffic on northbound railway.
And then I do have one more question on the part you showed me in front of shoppers. If you could, sorry, I do that to you, flop around there.
Just very quickly.
Sorry to be a pain. There it is. There it is.
Okay, here we go. Those shoppers struck hard.
So currently, the bus, that's what those two little gray things are, buses? Is that correct?
Correct.
And then they're still gonna have that access to come out of there. Will that be only one access coming out, or will the two still be there?
The two accesses will remain.
Will remain?
This is showing a driveway letdown so that it'll allow for both accesses to operate. And this is showing a traversable median for that access to
And
operate.
what is the gray, just?
The gray is concrete, and really this is intended to create the bus bay, to move vehicles from the outside to the inside of the thoroughfare so that through vehicles continue through. The small amount of left turning traffic can turn left, and then we create a right turn bay, which is the lesser of the two movements. The through is the dominant movement.
Thank you.
Councillor Faubert?
Thank you, Mayor Krausert, and thank you, Mr. Asarte. I have a couple of questions. And one that just came up in terms of sort of the image that's there. When you turn left onto Main Street from 10th, there is signage installed. Is that going to be, since we're doing road work, is that coming out and being put back in, or is signage, because there's that Canmore sign, right, with the verticals?
Correct. The intention is, and this doesn't show the overlay, but that sign is positioned somewhere back in here.
Yeah.
And in order to add the turn bay here at the length that's required, it necessitates eating up the median that exists, but we have a small area of median here. We have some green area here, and we have the potential for some green area here. And so the discussion right now is about moving the wayfinding signage into the median at this location and creating a bit of a placemaking gateway into Main Street with the design to help just with the intuitiveness of being redirected into downtown.
Awesome, awesome. And then, it's okay if I have another? Okay.
Yes.
The process, so from my recollection, we also had a capital budget process surrounding a potential train station. I fear that if there is a train approved and we go through the process for a train station, it could affect this design at the end, like kind of down at the end at the train tracks, because I know Lyricon identified that as the location for a train station. Help me understand from your perspective how that would work if we went forward with this now.
I don't think that this design really changes in any material way the ability to or inability to have that as a feasible location. There's still access into the area provided. We need operational access for vehicles going to the pump house. So there isn't a fundamental change with this design that would prevent it if it is in fact a feasible and desirable location to have a station, which may or may not be.
Right, awesome, thank you.
Yeah. Might be a bit small.
Yeah.
Yeah. Councillor Hillstead.
Thank you. I'm not sure if this is the time for this question or not, but just for the actual construction of the deep utility and the road, I know with the last time when we did the intersection and everything else, we tried to keep access open, and we could have got it done a lot faster if we just shut everything down and just went at it. Have we had thoughts on what way we're going to go if we're going to try to do the same thing as last time, where we keep access as much as possible so we can have that road, or have we looked at the option of just saying we're going at it, we're shutting it down, detour for X amount of time, because either way it's not going to be fun with either detour, so but we might get it done quicker if we do it that way. Like, have those discussions happened yet, or is that a future thought?
It's a future thought. What tends to happen is there's a lot of access that can be provided just during regular construction. If you think about utility lines, we've got a pretty wide area there where we can maintain one lane of traffic in each direction through construction of utility work, for example. There's likely going to be stages of work where full closure will be very useful and significantly shorten the impact, and from that perspective we'd be open to that. But generally speaking, we'd be looking to maintain access during construction because of destinations like Elevation Place and business impacts along the corridor. Maintain that as much as is reasonable. With our new procurement approach, we'll likely leave some of the planning to the contractors who would have the best idea of how to stage the work, and then evaluate the proposals based on how much access they're maintaining and how they're planning to maintain it. So we won't be able to fully answer until we get closer to construction, likely once we have a contractor on board and we have their schedule and plan. But the intent at this point would be to at least maintain one lane of access in each direction for the majority of construction.
Thank you.
Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Mayor Crowsert. I wanted to follow up on Councillor Mara's question because I didn't quite understand the answer, I don't think. The left turn lane into downtown in front of the Rose and Crown. It looks to me like there's space to actually make that longer if we wanted to. So, and yeah, just further elaborate on why not do that now as opposed to later.
That's a bit of why I was hesitating. I'm pretty sure we were planning to use that space to extend it, and it's not reflected in the plans right now, so I'll have to confirm. The technical answer is if it can be extended, I also don't see any reason why we wouldn't, and I don't recall any offhand, so it would be. But as it's been modeled and as it will be constructed, it will be functional at that length. So I'm just not sure if this is reflecting right now where they're at in the exact design. But to your point, unless there's a good reason not to, I would expect also that it would fill the space to the next driveway.
Right. And I just want to say that I really appreciate the changes that were made in regards to the community feedback. They were significant and I think hopefully greatly appreciated by, well, I'll only speak for myself, but it was great to see that process and how it unwound all of the passionate feedback from many, many community members. And I know not everybody's going to be 100% on board, but I do believe this project did get better because of their feedback, and I really appreciate that process.
Thank you.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you. I have two questions. One related to the image on the screen. So in the intersection, there's little tips that are white, sort of where you're turning. So you're in the left turn, you're turning left onto Main Street. There's that thing that comes out. There's a white tip. What's that in terms of the design?
Those are indicating areas that can be rolled over by larger vehicles for the rarer times that those movements are made, but otherwise channel single passenger cars around a tighter radius. And the idea with tighter radiuses is you can't drive as fast and you angle yourself perpendicular to the pedestrian crossings. So you're in a better position to see people who might be in the crossing when you're making turn movements.
Okay, awesome. And then my second question is is about the second motion. Is that okay?
Yes.
Why not bring the second motion back as part of the budget process?
The main reason is just timing. If we're going to add that scope of work to construction season next year, we would like to be able to be in a position to tender that right around the time or shortly after council approvals for budget are made in December.
Okay.
So prior to awarding, we will have another opportunity to bring this back through the budget process this fall, look at the construction budgets, and before we award. But if we approved in December, it would mean we couldn't construct it next year.
Okay.
Councillor Mara.
Thank you, Mr. Sarte, for entertaining all our questions, because it is a big decision and it is a very heavy traffic area and a very important area to me to get it right. So I have a couple more questions. One, currently there are 7 bike pedestrian ways to get into the downtown.
Mm-hmm.
One, that's just pedestrian, which is the boardwalk. And now people have asked me, the reason that we're going down to 1 lane coming into downtown is because we're doing a bike path sidewalk on the Essel side.
Mm-hmm.
Could you just sort of just give a little bit of expansion on that?
Mm-hmm. So
just anything, just so I have.
Yeah, no, it's a good question, and I think that's a common thought is you have a bike path. How many bike paths do you need? I think is a view that's based on maybe how streets have been used historically. In the future, or even today, if we look at the number of people who would have walked and bicycled in through this corridor to downtown, any one bicycle path or pathway that exists right now would not suffice. And people are not necessarily going to travel outside of their desired routes by any significant distance if you go too far out of the way. So the way we anticipate and are seeing the use of these roadways develop is that the ESO side is a really strong desire line for people walking. You almost can't detour people off of it, even with good facilities on the elevation place side, and the nice boardwalk along the river. People are still going to use that because that's the intuitive and direct route, and then there are a number of businesses that it connects through to on that route. So we see that as a really important pedestrian link coming out of the downtown. There's 2 ways to get across town right now. One is through the residential area, and the other is through downtown by bicycle. And so coming off of Main Street and then heading towards the side of town, you see it just in people riding on the sidewalks. That's the direct path to get to a whole lot of destinations. If you work too hard to try to rearrange those desire lines, you're going to end up failing with your design. You're going to have people continue to ride bicycles on sidewalks because that's their direct path, and the design will just break down. We also anticipate that the volumes are going to be much higher in the future. So just looking at the number of people we need walking and cycling down the corridor in the future, we just see that getting more and more each year as more visitors bring bikes, as we see bike share, scooter share, the types of things that are coming down the pipe. It's going to be very high volumes, and the space that we're allocating is actually not that much relative to the overall cross-section, and what we see as a minimum amount for it to be a functional corridor for people moving in those ways. So all to say, We think each of these connections is important. We each see each of them as necessary and part of making a functional design. It would be so easy to start Xing things out and not building them, and that's very a typical approach. But that's not going to get us where we need to go in terms of encouraging people and accommodating the volumes that we're going to see.
Thank you for your explanation.
Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mr. Sarte. I will now move that council approve. What's that? I move that council approve the design for Railway Avenue Central as presented. I'm very excited for this project. I'm excited for the next project too. Every time that we expand and make those connections, our overall transportation system gets stronger. Just dealing with that last question, I mean, there's no way, depending on where you're coming from, to backtrack and go in through Spring Creek or backtrack and go across by in between Canadian Tire and the grocery store, it's not intuitive, and you end up being on the road, or you go, I'm not going to travel, or you get on the sidewalk and you're not supposed to be on the sidewalk. So I'm looking forward to all of these connections, and for me, it's been very intuitive. You know, when we have the one lane that is coming from Bow Valley Trail to Main Street, well, we only ever have one lane of traffic being allowed through the intersection at A&W at any given time. So it's smooth. And instead of that one lane dispersing into two, they save that decision until later if they're going to turn down Main Street or continue straight through, which of course avoids a major conflict zone. So I really appreciate the work that's been done to this. I echo what Councillor Graham said about the changes that were made as a result of the feedback, and I appreciate the clarifications that have been brought today, so I wholeheartedly support this. And I would add that the intersection at A&W is working incredibly well now. There were hiccups for sure, and there were problems at the beginning for sure. Lack of controller, it was a big one, and then there were some adjustments along the way, but it's working very, very well now, and we are moving more people. So I look forward to that continuing on down the road. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you for that pun, Your Worship. It was fantastic. I'm going to keep rolling with it. I will be voting in support of the first motion. I think that, I think a lot of the work that's happening right now, in our realm in terms of community leaders is around the future and considering the future needs of our community. And I think when it comes to the future, it's going to require for us to do things differently if we want different results, and especially around how we move people throughout our community. I think there are a lot of jurisdictions around the world with a lot more traffic and people that have made these types of transformations work successfully. And I think that we are going to excel at this because it's not just about transportation, this is also about climate change. And when it comes to climate change, we're talking about changing behavior, and that becomes incredibly difficult because in order to change behavior, we're changing a structure. And by changing that structure, people's behavior is changing, like the way you turn in the intersection, and it doesn't feel right for some people, and I respect that. I think over time, you get used to these types of changes because they are minor. I remember as a child, they put in a four-way stop at Lions Park. This ruined my life, let me tell you. And then it was gone. And so it didn't, right? Some of the adjustment requires minor, I think, inconveniences and evolution of how we move around. I also think too, as someone who has transitioned to commuting by bike, from an inclusion perspective, that there's space on our roadways, I deserve to be there too. I'm a citizen of this community, I'm a taxpayer, and I ride my bike to get around, and I know that there's people who think that there's a trail over there and you can just use that. But there are multiple routes to get everywhere by vehicle and by bike. And if we were to exclude cyclists from this design, I think that would be a disservice to the future. I think it's really, and that's just it, it's like being able to commute to work downtown by bike solves a number of problems, including finding parking and paying for parking. And that change in my life has made a huge difference. And I'm even winter biking, so that's a little crazy for me. But this will make it easier for other people to make those changes. And I think that when you look at the total amount of space for vehicles, it's still the dominant use of the design. And we still will have vehicles. I think that, a lot of people who struggle with the design that we're pursuing think that it reflects this idea that we hate vehicles and we want to get rid of them. And I think that if you actually read our transportation master plan and the strategic documents that guide us, there's a clear recognition that there will always be people who need to drive vehicles and we need to create space for them. But there's other users too. And I think for me, as a final point, there's a number of things that I have in my mind in terms of the vision for the future of my community, and being a center for both pedestrian and cyclist access is one of those. So I think that this is kind of like the what, we're getting there, and it comes down to how do we reallocate our public spaces for a changing future. I think we've got a good start, and not only that, we learn as we go. So, thank you.
Okay. Councillor Graham, you had your button pushed, right? No? Okay, so somebody I knocked off accidentally. I apologize. I have Councillor Hillstead and Councillor Mara, and if you're not one of those...
It was me that you knocked off.
Okay, very good. Okay.
I hit my button again, it's all good.
Okay, thank you.
I will support this motion. Compared to what the previous council was shown, this is a great upgrade in my mind. This is a lot more intuitive, makes a lot more sense. Yes, there's some concessions because it's definitely more, North American than what we were first shown. But I think the changes, I think it does show that, we have been listening. And I think this is, I'm hopeful that this is going to work. I definitely think it'll help, especially on the SO side where walking there is a nightmare. Even just the other week when I had to drop off my vehicle for some service and walk down, it was really not that nice. So I do think that this will be an improvement, and yeah, you're always seeing people walk down that side. So yes, we lose a lane of traffic, but we've made it permeable so emergency services can still get through. Again, every road coming to it is a single lane, so we're not funneling 2 lanes into one. It's single lane the whole time. So I think, so I'll be able to support this, and I think it came to a good spot, so.
Thank you. Councillor Mara.
Thank you, Mayor. I appreciate what's being said here, and I appreciate Mr. Asarte for explaining, and I appreciate all the input that they've taken. I think I still have a little bit of that old design in my head, and I'm sort of stuck back there, but I appreciate you explaining everything to me, and I know that I've mentioned a couple things about the other, as we call it, the intersection, and I noticed you took notes, so I know anything that what we're saying is being put into the decision-making, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate that it's our community and that we all have the right to travel how we are, but the big thing is safety in my mind first. And thank you for explaining this to me. I'm pretty sure I'm going to support this. this plan, because I think it works for all. And yeah, I just want to appreciate for you taking away my little PSD of certain areas, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you. So I'll be supporting the first motion. I was speaking to somebody that has just moved back to the community, actually, after having been away for a while, and they are on their bike, and they said that, they're finally beginning to get the overall vision of what our engineering and administration has been trying to put through the transportation master plan and all the other things that we did prior to approval of the integrated transportation master plan. And in fact, the fact that it's an integrated transportation master plan and not just like vehicle focus, because I believe that was originally what we were looking at when we approved it in the budget a million years ago. But it is actually, as you have articulated for yourself, transformed their life. They believe that being on their bike, even just 6 months a year, saves them $150 a month in gas. They still have to drive places, they still have to find parking and so on and so forth. But on the days that they're on their bike and they don't have to find parking, it's great. But they realize that they're also making space for the people that do need to find parking. So it's not necessarily all self-serving. It's actually more integrated than that. But regardless of that, short of firebombing our entire downtown grid, we need to find ways to make space for each other. And, the more comfortable the facilities are, studies have shown the more people will get on their bike, whether it's seniors on tricycles or 5-year-olds on tricycles. So I'm happy to see these changes. I'm on my bike more and loving it, and especially in the summertime. And so I'll be happy to see, I'm sure I'm not be happy during the construction phase, but I'm sure we'll all be happy to see the end results and to see more and more of that overall vision that we approved several years ago come to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Graham.
Thank you. I too will be supporting this. A little story, about a month ago, I was riding with my bike and my son and his friend to go across railroad tracks to Circle K. And I had to go down, or I thought I was going to go down railway on the road. Or at first I was going to go on the sidewalk, and I was like, that's terrible. And then I was going to go on the road, and I was like, that's really terrible. So I actually turned back around and went a completely different route. And you start to take for granted how great the transportation network is until you hit one of those spots where it isn't. And I really appreciated that day. I too, this is going to be a long construction process, and hopefully it's relatively smooth, but we'll see. Yeah, I appreciate everybody's vision on this one. I really do appreciate the fact that we took the community feedback and really worked it into this plan. I do think it helped make it better. And gave the community, we heard them. We took their feedback and we implemented it. And I know that we've taken some lumps for that in the past. And I really appreciate the process that we took this time around. Thank you.
Just on that, I might add, I think that we communicated about it a little bit differently, and we were provided every single statement, which is, I think, a little bit of a variance of the past. But I do think the central process was still the same as has been done in the past, and that's seeking the public engagement and getting feedback. And you can't always implement diametrically opposed ideas. You got to go one way or the other, or maybe try to find a compromise, but in either way you're not adopting either. And so decisions have to be made. And I think that was essentially what was done this time. It was just really emphatically put out there. And I think that that's an important element of it too. Right. So, yeah. Okay, I will call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I will now move that council approve a new 2023 capital project for the Railway Avenue Central Water Line design in the amount of $150,000 to be funded by the Utility Water Reserve. I'm going to speak in favor of this motion, and I'm going to tell you the main reason why. And that is a line from underneath the last sentence under financial impacts, first paragraph. Administration has reviewed the utility rate model, and the additional $150,000 from the water reserve keeps the reserve balance above target and will not require an adjustment to the 2023 or 2024 utility rates. That's an important line to me because it shows that we are, in fact, able to absorb this cost now. And since it is going to fit with the approved model, I don't see the need to wait until a budget time so that we can, in fact, allow this design to work in pace with the rest of the project so that we are not delaying other aspects of the project. And so I will support the motion. Councillor Hillstead.
I will also support the motion. To that exact point, if we don't do this, it could delay, which then could increase costs, which just makes and then slows down the process. So to me, yeah, it would be nicer to come at budget time, yes, but at the same time, we can accommodate it within the utility reserve, and it helps us hit the ground running. So I'm happy to support it.
Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Crowsert. I find myself in a bit of a pickle because I'm not opposed to this project, but I have concerns around the process for how this motion is in front of us. I think that the utility master plan should be approved by council before it's used to make budget decisions, and so I will not be voting in favor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Opposed? The motion is carried with Councillor Faubert opposed. Okay, I am going to call a 12-minute break. We are going to come back at 3:30 sharp and deal with the last section of our agenda. Are back. We'll now move to item H6, 2023 Capital Budget Amendment, Cougar Creek Long-Term Mitigation. Ms. Arte, you are still up.
Thank you, Mayor. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here today to recommend Council approve budget amendments for the Cougar Creek Long-Term Mitigation Project. To preface the recommendation, since the flood in 2013, we've worked to protect the community from what was demonstrated to be a significant hazard and from what we know now is the hazard potential of Cougar Creek. In the first months after the event, we restored the channel, we rebuilt the roadways, rebuilt the utilities. In the following year, we built a debris net, we put in some channel armoring, and that was to offer a minimal level of protection as we work towards the longer term plans. We completed extensive hazard and risk assessments to understand what we could expect in the future and to understand what was at risk. And we undertook with our partners from the province an assessment of proven mitigation options that would appropriately manage those risks and then worked with those partners to secure grant funding. After an intensive and extensive design and permitting process, we received our approvals from the provincial and federal levels of government. And then as we neared the finish line with design and into construction, we tendered into what was the first global pandemic that we've seen in a century. But despite that, pushed the project forward, knowing the importance of getting it finished. Over the next 2+ years, we worked with our contractor to do everything we could to get the project complete. And the moment it was clear that path was not going to result in our goal of having protection in place, we moved on from that contract and that contractor in a way that we felt would get the project done. This spring, we mobilized in on very short turnaround a contractor to complete some of the most difficult aspects of the project, the embankment foundation and deep foundation work, and have worked closely with our partners at the province and federal levels to keep them apprised of the project and informed and to maintain their support throughout the project. Throughout all of this, there's been uncertainty. There's never been a clear path. We're finding our path through the science and through the information and through the work. But we've taken each step as diligently as possible, knowing that each new season brings the potential for the next big flood to come along. And so it's been with that focus on protecting the community that we're here today to make a recommendation to Council that will continue to move the project forward. The recommendation comes with ongoing uncertainty. Full funding isn't presently assured, and the recommendation comes with a high cost. Most importantly, the recommendation provides us the best opportunity to complete the project at the earliest possible time and to protect that significant portion of our community, significant portion of our business activity, and our national and regional transportation and utility corridors. So it's with that I recommend that Council approve a budget increase for Cougar Creek long-term mitigation from $49,072,620 to $78,172,620 for project completion with an increase of $29,100,000 funded by a future grant of $25 million and provincial FREC and ACRP grant interest accruals. That's money that interest that accrued on grants we've had in the bank of $4.1 million. Upon approval, we will continue with the current construction work through July, and into early August. This is a continuation of critical path work that includes completion of the embankment foundation and continuation of the main embankment structure and spillway work. If funding is confirmed during that timeframe, work will continue seamlessly through the fall and into early winter. We would see a winter break and then resume by early spring. And by May, the debris flood retention structure itself would be operationally complete, with a full project completion by the end of 2024. Restoration and landscaping work would take place thereafter. If funding is not confirmed in that timeframe, the site would be secured and the contractor will demobilize. We would continue to work with upper levels of government to fund the project, and the next opportunity to restart the work would be July 2024, after the next flood season. And this timing, it's for full completion, it's 1 year later in 2025. The idea being you can't be partially complete the embankment structure for flood season. You need the embankment structure to be fully complete so that it doesn't get overtopped by a large flood event. So you'd restart the following July and finish 1 year later. To enable the outlined outcomes, a procurement process for the completion phase was initiated in March and recently completed. That process involved both a price component and an evaluation of proponent capabilities, experience, their team, as well as their proposed plan for completing the project. The result of that procurement process had Ironclad selected as the top-ranked proponent, and there's an anticipated award to complete of approximately $21 million. Ironclad is a proven ability to deliver. They've worked with us on a number of projects before and are in the process of successfully completing the embankment structure foundation. They have a well-developed and articulated plan for completion through spring of 2024, and an alternative schedule and estimated cost impacts have been provided by them for the 2025 completion, should that scenario materialize. The budget breakdown is as follows. We have construction costs estimated at $23 million, which includes landscape restoration and some channel works, and work around Elk Run Boulevard, and engineering and material testing of $3 million. Contingency is reserved to support the project through potential unforeseen challenges that may come up. In conclusion, the Cougar Creek debris flood mitigation project is a priority for completion, both for us as well as the province. We've undertaken recent procurement and construction work to enable an earliest possible completion and to address the unacceptable risks we continue to face each flood season. While uncertainty remains, particularly around the timing of funding, we've taken important steps to demonstrate the viability of the project, to complete the most difficult aspects of the work, and to assure ourselves of contractor performance. Our partners in upper levels of government have been informed of the challenges that we faced. They've been with us every step of the way, and they've supported us throughout and are pleased with the progress that's being made. The recommendation before you represents a scenario where work continues seamlessly through to completion, and should that scenario not materialize for any reason, we'll continue to push the project forward to the best of our ability until complete. I'm pleased to take your questions. Thank you.
Actually, before going to questions, my understanding is that there is some information that council can be provided in camera so as to not jeopardize intergovernmental discussions. I forget what the exact wording that Ms. Hyde provided. So I would actually like to move that we go in camera briefly and then come out and there can be questions on the report. So I so move. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. to the clerk to know when we're good, okay? Okay, we are back out from in camera, and we've heard Mr. Sarte's report. Now looking to council to see if there are any questions. Seeing none, thank you very much. So I'll move that council approve a budget increase for Cougar Creek long-term mitigation, CAP 1445 and 1562, from $49,072,620 to $78,172,620 for the project completion with the increase of $29,100,000 funded with future grant, $25 million, provincial flood recovery erosion control, FREC, and Alberta Community Resilience Program, ACRP, grants interest accrual in the amount of $4,100,000. In speaking to the motion, well, it was painful to say those numbers. I mean, it causes nausea. Nobody likes increased costs. However, I hearken back to the flood that we've just had the 10th anniversary of, and I hearken back to the experts' opinion that we have to set a direction and we have to see it to completion for the safety of our community. And so what are we talking about protecting? Well, we're talking about protecting in excess of 4,000 residents' lives, a third of the businesses in town, well over $1 billion worth of property, and major transportation routes through the Trans-Canada Highway and Railway. There's a lot to protect. There is a lot at risk. And while these costs are extensive, I am hopeful that the province will be able to assist us. As was mentioned in the report, a grant request was made. A contingent of us went to see Minister Schultz, the Environment and Protected Areas Minister, to relay the urgency and the need. And I believe that we received a very good hearing. Of course, it's now within their process, and we have no control over that. So I also am happy that there is a good communication between our administration and the administration of that ministry, so that there's been a good sharing of information, and I'm sure that we will be kept up to speed at the earliest opportunity. So, reluctantly, because of the price increase, I will approve this motion, or vote in favor of this motion. But I also stand by the original decision, and in that way, very much support whatever it takes to get this project done. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham.
Thank you, Your Worship. This is a staggering number. I didn't think I would ever see a number like this in front of me to approve. But as a resident who sat on the creek over that time and watched the devastation, we do need to get this project completed. I do note that it says $25 million in future grant money, and not debentures, and not local taxpayer money. And I greatly look forward to and would appreciate the assistance of the province and potentially the federal government. So with that, I'll support this motion. Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, Mr. Sarte. We'll now move on to item H7, Reconciliation and Equity, Diversity and Inclusion, Final Report and Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities. That's quite the heading. Dr. Cottle, welcome to council.
Thank you so much. I feel like I've been here all day.
Yeah.
I got a new pewter. I don't know how to do it. This one. Okay. Here we go. Okay, here's my presentation. That's so
It's just underneath the corner. There we go.
Okay, I'm here. I'm ready, despite not looking like I am. So, thank you, Mayor Krausert and members of council. I'm here with a reconciliation, equity, diversity, and inclusion assessment and a report, and a request for council to consider joining the Canadian Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities. I will say right at the start, we used to, for ease, call this READY. We shortened reconciliation, equity, diversity, and inclusion to READY because we're a fan of acronyms here at the town of Canmore. But 2 weeks ago, in a meeting, a staff member was telling us about a learning circle that she was in and how the Indigenous people in the room were kind of offended by the acronym and the lumping of reconciliation along with equity, diversity, and inclusion, you know, one, to make it easy to say, maybe isn't exactly the point, and that there is also reconciliation in particular, although I would argue some elements of equity and inclusion as well, are actually enshrined to the lack of ability to have reconciliation is enshrined in federal legislation. And so the importance of calling it what it is and doing so in a thoughtful way, not in a way that is convenient and quick, you know, was their ask of us. And so we're working to remove ready from our lingo, which is part of why the title on this slide is so big. But I think those kind of learning moments where someone goes to a talking circle and hears firsthand about something that makes us all go, and rethink it is part of exactly what I'm here to talk about today. So that was Caitlin Von Gall who shared that, and I really want to acknowledge and thank her for doing that, because it made us all just a little bit better when she shared that learning. So our mission statement at the town of Canmore is serving the community to enhance our quality of life. And if you think for a minute about what might be fundamental to doing that, to being able to serve community and enhance quality of life, what's fundamental is really advancing equity and belonging. It is part of the work that we do each day as we build and support community. What we're doing is trying to advance equity and a sense of belonging. So as a bit of background, in 2017, as you know, the report of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission and the 94 Calls to Action report was published by the federal government. And there were some of the 94 calls in that report that were specific to municipal governments for further action. And the town of Canmore organization started to understand our obligation in regards to that report and to Truth and Reconciliation. And we created an ad hoc TRC, for short, Truth and Reconciliation Committee. Working group was formed, and we've been working since that time to advance the 12 calls to action that are relevant for the town of Canmore. And then in 2021, or 2020, that's a typo, sorry, it was May of 2020, George Floyd was brutally murdered at the hands of police in Minneapolis, Minnesota. And the town organization, again, recognized that we have a responsibility to understand and address systemic discrimination and to intentionally build inclusivity and belonging. And at the time, about a year later, it was in 2021, that we brought a policy update to council around our respectful workplace policy, and we created an internal equity, diversity, and inclusion committee to try to address these issues for the organization. And some really great work has been done to date. Both of those groups have made important advances on behalf of the organization. They've helped educate the organization and make some changes. And we've also, as part of that, provided 2 training streams to staff. One is around Indigenous culture. Right now we're providing 2 half-day sessions for all staff, and we're at almost 100% in the level 1 course, and we just launched the first level 2 course in May of this year. And we also have 2 half-day sessions on equity, diversity, and inclusion, and we're getting very close to 100% of staff participation in both of those sessions. In addition to the good work, there also, though, have been some challenges. There's a lack of resources. This work is side of desk for everyone involved. Neither group has necessarily a clear mandate. We also don't have any formal expertise on staff. And there's varying levels of relevance, understanding of relevance, both on the committees and throughout the organization. So we decided last year to seek some outside expertise. Members of both groups helped develop a request for proposals for a multi-year roadmap and action plan, a current state assessment of reconciliation, equity, diversity, and inclusion in the organization, identification of a future state and some best practices that we could learn from, and a corresponding gap analysis. We chose WMC as our consultant, and the final report from that consultant is attached to Council's agenda package. And they did create a roadmap for assessment for us that has 5 stages, and reconciliation runs throughout stages 2 to 5, and then those 5 stages are compliance and foundations, inclusion, diversity and equity, and then thought leadership. And the report really focuses on the first 2 stages, compliance and foundations, and inclusion and reconciliation. There's 9 recommendations in the report, along with timelines and priorities for how we begin to move forward. And originally for today, I had planned to quickly walk through all those findings and their 9 recommendations, but for the sake of time, I am not going to do that, and I'm going to assume that you've read the report, in which case this visual will be familiar to you. This was the model that they created and that we're working from, and the bottom where it says following to leading, they also show in the model reconciliation as part of stage 2, moving through stage 5. So we are now here today asking Council to approve this for planning purposes, and it is being brought to Council for approval, even though the majority of this report is largely internal to the organization and operational. There is some work for Council in there. There's a suggestion about Council's vision being public and work on the website, so there is some relevance directly to Council that we wanted you to be part of buying into and be aware of. So I'll just spend a little bit more time talking about what we're doing to go forward. So we do have some budgeting and resourcing planned for this work in the next 2 years. In 2023, we do have some budget in our capital budget for follow-up on this assessment. We knew we were getting the assessment done, so we budgeted for some follow-up. And in 2024, we have funds designated in the capital budget for Indigenous consultation support to help both advance Council's strategic plan and your goal of relationships and our organizational commitment to truth and reconciliation. So we'll be using those 2 budgets to advance the initial recommendations of this report. And then the recommendation that we need some kind of formal role in the organization will be something that we look at for the next budget cycle as part of 2025. So in terms of next steps and timelines, the report recommends initial work on recommendations 2 through 8. 2 is training for the executive office, and I'm already working with Sarah Jones on creating some options for what that might look like, and we will be moving that forward, and we can do that within existing budgets. Next will be to affirm vision and commitment and align resources, and that's where some of the work for Council is included. That will be a next phase of work with the next consultant that we hire, is to figure out the best ways to do that. And so that might include coming back to Council or getting your support for what kind of vision and commitment you want to be public about on our website and other places. We'll also, for recommendation 4, there's some recommendations for us around roles and responsibilities, and Scott Mackay and Joanna Sauvé are already working on a roles and recommendations project, so we'll be advancing some parts of that recommendation through their work. And as I already mentioned, we'll look at a dedicated resource in a future budget cycle. And then the 2 current committees, the EDI and the TRC committee. The EDI committee really hasn't met since a position that was leading that work turned over in HR. So they have been encouraged to help support implementing the report, and we may be looking at doing a revision of that committee down the road. And then the Truth and Reconciliation Committee has really naturally kind of shifted to focus on community-based projects. So the Canada Day event that we just had in Canmore is a great example. The Arts and Events team who lead the coordination of that event did a lot of consultation, particularly with Stoney Nakoda, but with other Indigenous neighbors, on their involvement in that event, and that will continue. And we'll look for a new way to advance and update our approach to advancing the truth and reconciliation calls to action. So our next steps and timeline, continuing on our next step and timeline is also about the organizational communication plan. That'll be part of the work with the consultant, as will the transformation plan for behaviors and norms in the organization with the plan to achieve them. So with our 2023 budget and the consultant, we will be working on all of these elements, and we'll be developing a request for proposals, review the submissions and hire a consultant, and then create a steering committee to work on recommendations 3, 5, and 6, which I've just outlined. I believe that this work is maybe going to be some of the most important work that we do with staff. I think we have a moral imperative as public servants and an organization that is specifically designed to serve community to really take on this work. Advancing equity and belonging, as I said at the start, underpins every bit of work that we do. Even if you think about some of the presentations you've heard in this meeting today at Council, advancing equity and belonging has been something we've been talking about in many of the items that have been in front of you. It's what we all do all day long as part of our job, and it's a fundamental piece of advancing justice and creating a welcome and inclusive community. It's also all about how we work with one another and how we work with community. So the individuals and the town within the organization itself and the community are all interconnected. I really think this is some of the most important work of our lifetime, and I'm really excited to be part of an organization that's taking it on. So we are forming a steering committee to help advance this work, and all town staff have been invited to participate regardless of interest, knowledge, skill level, or experience. In my experience working here, Canmore staff are committed to this work. They're very caring, they're supporting of equity and belonging. A lot of it is other workload and not really knowing how to do the work, but there's not a lack of interest in doing this work. People are very genuine in being interested in advancing it. And I sort of pitched it to people by saying, if you're thinking about being part of the steering committee but unsure, I don't really know what I'm doing either. I'm not an expert in this. I don't pretend to know what comes next or what the best way to do it is. I'm just committed to continuing to try. So I am committed to advancing this work, and I know it will be done in a way that is too slow and where we'll make mistakes. I've already made a lot of them and gotten a lot of feedback about that, and I'm really open to it. It's the only way that I learn and get better. And so I'm committed to continuing to learn and try and to learn and try and to repeat that. And we'll work with staff who do participate to support their workload so it doesn't become an extra or a side of desk thing, but it actually is fundamental to the work they do in a way that keeps it also appropriate for the recognition that they have significant other workload. So after inviting all staff to participate, this is the list of folks who will be participating with me at the start, and we have our first kickoff meeting on Thursday, just in 2 days. In future years, we will, as I mentioned, as part of the 2024 budget, we'll start to advance recommendation 8 on Indigenous engagement using that budget that is in the capital budget. And then with the next budget cycle, we'll look at the resources needed to advance recommendation 1, which is around safe reporting, recommendation 7, which was around supports and resources, and recommendation 9, which was around decolonizing processes. So that's the update on READY, and we are asking council on the Reconciliation, Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion Report and Assessment, and we are asking council to approve that for planning purposes. And then we're also asking council to join the coalition today. So the opportunity, as I see for council, is to support the declaration to join the Canadian Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities, which is something that Mayor Krausert found and sent me the link to. And in researching it and talking to other communities who are involved, it's really just a resource for us as we advance our efforts. It's a network that brings together other municipalities that want to improve policies against racism, discrimination, exclusion, and intolerance. It's really meant to help support building open and inclusive societies. There's no budget or staff allocation required. They're asking for council to pass a resolution to ensure that councils are aware and that there's meaningful commitment, and to sign the declaration, both of which are attached to your package. So just in closing, I will say, I mean, this work is slow and it takes a long time, but I do believe that it does and will happen, especially when a group of people as committed as the staff we have at the town of Canmore are working to advance it. So that was all I had planned, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Cottle. Councillor Faubert.
Thank you, Mayor Krausert, and thank you, Dr. Cottle, for your presentation. A couple of times you've said that the motion is to approve it for planning purposes, but the motion is to accept it for planning purposes, and those two things are different in our procedural bylaw.
Yeah, sorry, that's my error. What's in the agenda is correct.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I misspoke as it's my first day back from vacation. So to accept it for planning purposes is all we're looking for.
oh yeah, I just wanted to check because like
Thank you.
they have different implications for how you can use it.
They do.
Awesome, perfect. That's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. I will then move that council accept the reconciliation and equity, diversity, and inclusion final report for planning purposes. I will definitely support this motion. This is good work, and what's most important about this good work is it makes us better in dealing with our community and in addressing the needs of our community. And as Dr. Carl indicated, we have a lot of interest in our organization, and that just goes to show the level of caring within our organization to get better and to handle and look at our systems, etc., in a way that opens up to being more inclusive and achieving our goals of reconciliation. So I very much support this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Councillor Graham.
Yes, Your Worship, I'd like to echo those sentiments. This is very important work. It is obvious that the town is very committed to these sorts of ideals, and I do hope that this council, and in fact I know this council will be very much behind you on this, so I appreciate the efforts.
Any other comments? I'll call the question then. Those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll now move that council join the Canadian Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities on behalf of the town of Canmore and direct Mayor Krausert to sign the declaration to join the Coalition of Inclusive Municipalities. Ditto to my previous comments, and this puts us formally in amongst those municipalities that are going in this direction, and hopefully will be an example for others to follow. Would anybody else like to make comments with respect to this motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. We'll move to item H8, measuring and reporting on council strategic plan.
Me again, in anticipation of this moment. I'm already ready with my computer. Before I start, I did want to acknowledge Ms. Denage, who's the co-author of this report with me. Ms. Denage put together the attachment that provides the updates. And as you all know, this is we're on the last hand of days that Ms. Denage has here. 2 to go after today before she heads off into the sunset in a trailer and an e-bike into retirement. And at the last senior leadership team meeting, we always end with a round table. And I started the round table off by acknowledging that it was her last meeting with us and asking everybody to either send her off with a retirement wish or something that they've learned or appreciated about working with her. And I did that. I didn't tell anyone I was doing that. It wasn't planned. It was just at the spur of the moment. And it was so great. It was so great. People stayed late because it took too long for everybody to get through all the things that they appreciate and the many contributions she's made. So before I start, I want to do that again. And she's leaving us behind in great hands. We're going to be in really good shape with the communication department, and she's been a major contributor and had a significant impact in her time with the town and in this report. So I wanted to make sure to acknowledge that to start. So thank you, Robin. Yeah. And it's so great that she's last on your agenda today. Perfect. Okay, so moving on though to the issue at hand, which is measuring and reporting on your strategic plan. So in front of you today are two recommendations, one an update and then two recommendations. So the update is the Q2 update on the implementation of the first 6 months of your official strategic plan. I know it feels like it's been in place for a long time since we started working on it a little bit more than a year ago in 2022, but this is the first official year of your strategic plan being in place. And Ms. Denage has helped put together this first update. And then two recommendations: that you approve the proposed key results, which are an attachment to your report as a tool for measuring progress on your strategic plan, and that you change the language in the strategic plan from results to objectives to minimize language and terminology confusion. And the strategic plan that is attached to your report also shows that update. It's a small detail, but as you'll see, it'll matter. So as a reminder, your community vision is that Canmore is authentic and resilient. Through bold, innovative leadership, we thrive as a vibrant, livable, and diverse mountain community. And after you approved the strategic plan and we started working with management on how we were going to implement it and what it meant, we got into quite a discussion about what does it mean to be bold. And some of the things that we talked about in trying to understand what it means to be bold was to recognize that sometimes doing things requires courage or political will, especially in the face of barriers and opposition. And that being bold means thinking beyond the limits of conventional thought or action, that it is not for its own sake or simply to be audacious or brash, although certainly that is a definition of bold that many people think of. That's not what we're talking about, that we're on behalf of something larger that is of benefit to the community. So in putting together the key results that we're sharing today, this was the definition of bold that we were working from. And you already know that you have 3 goals and 3 foundational pillars. When you put together the strategic plan, we talked about the desired results for each. What we're suggesting is we change those to desired objectives. So that under your livability goal, these would now become livability objectives. Same, under your environment goal, you now would have environment objectives instead of results. And finally, with relationships, you have objectives. And then there's no change to the foundational pillars except that the sub-bullet points are also objectives. So once we got Council's strategic plan and we started to play around with it and think about how we were going to implement it, we found ourselves having to ask the question of what would success look like. This is a very different approach to strategic planning than other councils have taken. In the past, they've been much more task or action focused. And your strategic plan is more about having an impact. So we've gone from an action focus to a values focus. Not that previous strat plans were about ticking a box, but it was a discrete action that we could report on. Implement organics recycling. We would be able to say where we were at with implementing that project, right? We've ordered the bins, the trucks are delayed, the artwork on the bins, the rollout, the communication rollout is happening, right? There were discrete things about a project. But it's a lot harder around, or it's not harder, it's just different because your strategic plan is values-based and more about having an impact. So we realized pretty quickly that on time, on scope, and on budget projects, while still valuable, would not be enough as a way to say that we achieved your strategic plan. That if we had to reach the objectives that motivated various projects in the first place. So attached to your agenda today are attachments 3, which is the budget-related implementation plan as part of the budget process that we presented to you before the 2023 strat plan came into effect. And then attachment 4, which is your proposed key results. I might have that wrong. It might be attachment 2. Can't remember. Sorry. But the idea is that the attachment 4, the proposed key results, are linked to the language in your strategic plan, and it's part of why we're asking you to switch from results to objectives. As we're here today. Because we want to start to use objectives and key results, or OKRs, as they're commonly known, to be able to measure and report on your strategic plan. So this is a goal-setting, OKRs are a goal-setting approach that's used to create alignment throughout an organization and engagement around measurable and ambitious goals. It relies on set, tracked, and reevaluated metrics. They exist to create alignment and to set the cadence for an organization by defining shared success criteria. And they're really meant to be used as a tool when you have bold, ambitious goals, making them a perfect fit for your vision of bold leadership. Objectives are meant to be measurable, quantitative descriptions of what we want to achieve, and we believe that's what you have in your council strategic plan. So given that you have supplied us with objectives, we set to work on trying to understanding what key results might be. And so we've created measurable key results, 2 to 5 for each objective, that would define shared success criteria. So if we ask the question, how will we know if we've met this objective? The key results help us determine that. And they are clear and measurable and something that we can monitor and report back to council on. And the other criteria for this was that they were achievable within current human and financial resources. We didn't want to have to ask council for more of anything to be able to measure the key results. Instead, they rely on data and information that we already collect or have access to, and that we use them to help us prioritize where we put time and energy, especially if there's high workload and limited resources. Some of the things don't always measure the end objective, but the idea is a correlation is good. Sometimes it was really hard to be able to know if we could measure exactly the objective as you wrote it, but we believe we've put together things that have a correlation and will be moving us in the direction that your objectives outline. So to get to this moment of presenting these to you, we work with a local consultant who had originally sent an email to Councillor McCallum basically asking the question, how will you know? I love this strategic plan, but how will you know? And she forwarded it to me and said, what should I do with this? And I said, you should send it to me. Like we want to talk to this person, because we knew we were going to need to come up with a different way to measure, but we hadn't started on the work yet. And so Simon Orell, who's the local consultant, saved us a lot of time and headache and helped us get, I believe, a much better product. He's got expertise in organizational performance and did 2 working sessions with all of CST, where we created an initial draft of potential outcomes or objectives and key results. And then he held a meeting with all managers, just outlining the principles, the key elements of success, and the pitfalls of doing this kind of work. And then, as you may recall, at the end of last year, held a similar workshop with you to let you know what we were thinking and where we were heading, to ensure that you were on board. And then we had 3 working sessions with Simon and 5 managers each, where they edited, eliminated, changed, and created new OKRs. As the people who are more involved directly in delivering operations, they were able to say that's not something we can measure, or that isn't actually related to the result, and they helped us refine and finalize them. And our criteria were that they had to be monitored and achieved with the current resources, again, human and financial, and then we reviewed them with all managers and supervisors in June. So this is a different plan, as I mentioned, that requires different reporting. And so this is a new approach. The 2 attachments that you have in the agenda today are different approach to quarterly updates on the strategic plan. We recognize that some of the key results we've identified are beyond the town's control, like one of the first ones about average rent increase. The town doesn't set rental rates. That's not something we can control. But we think it's important to include because it's a useful metric for us to monitor, and it gives us a sense of the state of the community. We also have a combination in here of roof shots, which are goals that are hard and to achieve, but if we really work at it, should be achievable, and some moonshots, or things that are stretches that are beyond the threshold of what seems possible, and likely we won't be able to achieve all of our targets, but in the act of stretching, we might get further than we would have if we didn't try. We also recognize, though, that this could work against us. It might open us up to criticism from council, from the community, or even within staff. The idea, though, that we're aiming for is just to use OKRs as a tool to be bold and to help us focus on the most important things with the most impact. It's very easy to get busy being busy, or to continue doing what we've always done. And the idea here is that we're using these key results as a way to focus, to say if we have limited resources and limited time, but multiple things we can do, what will be the most important things with the most important impact to get us towards council's goals and objectives. And so we're hoping to try to use them in that kind of way. The key is that it's a prioritization tool and not about performance management. We're using it to be transparent and accountable to council and the community with what we're doing and what we're focusing on. And we're using it to help measure and monitor our work towards council's desired results. And so in doing that, I just want to acknowledge that this is something new. It's completely new within the organization. The OKRs that we've drafted and have in front of you today are not perfect. It is difficult to determine what success would look like on some of your objectives. I love the wording of all of them, but when I try to really understand how will we know if the community values a strong public service, that's a really hard thing to understand how we might measure. Or the third goal under livability, or the third objective under livability about diversity and families and increasing inclusion. I love that. I love that objective, but it's really hard to understand how we will know if we've been successful in that. So we did our best to develop reasonable key results for all objectives, including the ones that are a bit more difficult to make sense of. And I want to acknowledge that the ones we have might not be the right ones. We may get down the road next quarter, next year, and realize that they're not actually useful measures, or we need to make a change. We think that's okay. We aren't practiced at this approach in an organization-wide way, but we're trying it. There's a new council strategic plan, and we felt like it was time to try something new in how we measured and reported it. So that's what we're doing. It'll come with some growing pains and some misses, and we may need to change some of them as we move forward, but we are okay with that. The ongoing work by administration will be to link all the OKRs to all departments. So many departments, one of the other things that's really nice about this strategic plan from council is that almost every department can see themselves in it in some way. And in the past, when it's been very task-focused, the department delivering the task saw the direct connection, but many departments, especially the more operational ones, had a hard time seeing where they fit. With this one, every department can have involvement in helping to get to council's goals and objectives. And many will have different initiatives that might support the key results, even ones that we're not formally measuring, but they can see other ways that they contribute. So the goals and the objectives are not cascading. They're not top-down in one way or irreversible with no feedback cycle. People will continue to be able to see ways that they can contribute to the success of your goals and objectives. The intent is to really work with various departments to see how they contribute to where we're headed, getting clear on priorities, determining how a team contributes, and helping us with how to use resources. And again, this should change some of what we do and how we help advance council's priorities, and also help departments support initiatives of other departments. So a lot of departments, especially in corporate services, may not be directly advancing some of council's goals and objectives, but they provide a lot of supports. And the two departments in the room, the clerk's department and the communication department, are great examples of that. They really support the work that other departments are doing that may have a more direct impact. Not that they don't have direct impact, but sometimes it's not always direct. So I was going to walk through the Q2 update. I don't have to do that unless council wants me to. And the same thing for the key results. I'm happy, and I have them both on the computer if you want me to walk through, or if you have any questions about each of them, but they are attached to your agenda. So in terms of the regular reporting plan, the two attachments will be updated quarterly, the actions and activities of attachment 3 and the updated data in attachment 4, and then we'll return to our regular reporting cycle. Normally, we would have already been in front of you with this in April, and so being here in July is a bit unusual, but it's just the timing as we were creating this new and different process. So going forward, we'll be attaching the Q1 reports in April, Q2 in August, Q3 in October, and then a full report to the community published in early January of each year. So those are the two recommendations in front of you, and I'm happy to answer any questions if you have them.
Great, thank you very much for that presentation and for all of this work that's been done. It's been quite comprehensive. So looking to council to see if there are any questions. I see none. So thank you very much. I will then move that council approve the proposed key results as a tool for measuring progress on their 2023-2026 strategic plan. I will definitely support this work. I am really appreciative of how the administration has pivoted based on a new type of strategic plan and how they embraced our strategic plan right from the get-go. Councillor McCallum.
Thank you, Your Worship.
Yeah, it's working.
No, I did it again.
The light's
I
on.
can't see the lights because of the,
Yeah, it's on here.
sorry, thank you. Good grief. I'll be happy to support this. You know, I think sometimes we get, I'll rewind. You know, the way we had approached our strategic plan this time was very different than the way we had done it in the past. And the way we are looking to measure our success as a council and administration is also very different than what we've done in the past. And I think sometimes in organizations, we are afraid to try new things because we're worried about if it fails or it doesn't meet up to our expectations or we're laid to bear to the community or to the public. And so I really appreciate the willingness of this council as well as of this administration to take on this new way of measuring how we're doing. Again, it's something that is uncomfortable and can sometimes leave you feeling a little too authentic, but I think it's going to be a really great exercise. And I'm pretty sure we're not going to get it right the first time and that we're going to have to keep working at it, but I really appreciate this new way of looking at how we do business and how we report that to the community. So I'm looking forward to seeing how it rolls out over time. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else speaking to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. I'll move that council change the language in their strategic plan from results to objectives to minimize language and terminology confusion. I think Dr. Cottle explained this very well. I'm supporting this motion. Would anybody else like to speak to the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. That brings us to our last item for today, I-1, Town of Canmore website preview. Ms. Dinaj, for the last time.
Thank you.
Welcome to council.
Good afternoon. As you know, the communications team has been working very hard on the new website. And while we were hoping to have it go live this week, we're a few days behind, but more on that shortly. Ms. Hayden has been leading the project on behalf of the communications team, but I also want to acknowledge Ms. Packus and Mr. Robertson, who have been juggling their current workload of daily operations while also working on this very important project. So now I'm going to introduce Ms. Hayden here to give you a quick update and a sneak peek, the first public viewing of some of the new webpage to show you how it looks, and we are very, very excited about this.
Great, thank you. Ms. Hayden, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. We're very excited to be your very last item of the term because we have goodies to share. So we're just so thrilled to be able to come to you before the end of the term to share a sneak peek of the website that we anticipate will go live next month. So I'm not sure if you remember, but last time we came before you was back in December, and we solicited your input to help shape what we were looking for in a new website platform to secure our new vendor. And as a reminder, we were seeking to replace our current platform with a plug-and-play model that will allow us to grow into Canmore's digital future and to offer an expanded series of e-services for our residents. And we are excited to share that, as Ms. Dinaj mentioned, that we anticipate that we'll be able to launch early Monday morning with our new site. So as a quick recap before we get into the exciting stuff, last time we spoke, we were in the middle of our first phase of public and staff engagement. And since that first phase, we really made an intentional effort to make this a product that really reflected the needs of our staff and our community, since it is our most essential communications channel where we share information about our programs and services and projects with residents and visitors. So based on all the input that we collected from our internal and external stakeholders. We went out to RFP and selected actually an Alberta-based vendor to redesign our site. And based on that input that we received from staff and public, we'll talk a little bit about that. We have been knee-deep in redesigning our new site, which is custom to our needs as a municipality. And on that go-live date, which hopefully, if everything goes according to plan, there's still a lot of work to do. So it is really a sneak peek right now. If everything goes according to plan, on Monday morning, the public should expect some minor outages on the site as we transition from the old site to the new site, but it should be up and running within a couple of hours. So during our rounds of engagement, these are some of the things that we heard, and these should be familiar since we heard it from you as well. These are some of the key factors that we heard that our residents were looking for in a new platform. So at the core, an improved search function, a more intuitive site navigation so people could find what they were looking for more easily, better browser compatibility on all devices, and a more user-friendly interface. Because it is an extension of our public service, we want to make it as easy as possible for people to find what they're looking for. And a navigation that was centered around making the most vital services and information the most easy and obvious to find information on the site. And lastly, an ability to report issues, so kind of like that online 311 service. We are happy to report that with our chosen vendor, we are able to meet all of those desired things and a long list of others that our staff and the public were looking for. And we feel really confident that this vendor is going to offer us this stable, long-term solution that will meet our goals of aligning with new trends and modernizing our online presence. So there are some changes to expect. Number one is a more intuitive and user-friendly platform that reflects the spirit of our community and the needs of our residents. It's also in alignment with our business transformation and the industry standards that other municipalities follow. But at its core, we took a lift and shift approach, so you're gonna see a lot of that same great content that we had on our other site, but it's just gonna be in different locations that are more intuitive and easier to find. So there will be a little bit of a learning curve as we learn collectively to use the new site to figure out where those key things are, but the way that we've laid it out, it should be even easier to find those key services and information. And we do have some brand new tools and features that we'll walk through some of them today that does make our information and services more accessible to the public. So we're very excited about that. And something to expect is that learning curve piece, so learning to use the new platform. And we do want to caution that in the first couple of weeks of launching, there might be some growing pains and bumps along the way as we fix things that might not have transferred over properly. So we ask members of the public and yourselves to use our new report tool that I'll show you to help us flag things that might not be working properly so we can fix them and make the experience as best that it can be. And lastly, the website is, as always, a living document that we will continue to make better every day. And here comes the sneak peek. So I'm going to walk you through a couple of new features that we're really excited for. And just as a preface, it is still getting those final design pieces figured out. So you'll notice a few things that the designer is still working on, but at its core, these are just some of the features that we are really excited to launch. Just attach the wrong side. That's okay. Perfect. Welcome to the new landing page for the Town of Canmore website. So I'll just walk you through here to show you some of the new features that will be available on this main landing page. So at the top here, We have an ability to integrate notices, and what's not shown here is we also have an ability to have a pop-up notice in case of an emergency, and that will pair really nicely with our new Voyant alert service. We have integrated translation tools, so that will translate with one drop all the text across the site, and that won't apply to documents, but that is a nice feature. We have a contact us area that I'll show you in a second, and a report or request tool, and that is our digital 311 service that I'll show you shortly here. We do now have a robust search tool that has these really neat abilities for us to customize the search experience. You can see here some sample animated search terms, so we can plug in some of the most likely things people will be looking for. And on the results side, we can also pin the most likely results that we want people to find. And that will, of course, crawl the entire site in addition to documents posted on the website. Right up front here, we have, based on the engagement phases, we collected and identified the most common tasks that people want to perform on the site. So we'll make those nice and front and center with the ability to change those over time. We've maintained our I want to menu, which is still being built out. And you'll recognize some things that are very similar to what we currently have. So we can feature seasonal campaigns or programs or services that might be more seasonally applicable or new in the community. Show some examples. We are also embedding our calendar online, so we'll have a council calendar, which is not shown here since this is the last meeting of the session, recreation and community, which will provide a fulsome look at the programs and services we offer to the community. We have a new blog tool for news announcements and project updates. And this is all in Latin at the time being, so you can see we still have some content work to do here. And we can feature larger campaigns using nice, big, bold imagery that reflects our community. And lastly, and across all of our pages, we of course have our land acknowledgement. And a new feature is that for all of the newsletters we have across the site, and we heard during the Citizen Perspective Survey, that's a key way that the public wants to hear from us. We're making it really easy to do that. So in one click, you can subscribe to any of the newsletters that we offer across the organization. And the calendar is one of our key services that people come to the website for recreation. So you can see a view here. We're already starting to build out that content, and it looks really slick. You can subscribe to the calendar. You can add it right to your own personal calendar. There's various various ways you can view the information. And it's so much more seamless than our current program. So we're really excited about that. And additionally, you can also filter information on all of the major tools we have across the site so that residents can find the information that they're looking for. So you could filter here just to see climbing programs and so on, because there's so much great programming we offer to the community, so we want to sift through and make it as easy as possible. And this is another tool. So this is at the top of all of our pages. And it's a report or request tool, so that's that digital 311 offering. And it really acts as this funnel to get residents to the right contact person for reporting issues or requesting various services. And this is something that will build out over time. But for example, if someone wanted to report a bylaw infraction, they could use a drop-down, include some details. There's an option to add photos, location, and to subscribe for updates. And then on the back end, it will be directed to the right department contact person, and there'll be a back end tracking workflow, and a member of the public will get notified if they choose to as their report or request gets actioned in the back end. We also have a new document library tool, which again is really forward with its searching abilities and the ability to filter to find the results that you're looking for. So you can filter by category of the type of document that you're looking for or the theme that you're looking for to really make it easy to find that key information. You can see across all these tools, it's so user-friendly, and we're really confident that the public will really enjoy using this new platform. In addition to our other audiences, such as potential vendors, we're integrating a new bid opportunities tool where potential vendors can subscribe to receive updates of new postings that may be related to their field. We don't have any engineering ones open right now in the back end. And it's just such a nice, tidy tool where all of the information about potential opportunities is in one place, and it will move down thematically as the lifetime of the project or the opportunity moves along. And then lastly, we have a new Contact Us tool, and this is still being built, for members of the public to be able to contact their desired department with one click here. So we'll have some drop-downs where you can manually browse for the department that you'd like to contact, or you can complete a Contact Us form, which is new for us. So that's just a quick look at some of the features that will be part of our brand new site. So if everything goes according to plan, we will of course be launching next Monday. And if we do need a delay, we will of course notify the public and staff. So what's coming up next year is we still have lots of work to do to make sure we're ready to launch for Monday. So that's going to take us through the end of the week. And then throughout July, we will be undertaking a public education campaign to help people along that learning curve so they can take advantage of all the new features we will have on the new platform. So that was a bit of a flash, but if you'd like to see anything again, I'm happy to open up any of the pages. But it is, of course, still a work in progress. But we're so thrilled for this product we're able to bring to the community, and we're so grateful for your support throughout this process and for all the input that you provided.
Thank you, Ms. Heaton. Really very cool. I look forward to seeing it when it's all populated. I really like the one-stop shop for request or report, so that you can just always say, go there and find out what you're looking for, and it will get, rather than trying to find a different page that has different information. I did have a question. On that contact page, it said, report a problem, and then up top, it's report or request. Are those the same things, or is the report a problem more about the website?
The report or request tool is, we've renamed it so that it does give us that. The original name was report a problem, but we found that was too narrow. So we have moved to report or request to allow for flexibility for requesting services versus just reporting problems. So that's a change that the developer is still applying throughout the site.
Okay, so at that
It's
contact page, it will be
same.
updated.
Yeah.
So if as we are using the website and we see something that isn't working yet, do we use that tool to report it?
Absolutely. So if members of the public are on the site and something isn't working or there's a broken link or so on, we would love for them to use the report or request tool. And by using the drop-down menu, they select our website. And that would be super helpful to make sure, because we have so much information across the site, really helpful for us to be able to address things quickly so that we can increase the user experience. So definitely take advantage of that reporting tool for the website and then beyond for other related town services.
I look forward to using it. I'm hoping that the changes actually save me a lot of time. I use the website a lot in responding to residents' questions or concerns, and I will direct them here, there, or otherwise. And so the more intuitive and easier to search, the better, as far as I'm concerned. So thank you for your efforts. Councillor Graham, you have a question.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'm pretty sure I've used up my question quota for the day, but one last one. When the search function, will the search function be able to look into documents like PDF?
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead. I think you got what I was trying to go for.
I was lame. It will, as long as the document isn't an image, although it will search the name of the image, or the PDF hasn't been flattened, so it essentially becomes an image, so the computer can't read the text of it. But if it's just your normal PDF document, the search will apply to the text within those documents.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
That would be amazing.
Yeah.
Thank you.
We're very happy about that.
Any other questions? Well, thank you for that work, and we look forward to it unfolding. Now, before we conclude today, Ms. Dinaj, wondering if you could come forward for a moment to the mic. This is the last time that you will have appeared before council, and you're coming very close to your retirement. And so I just wanted to say, on behalf of council, thank you for all your service to the community. Thank you for the excellent work and support that you've provided us, and your selflessness in doing so. And I know that you have built a team that is strong, and that you are leaving, but you're also leaving us in good hands. And I'm feeling very confident with our communication team. And we wish you very well in all of your future adventures, and come back and see us.
Thank you. I'm sure this isn't the last you'll see of me.
Yes, exactly. And so, if we may, can we give Robin a round of applause? Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's been an honor.
And with that, I will move that the meeting be adjourned. All those in favor? Carried unanimously. Thank you, everyone.